from the high desert. Want to take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest? From the Coast to Coast AM archives, you're listening to the best of Art Bell.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be, across all these time zones. Howdy.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing.
So, from New York City, staying up late, here is Dr. Malachi Martin.
For a very long time, I've been on a search for some sort of proof of life after death.
Here is somebody who calls himself Single 7. Single, are you there?
Yes, I am.
There's going to be the biggest UFO sighting of the century.
You're listening to Art Bell on Premier Networks. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in all 24 of Earth's time zones. I'm Art Bell, and the program you're listening to is Coast to Coast AM. And you never, ever know, nor do I most times, what's going to be on this program next. Tonight is going to be very, very interesting, potentially very interesting.
It is going to be a very interesting morning. Coming up sometime this hour, not yet, maybe shortly, the mysterious Victor, the Area 51 employee, Victor, who claims he smuggled a video out of Area 51 of an interrogation, of a questioning of an actual alien. And we back that up with photographs. I have a second photograph now on my website, and you are more than welcome to take a look. They're up there for your perusal. We have otherwise described them as best we can. With me also is Sean David Morton. And I'm keeping my eye on a special line here, waiting for it to ring. Victor will be using a voice changer, as you can imagine, if he is a current or just a relatively current employee of Area 51. He does not want his voice recognized. So we're going to get a chance to ask him some questions about this very mysterious base I live so close to. Coming up, I think, sometime this hour. All right, here we go, folks. We do have Victor, I believe, on the line. If you want to see the photographs from the alien interview interrogation, we'll find out what it is. They are at www.artbell.com. That's www.artbell.com. These photographs come to us courtesy of a video allegedly smuggled from Area 51 by the man I think you're about to hear from, Victor. Now, let us first discern whether we have Sean here. Sean?
I'm here, boss.
Okay. Here we go, I think. Let's see if we've got Victor on the line. Victor, are you there?
I'm here.
Welcome to the program, Victor.
Yes, I think it's fair to say at this moment I'm incensed. This snafu with the telephone numbers. Can I ask you who is at your studio at this time?
Well, I'm here, and other
yourself?
No, my wife is. My wife is here, of course. I do my broadcast from home, Victor, and other than myself and my wife, there's nobody.
Well, I would just, at this moment, I believe that 45 minutes from now, I will have finished my last public pronouncement, because this business with Jeff and the phone numbers is not part of the agreement.
Well, Victor, it was just a problem because somebody wrote a 7 instead of a 1. That's it was just a simple mistake.
All right.
Yes.
So we're sorry.
Yeah, we are sorry, and it was just a simple mistake is exactly correct. Victor...
Who is that second voice?
I'm sorry, this is Sean Morton. How are you, sir?
Oh, Mr. Morton.
Nice to talk to you.
Yes.
If you can, Victor, we would like to both probably ask you some questions if we can. Obviously, if you can't answer a question, you let us know, and we'll back away.
By the way, Mr. Morton?
Yes, sir.
Sean Morton,
yes.
I have come into possession of your Delphi Associate newsletter dated April 11th, 1997, and I have to say this is how misinformation proliferates. I don't know where you got your information about what I have stated to the rocket people, but there are a number of statements here that are incorrect.
Okay, well maybe we should start there because I tried to check everything with Jeff. All I had was
Mr. Broadstreet. He has successfully prevented me from prescribing myself a double Bushmills for nerves. I frankly, well, let's leave that for the moment.
All right.
In your newsletter, you state Victor was assisting in the downloading of video analog footage to digital computer storage. I have never stated that I was assisting or participating in this downloading. I mentioned the downloading. I referred to the downloading in my cryptic attempt to suggest how the tape was smuggled out, as everyone seems to prefer to refer to it.
Is that a reasonable a reference to it, smuggled?
Well, not in the sense of, well, later in the same newsletter, Mr. Morton says that let me see if I can find it here. Where is it?
Victor?
Oh, yes, and an opportunity came where he was left unwatched and unsupervised for a scant few moments, which allowed him to make a quick VHS copy of footage he was viewing, and somehow managed to smuggle it off the base in a bag with some other equipment. Now, I've never made a statement like this. It's a charming scene for a science fiction movie, but frankly, a VHS tape has never come onto or been taken off of the S4.
All right, Victor, this is Art Bell. Listen, let's not concentrate on what he's got wrong. Let's concentrate on what really did happen.
All right.
Okay? So, first of all, how did you get this tape? Can you say that?
I cannot say specifically how I came into possession of this tape. I stated in the interview with the Rocket people, which, by the way, was in September of last year. I was under the impression that I would be through with my contractual obligations to them by Christmas. But that's neither here nor there. I came into possession of this tape thanks to a confluence of circumstances which I can relate now. I was not able to relate it in September, but circumstances have changed, which we may get to. The linchpin of the possibility that was afforded to me to bring out this particular piece of information is that Area 51 is now defunct as an operating location for the government's alien program.
Right.
And this process has been ongoing since 1991.
All right, can we ask you straight out, did you bring that tape out of Area 51 personally, or did you acquire it after it had been removed by somebody else?
I was the active agent in removing the data that appears on that tape from S4.
From S4?
The tape itself is a simple VHS copy which I provided to Rocket Pictures. The actual data was digital, of information. It did not require anything so conspicuous as a VHS tape to be brought out, and I will not say at this time whether it was brought out in a discrete unit or whether it was smuggled out in some other...
All right, but in a digital form like an AVI file or something like that you then converted to analog to VHS?
Something like that, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Do you know what DNI stands for?
Department of Naval Intelligence.
Okay, that settles that one. Were you an employee, or are you now an employee of Area 51?
In September, they asked me the same question after we had a pre-interview in which I stated that I would not answer it.
Okay.
I suppose it's a question that has to be asked. I'm not going to answer whether I was an employee at S4, but I have been physically on the site, and you can look into the various options available to an individual to bring them to that.
All right, well,
secret location.
All right, Victor. Well, not too many people get invited as just visiting to Area S4. So
that's a fair assessment.
Right. So, is it reasonable to ask you how you were transported to the base? I live in Pahrump, Nevada, where every morning there are buses, Victor, that take employees to Area 51. Hell, it says Area 51 right on the side. Other people are flown out to Area 51.
Yes. Well, again, I don't want to specify too specifically because it will tend to indicate when I was there, but they do run the EG&G 737 out of McCarran, and more recently CT-43 transports. I suppose I can say I did not take the bus.
Okay. Okay, good. Then you flew. So next question is, how long had that alien, do you know, been on the base before they filmed that segment of which you have a portion?
Approximately 20 months. It was brought in late 1989, and the tape was from January of 1991.
Okay. Do you know how we got our hands on this alien? Was it as a result of a crash or a landing, or do you have any history at all?
Well, this brings up a question that's central to the whole issue of the government's retention of these beings. I believe the government's position is that they shot this alien down. I do not personally believe that the government could shoot this alien down if the alien did not choose to be shot down. But perhaps now is not the right time to be getting into the larger issues of their presence.
You are aware that we have then the technology to shoot down alien craft?
I am aware that our technology has been used to down alien craft. Whether our technology is advanced enough to give us the power to choose to bring one of these craft down is another matter entirely.
All right, Victor, there were a lot of people who viewed the video. Some, on Strange Universe, they saw just a very few seconds of it. And, the entire thing, I believe. And Whitley Strieber was one of them who reacted very emotionally, Victor, and thought that alien was being treated badly. Can you characterize the treatment of the alien in the course of the whole thing?
The alien was being treated badly, but not. That was not the intention. The maltreatment of the aliens stems from our essential helplessness to either help or affect them. The dog and pony show of a medical team handling the physical debilities of these beings is one of the constant sources of paranoia and chaos within the administration of these programs. You find a high degree of well-educated charlatanism within these programs, simply because the government requires that various disciplines deal with these aliens, and these disciplines do not have the science to back up their efforts. This brings up, I've been given a tape of Mr. Strieber's appearance on your program.
Well, yes, on mine, yes.
April 12th.
Yes.
And I just want to respond to, or possibly two of his statements over the course of this call, but one in particular now. He took me to task for a statement I made in the interview to Rocket Pictures, in which I said that well, again, this was second-hand information, but I said that the position of the scientists who had studied this was that the aliens had eliminated viral and microbial life from their own ecosystem. And Mr. Strieber made the sensible point from a terrestrial point of view that microbes play a beneficial as well as a harmful role in the health and correct functioning of human beings, and that therefore it was scientifically foolish to make this comment. Well, first of all, I have not specified that I'm a scientist, so I'm not going to jump up on my high horse and become offended at this, but I would like to point out that the overriding quality of these beings is a level of advancement beyond our ability to understand what it is they are doing, both as beings and as workers of technological apparent miracles.
Were we able to communicate with it?
This is another issue that is fraught with ambiguity. But let me finish the comment about microbes. All the evidence suggests that these beings are biologically inert in relation to our ecosystem. They might as well be a petri dish. And the statement that I made, which again was second-hand information, background information, but the comment that I made seeking to explain the glass partition between the interviewer and the being,
yes,
and is seeking to explain the sort of lackadaisical hygienic standards of the medical team, was that there's a half-hearted, by now, attempt to minimize microbial contamination of the beings, because the microbes and various other biological entities can form colonies within these being systems. They operate, their physiology operates in a way that is symbolically similar, let us say, to human physiology, but does not appear to include the normal biological
okay, Victor. Victor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We've got a break here. We'll be right back. This is CBC.
Toll-free, west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is. My guests are the mysterious Victor, the man who has supplied Rocket Video with the alien interrogation video, if that's the right name for it. I'm not sure it is. And Sean David Morton. Back to them in a moment. Now back to Victor, who is using a voice changer to protect his identity, and Sean David Morton. Victor.
Yes.
Let me try asking again. You've kind of characterized this alien as kind of like a petri dish, or here at any rate in a petri dish. Might I ask, did we manage any form of communication with it?
This is the great mystery involved in the government's hosting of these beings since the late 40s, in fact. The telepathic capabilities of these beings has been long established, at least insofar as DNI is concerned. That was another statement that Mr. Strieber made on your program, that the statement that the man in the foreground in the video is a telepath seemed like science fiction. And I actually agree with him more than perhaps he would expect. The issue here is that no one who has ever been in the presence of these beings has not felt as if thoughts, not his own, were entering his brain. And this has been long established, and various experiments have been done in which the government satisfied itself that these beings were giving off some form of telepathic or thought transfer, telepathic contact or thought transference. The question mark is whether certain individuals truly are more capable of receiving and returning these messages than the average person.
Sure.
And this is one of the elements of the entire black program related to alien visitors that I find amusing. I believe that many, if not all, of the telepaths who have been recruited or who have cleverly managed to get themselves recruited into this program are largely the same sort of charlatans you can call late at night, at 99 cents a minute or whatever it is.
So in other words, you're not trusting of whatever information they think they might have gleaned.
I believe it is at best heavily influenced by the assumptions and beliefs and hopes of these individuals, and at worst is a deliberate attempt to tell the government what the government wants to know.
Yep.
And this may account for part of the fact that it may account in part, I should say, for the fact that the government has had these beings for 50 years now, and has amassed a constant and ever-growing stream of data supposedly emanating from them, and yet is incapable of consistently using this technology or entering into effective relations with these beings.
So you're saying we really have not effectively communicated with them? There has been no vocal communication?
The aliens do not speak.
What about hand signs or other methods of communication that would tell us these are sentient beings and not robotic in nature?
That's a very astute question. The telepathy and the technology which they so clearly possess are the only signs of their sentience. As for their gestures, well, yes, they have on occasion used gestures such as stop or come here, that mimic signs that I suppose they have seen among the human personnel that they've encountered, and the civilians, by the way. But this business of pictographs, which Mr. Broadstreet gave quite a bit of emphasis to in this video, this never-ending video, which I thought I was through with 7 months ago.
It is important, Victor, because the video, of course, is incredible.
Yes.
But your words about it go a long way toward backing it up or causing people to become very skeptical. May I ask you, Victor, why the room was kept so dark? Is it because of the large eyes and the sensitivity to light?
This is the official explanation for the darkness of the room. But you'll note that the alien himself is bathed in light. It's the room that's dark. And I frankly don't have an adequate explanation for this.
All right, the alien in the second photograph with the doctor present, whose face, I understand, has been erased.
I'm sorry?
With the doctor present in the second...
Who told you his face has been erased?
Well, it looks as though it has been...
I'm sorry, which figure are you referring to?
I'm referring to an apparent physician who has his finger, a gloved finger, in the mouth.
Yes, well, if his features are not visible, that's the effect of the mask. I did nothing, and I don't believe Rocket has done anything to distort the actual images.
That's interesting.
In fact, the images are a bit degraded from the VHS copy.
I'm sure they are, sure.
The telepath in the left foreground is so dark that a number of people have missed him. In fact, Rocket just sent the video to be analyzed by some computer whiz in Phoenix, Arizona.
We sent it to Dr. Jim Delatoso in Phoenix.
Yes, well, there he is. Phoenix, yes. He analyzed the footage, made a number of odd statements. But one thing, he commented on the 3 human individuals in the video. There were 4. Apparently he did not even see the person on the left, which I find bizarre.
Okay, we'll take a look. Now the doctor or the physician, whatever we've got here, with his finger in the alien's mouth in the second photograph. Yes. The alien was apparently having some sort of seizure and was frothing. Was this a dying alien? Did this alien die?
I think you will find. I think you will find that all of the reports of these beings inevitably end with them dying, and most of their appearances are in a condition that seems to be debilitated. In September, when Rocket interviewed me, I was not prepared to say that the alien was dead. I only knew that he disappeared from S4, but that was also at the point when S4 was being stood down.
Do you now know him to be dead?
I now believe very strongly that the alien is dead. I would go so far as to say that all of the beings in the government's possession are now dead.
Are we mistreating them?
Did the Romans mistreat Jesus? This is the central issue for me, increasingly, and even more so in the time since I brought out this tape. I believe that these beings are engineering their own treatment. They are presenting themselves as a test to us, and I do not believe that if they were not willing to be treated in the way that we treat them, we would have the power to do so. But in the sense that these beings are dying in our custody, and in the sense that our treatment of them seems to have no taint of commonality, no successful two-way communication that we can understand. I believe that the aliens understand us better than we understand them, and I believe that the statements they make or appear to make are calibrated to some purpose of their own, which is not clearly understood by us.
Okay, well, that brings me to the next question. That is, with whatever has been divined, is there anything you're fairly sure you can tell us about what they're all about, where they're from, and what their agenda is? In other words, what they want, why they're here, that sort of thing. Is there anything that seems clear in any one of those areas to you?
Clear, no. But I believe in an overarching sense, these beings have been here before, and the program that they are performing upon the human race is as old as the human race, certainly as old as consciousness, and I believe,
well, okay, let me try this. What you're saying might lead some to believe that they are, in fact, the architect of the human race. Is that within...
That is, the architect is not a term I would use, but in the sense that you mean it, I believe I would agree, yes.
All right, you have told us that the Department of Naval Intelligence is the DNI. Can you enlighten us at all as to the rest of the coding at the bottom?
Yes. Let me see. Do I have the?
I'd be glad to read you what we have on one. The latest photograph we have says DNI/2704/025818.
Yes, this is not. It's not really the issue. Can you hold on 1 second?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Yes. At any rate, DNI is Department of Naval Intelligence. 27 is refers to a system of division that DNI adopted back when they first began using time code, and it's a jerry-rigged adaptation of an earlier logging system for visual documentation. And then the final 8 digits are self-explanatory. They're hours, minutes, seconds, and frames.
Okay.
And 27 has no meaning in and of itself. It's merely a logging system that can be accessed according to code books and what have you.
All right. Some people have said, why is the video so foggy? Now, I view it as fairly clear, but one would imagine that with the high-tech video equipment we have, you would get very, very, very sharp images. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, part of the fogginess is the VHS copy, and I'm debating the possibly when I delivered this tape originally, I was extremely paranoid, and I have not become any less paranoid. But I believe I understand where I stand a little bit better now.
Are you in fear of your life?
Well, the simple answer is yes, but I'm by nature an observer. I have not personally experienced harassment, and I think I've been relatively successful in maintaining my anonymity and
so you
so to speak. But
you are convinced they do not.
In the experiences of others, both individuals who are known to the public because they made it into the media, and other individuals, that there are great dangers involved in bringing this kind of information out. Not because the government is all powerful, but because the government is and knows itself to be out of control in relation to this phenomenon. They crave control, and they have no control, and as it leaks away from them, they can become vicious.
Sean, do you have any questions?
Well, specifically, there was no sound on the tape that we were given. Can you?
Yes. Oh, can I break in here? Jeff has just supplied me with a note, which I suppose qualifies as a commercial. He says the video in the rocket tape is fairly clear, not foggy. This is true. It does look better in the video.
Okay.
All right.
But
yes, it is. Oh, we never did finish that point. It is dark, and I do not have an answer that satisfies me for why this so. This business of the aliens needing the environment to be dark does not wash with me, mainly because the being itself is bathed in light. On the other hand, well, if I go any further in this direction, I think I may be stepping into the areas that I am trying to avoid for my own self-protection.
Victor said you said in your interview that you had actually personally seen this creature on an occasion. Can you tell us anything?
This is the case, but I made it abundantly clear that it was not necessarily the session that is represented in this video.
Yes, but can you tell us about what happened when you actually saw the creature and what your opinion was and what your thoughts were?
Well, no, I can't. I can tell a second-hand anecdote. If I speak about the occasion when I personally encountered the being, I would be compromising myself.
All right. What about your emotions? In other words, what did you feel when you were in its presence? Can you describe that at all? Did you feel awed? Did you feel sorrow? Did you feel elated? What did you feel?
I suppose I felt sorrow. I felt anger. I'm not by nature an emotional. Well, I am an emotional person. I am not by nature an interactive person, a person who makes emotional connections easily, and certainly in the presence of a being from another world, one would think this would be even more difficult. However, like everyone, as I say, who has ever come into immediate contact with these beings, I felt an intense presence within me that was utterly foreign to my experience before that time, and I must say this has changed me. It has had an effect that I did not choose, and I still possibly willfully refuse to welcome. In the beginning, when I brought this tape out, I suppose in a sense it was an emotional reaction to that meeting, but it's gotten away from me. This effort on my part to do my bit, so to speak.
That's a very important question, Victor. You got this out of Area 51 in the way described earlier. Why?
Not described earlier, as a matter of fact. But
well, by digital form, in other words.
Yeah, well, it was made possible by the digitizing of these old analog.
I've got you. But my question is, what was your motivation in bringing it out? Did you just want the American people to know? Is that the idea?
Well, as a matter of fact, on your own show, with Whitley Strieber, there was something he said that struck me so singularly that I wrote it down. As a matter of fact, I have it here on a scrap of paper. He said, "This is the face that mankind is turning to this other world," and I suppose to some extent that was my motive for attempting to place this before the public. I believe that these beings cannot be harmed by us in any significant way, in any way that is meaningful to them. But at the same time, I believe they're presenting us with a sort of test. They have a appeared in an incomprehensible panoply of circumstances in front of private individuals who are then left, metaphorically speaking, wandering in the wilderness, unable to convince the world at large that what they've experienced is real. And at the same time, they have involved themselves in this incomprehensible.
Victor, I've got to stop you. We're at the top of the hour, and I'm asking you to stay over a little bit because we haven't had a full hour with you.
Oh, it is 1 now.
It already is. How time flies, huh?
Well, you caught me in the middle of my larger statement, I suppose, so I will hold on.
Very good. Stand by, Victor. Stand by, Sean David Morton. I'm Art Bell. This is CBC.
Is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Good morning. My guests are Sean David Morton and the mysterious, and for a good reason, Victor, who got out, took out, managed to somehow get out a digital version of the alien interview that can be seen in single picture form, at least a couple of photographs, on my website now at www.artbell.com. We'll get back to Victor in a moment. Now, back to Sean David Morton and Victor. Gentlemen, welcome back.
How far down did you look?
Thank you.
We are back on the air, and if everybody would turn off their radios, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Victor and I were just talking about, he was asking me whether or not it was me that found the hill that looked down on the base, and I told him that it was. And
yes, indeed.
I don't know if he's there. Are you there, Victor?
Yes, I'm here.
Victor, might I ask then, can you give us any physical details of the base itself? In other words, what the hangars are like, what the buildings are like, anything at all about...
Are you referring to the Groom Dry Lake facility or to S4?
Either one that you're able to describe, actually.
Well, the Groom Dry Lake facility has been broadcast several times now on various programs, and it is a relatively open facility in comparison to S4, which, as you may, or I'm sure you do know, is 10 miles to the south in abutting Papoose Lake.
Well, we have seen satellite photographs of Area 51.
Yes, this is the demise of Area 51. You're seeing the Open Skies Treaty, the UFO tourism, which Mr. Morton is a big contributor to, and also a certain psychological effect, at least that's how I see it, of the Gulf War. When the soldiers came back from the Gulf War, complaining of Gulf War syndrome, and this saturated the media. I believe this was a direct cause of the lawsuit of the various Area 51 employees who claimed that they had been harmed by the years of fallout from the nuclear testing. At any rate, all of these causes contributed to what is now the case at Area 51, which is that the saucer program and the attempts at communication with the beings and the facilities for the beings are now abandoned.
All right. we've seen the photographs of what is above ground at Area 51. I would be interested in any description of S4, or to know how much of Area 51 and or S4 is underground.
Yes. Nothing significant is underground at the Groom Dry Lake facility. However, S4 has 4 underground levels, for a total of 5 if you count the surface.
And these are devoted to, are you able to describe what these levels are devoted to any degree?
The first 2 levels at S4 are the domain of the back engineering program for the saucers, which I'm sure that you've heard your fill of from Robert Lazar and others.
You bet.
Level 3 and 4, below below level 1 and 2, is the domain of the program dealing with the EBEs.
Can you?
It includes the living quarters for the EBEs, who, by the way, breathe oxygen. During the chaos of the phone number, I heard a bit of your earlier program. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly debating what the aliens breathe. They breathe oxygen. They can walk down any street in America and survive as well as they survive.
Well, if that is the case, can you describe then the reason for the apparent seizure that alien was having, or the reason that they die?
I'm sorry.
In other words,
they just handed me another note, and would you repeat the question?
Okay, yes, sure. The question is, if oxygen is common, if they breathe as we do, then can you tell us?
That I didn't say. Again, this is one of the mysteries of the beings and their technology. Did we finish? Did I finish my comment earlier about Schreiber's comment about the telepathy? The issue, I'm sorry, about the microbes. To a certain extent, the beings appear to be only symbolically biological. Now, what I mean by that is when they're autopsied, they have the organs of a biological entity. They appear to function as a biological entity, but there is a lack of the chemical and physical functions one would expect in a biological entity, and this has led many individuals to consider them to be somehow not quite physical, that they are somehow hallucinatory, no matter how physical they may appear to be. But another way of looking at it, and this relates to their technology as well, is to just simply say that we are not capable of understanding how they have evolved or how they have changed themselves in their own environment. Because, I mean, think about it. If you took a simple teenager's CD of today, you know, some rock with the Pink Floyd or the Matching Pumpkins, and you took that CD and somehow transferred it back 100 years, there would be no science on the face of the earth that would be able to tell you what that CD was for or how it operated.
Yes, it would be as
no evidence.
It would be as magic. That's a good point. Now, Victor, this alien was in distress. Obviously, it was sick. Is there something on Earth that causes them to have a shortened lifespan that you're aware of?
This is the source of constant theories and no effective treatment. It is not. I do not believe that the aliens are dying because they cannot live in our environment. Frankly, I don't want to make too many religious allusions, but to a certain extent, for some reason, my mind keeps coming back to the story of Jesus, which before this occurred, I did not believe to be a historical fact. But at any rate, certainly symbolically, it's applicable that the Son of God would make himself vulnerable to human action when obviously the Son of God would not be in that position.
Victor, did you see any other
natural condition?
Sorry, did you see any other creatures being interviewed other than this one? I mean, on the video that you...
I did not personally see any other creatures, and I did not see any videotape of other species. I saw a videotape of a being of the same species, another being. As to the, frankly, well, again, I don't want to get into things that will tend to narrow down my participation and make it more clear where I fit into this. But I am not 100% a believer in the Pleiadian aliens and the various other the more humanoid species. I believe they're wish fulfillment.
Do we know where this particular alien is from?
I believe they are from not here. I do not believe that they are necessarily from the far reaches of space, from Zeta Reticuli, what have you. Various science fiction writers and scientists have postulated different forms of alternate universes, and I don't believe there's really any scientific understanding of this phenomenon. But if I were to choose an answer to that question, I would say they come from another dimension. They come from a contiguous place that is not available to us, whereas their place and ours are equally available to them.
Very informative. All right. What is the tone at Area 51? In other words, are they planning at some point, do you believe, to go public, release anything soon? Will there be a moment of revelation, or are they going to continue to keep this black?
I believe that the real, the very real radioactive contamination from fallout is developing into a cover story, which may or may not allow the government to begin allowing outsiders into Area 51 to show everyone that it was simply a base, an artifact of Cold War spy operations, where while all the functional operations are moved northeast into Utah.
Okay.
This is my belief.
Can you?
In other words, there is a very good chance that Sean Morton will very soon be able to get off his hill, go down into Area 51, and be told nothing ever happened here.
I'm sure he'll
believe
look forward to
that.
that.
But
You're already trying to say that, Victor.
Can you confirm the Bob Lazar story as basically accurate?
What is the Bob? I have heard a number of.
All right, Victor, I have interviewed Bob Lazar. He basically contends that over a period of time, he worked on several craft at Area S4.
Yes.
And would you confirm that much?
I will not confirm that Robert Lazar worked on these craft, but I believe that his information is largely correct. Again, possibly scuttling back behind my anonymity, I don't want to specify too much of my own contact with the hardware.
Can you confirm that those craft were at one time there?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. There is no. Yes, I can confirm that.
Could you tell us where they might have moved those craft? I mean, not the other stuff like the X-33 and all the stuff they're moving to Utah, but the actual flying saucers.
The saucers themselves, I don't believe have been moved at this time. I believe they will be moved, and I cannot tell you how they will be moved. I have not made a study of all of the UFO lore, but I believe I was told that John Lear made a claim that that various government bases are connected by a vast series of underground tunnels.
That's right.
Which would allow for these saucers to be moved underground. Now, I have no knowledge of that. I have never seen evidence of these tunnels. I find it not hard to believe because I have seen what the beings have allowed humans to do with their technology, and I suppose that if it were part of their plan, they might make this possible. But I believe it's beyond the scope of human engineering to, for instance, connect Edwards Air Force Base to Tonopah or to Area 51. But I certainly believe, even if this is true and I am not aware of it, that there are no tunnels between Area 51, between F4 and the Utah sites, which is where the cover program is moving. The Michael Air Force Base and the Utah White Sands.
So then, the Popular Mechanics story is disinformation.
Popular Mechanics.
Yeah, Popular Mechanics is running a story saying that Area 51 is moving, and what you just said seems to indicate that you believe that to simply be a cover.
I'm sorry, cover. Yes, the Groom Dry Lake operation is more or less what the government has. Well, for a long time they did not say it was anything, but what the government would like you to believe it is. It is a testing ground for super secret aircraft. The S4 site, Papoose Lake, is the site of the truly black program. Now, the Groom Dry Lake activities are unquestionably moving to Michael's Air Force base and White Sands. Now, the saucers, as I say, I don't believe they have moved yet. And if the situation at Area 51 is to be continued in its current form, then they will somehow be lifted or dug to these new locations.
All right. There are, Victor, a lot of people who have seen these craft flying in and around S4 and Groom Lake.
Yes.
And you think the craft are still below ground at S4?
I believe they are, but I don't believe that anyone has actually seen one since at the latest early 1992,
so in other words,
late 1991.
You believe they have stopped flying then?
I believe so. I believe any sighting, because this is the thing about the aerial sightings. Half of them, more than half of them, are wishful thinking, and I believe that the frenzy surrounding Area 51, causes people to see things that are not there.
As I told you earlier, Art, we didn't see anything out there from the summer of 1993 on.
I missed that.
All right. This may seem a silly question for you, Victor, but I want to ask it. For however long you were in these areas,
yes.
Were you fed? Did they give you meals?
Actually, I have an interesting story about meals, but as a matter of fact, I can't tell you. That would be another case of me identifying myself. All I will say about meals is that at S4 level 3 and 4 have no cafeteria facilities, and the personnel who work on those levels do not come up to feed. It sounds ridiculous, but there is a dumbwaiter system which has a somewhat amusing visual. Acts as a somewhat amusing visual metaphor for the transportation of the saucers to the surface, and the plates are coming down these dumbwaiters into the security office as these saucers are being elevated to the surface, and I've often found this to be obscurely amusing.
Would you describe this alien as a prisoner or a guest?
Well, I think you can derive my feeling about it from my earlier statements, but I'll say it again. I believe that the government, by turns, likes to pride itself on these creatures being their prisoners, or congratulate themselves on being these creatures' hosts. But in fact, I believe that the creatures are performing their own
function.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, Victor. We are at the bottom of the hour, and if you wish to stay, we'd love to have you.
Are we going away for several minutes?
Several minutes, yes.
Well, possibly I'll stay a little longer, but I must go.
Good. You're doing very well. I understand. We'll try and.
Well, my feeling is that this is perhaps my last public statement. So
I understand. So we should make it a good one. Stay right there. My guests, Victor and Sean David Morton. I'm Art Bell.
Call Art Bell toll-free, west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
My guests are Victor, who brought or caused to be brought a digital form of video, or video in a digital form, out of Area 51, later translated to analog and on VHS. That interrogation or interview of an alien. Sean David Morton is also here. Back to them both in a moment. You're listening to Victor make his last public statement. And so, Victor, I would like to ask another question.
Yeah.
Without telling me, because I realize it would compromise you, specifically how you got this information digitally out, can you describe in a generic way the security at Area 51 and S4?
In a generic way.
In a generic way. In other words, I don't want to know how you got this out, because I'm sure you won't tell me, but I would like to know what kind of security they have at these bases.
Do you mean personnel security?
Sure.
Yes, well, the Groom Dry Lake facility is actually relatively low tech. They have badges and they have fingerprint readers. S4 goes a step further with retinal scan. But as far as the transfer of materials out of either facility, this is strictly controlled. In fact, it's an interesting example of how the government fails in its efforts, even on this level, because the offices and the facilities at S4 have numerous personal mementos, which were not supposed to be brought in, and somehow were, which is a never-ending source of amazement to me.
Well, if somebody can get somebody in, something in, then one would presume you could get them out as well. Is a body search a normal course of events?
Yes, certainly at S4. I'm not going to make that statement, but certainly at S4, yes.
Sean, anything you want to chime in on here?
Yes. Can you describe anything about the hangars at S4? Anything unusual about the offices and how the hangars were actually connected?
In what sense?
As far as, were there offices at the far end of the actual hangars at S4?
You mean by the far end? You mean in relation to the personnel elevators, or?
The personnel elevators. Did you actually stay at S4? I mean, did they fly you up there?
No. At Groom Lake there are military personnel who sleep at the base, but at S4 the staff is bussed in and out on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm. And you were bussed in and out and then flown in and out?
Yes. Yes. Right. Yes.
Bob?
In a sense, let us say, metaphorically speaking, that covers it. I didn't want to make comments about.
All right. Bob Lazar was or claimed to be working in essence as a subcontractor, a civilian employed to back engineer these craft that you talked about at S4.
Right.
Can you tell us if you were in that category or
No. I at this point, I will understand that you ask these questions, but obviously that falls within the category of questions I won't answer.
All right. Can you tell us if your relationship with the people there is still in place?
No, I will not specify, and I will not specify whether or not I intend to be going on to Utah. My profile at Area 51, I think I have succeeded in keeping rather vague. My public profile in the statements I've made so far. I've reviewed the tape I made for Rocket several times, trying to imagine how someone might infer from my statements things that I meant to keep secret. And frankly, in that case, I forced them to pre-interview me, and then I nixed a number of questions. And they still asked them. It was a semi-fiasco from
I think we were just curious as to whether or not you might be able to get into the base again and maybe bring more video out or more information at any point in the future.
The moment when video could be brought out, I believe, has passed. That's not to say that another similar moment of confusion and indecision on the part of the authorities won't arise again. But this particular 2-minute 55-second clip was strictly a case of an opportunity presenting itself at a particular moment when the facility was in turmoil, when a number of forces came together. Number one, they've eliminated all of their video. Someone came up with the bright idea that all of this secret documentation would be more secret in a digital format, and of course anybody involved in the internet knows this is not the case, and a good chunk of their budget that they didn't expect to be spending is now spent trying to second guess the ways in which this information can be spread. But at the moment that this clip presented itself to be smuggled out, as we are saying, the confusion, the bureaucratic confusion, and the actual physical confusion at S4 made it possible, and that's no longer the case.
An opportunity. All right, Victor, is there any more video that you have other than that?
No, there is none.
That is a totality.
I've seen other video, but this was the piece that I could take in a metaphorical sense. Again, the Morton's misstatement in his newsletter is correct. Metaphorically, I did see the opportunity and I did take it, and this was the extent, this was the size of the bundle that I could metaphorically again smuggle out. There were the riches that were that are available are truly mind-boggling. And by the way, I was speaking to Morton during the commercial for a moment, and he brought up the alien autopsy, which I believe, in fact, I would say that I know has to be a hoax, because if only because the beings in that video do not resemble any of the beings in any of the other documentation, and I have not seen the actual autopsies from Roswell. So,
all right,
in some sort of strange way, it could be true, but I do not believe it.
Victor,
certainly the style does not resemble any of the material from the 40s.
All right, Victor, then what do you say to the people who say this is a hoax?
I say that's your right to believe that, and I only hope that you study the video before you jump to that conclusion. Also, I hope that this is the beginning of a trend. I believe that I don't believe that the government can stand down at Area 51 and not have the kind of leak that it cannot spin to its advantage in the way that so many previous leaks have been spun.
Victor, if they were to identify you now, knowing that you have smuggled this video out,
yes.
If they found you and identified you, what do you believe would happen to you?
I am uncertain. Clearly, Robert Lazar is still alive, but I believe that he has suffered more than even he really understands for what he did. And there have been others who still remain nameless. I suppose at best I would be another doubtful character with a face instead of an anonymous question mark. At worst, I would be dead.
Will there be a day in your life, Victor, when you will say, all right, that's it, I will come forward, I want to tell this story, my real name is, and here's what really happened?
I can't say whether that day will come. I've changed in ways I didn't expect since this entire process began. When I brought this tape to Rocket, I had an idea about myself and about what I was planning to do after revealing this tape that has not come to pass. I'm dealing with the endless confusion that seems to this Coleman character who runs Rocket Pictures, led me to believe this would be quick and clean, and instead here we are,
sure,
almost a year later. But at the same time, my desires for my own life have changed in ways I didn't expect. We spoke of that, the effect of
sure.
these beings, and my feeling is that I may simply fade out, not only from this unwanted public persona, but also from my life as I knew it. I believe to a certain extent these beings are asking us to step away from the life we know, and for human civilization to step away from its path and step out into unknown areas, truly unknown. They don't present us with maps.
All right, Victor. Sean, anything else you can think of?
I just wanted to compliment Victor on just being very eloquent and doing this very, very well. I mean, I had some, gosh, after that, I had mundane questions like, whether or not the we didn't see the creature's, the being's hands in the video, and whether or not it was either it was tied down or it couldn't.
No, it was not tied down.
Okay.
No. The being was weak. The being was seated and was weak, but it was not tied down.
Did it have 2 fingers, 3 fingers? Can you describe the digits on the hands?
It has 4 fingers, one of which resembles a thumb, but has a pivot point that human thumb doesn't have. It can function almost as a finger or as a thumb. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. I guess the ultimate question I have is, gosh, Victor, where are we going with all this? I mean, we've got the whole reason I got involved in Area 51 in the first place was because not only because they were flying saucers up and down the valley that I was watching and bringing people out to see, but that this technology was so amazing that I felt.
Have you seen any evidence of it in the culture at large?
Of the technology?
Obviously not. And I think you should ask yourself why the government, if it had mastered this alien technology, if it had traded for it or wrested it by violence from these beings, why this technology has not been presented before the world as an example of unimaginable force.
Well, we were discussing that to some degree, and the STS-48 tape and now the STS-80 tape show things that would indicate that we do indeed have this technology, and we are indeed using it. Not publicly, but we are using it. Victor, when you gave this tape,
I believe that that's a false dawn. I don't believe it will be it will be followed up. And the reason I don't believe this is that I believe I mentioned earlier the constant contacts these aliens make with private individuals, but the comment I didn't get to was that this constant contact with the government resembles a test. It resembles a test that the government is failing, a test of its purpose and of its spiritual worth, if you will.
All right. When you gave the tape, Victor, to Rocket Video,
yes.
What was your motivation? Why did you take this tape to him? Did you want?
I took it to Rocket Video because I had decided that I wanted money, and at the time I had more rationalizations than I have today. But I felt that I was putting myself in danger, putting my career in danger, and that I needed to give myself as much latitude for essentially fleeing as I could, and that I needed money. And when I went to Hollywood hat in hand, rather foolishly, it quickly became apparent to me that almost everyone, that almost no one could be trusted to maintain my privacy, not because they particularly, cared about upending my plans, but simply because they felt that the publicity would be to their benefit, or in some cases, in some of the larger organizations, I didn't get to the point of actually discussing this, but I intuited that they were worried about their reputations. This business with the alien autopsy, I guess, I assume this from things that have been said, that to a certain extent Fox Television has suffered some ridicule that they don't seem to be able to.
But you're honest.
To shake off. But at any rate, Rocket Pictures offered me
money,
a deal that I felt I could take, that still has maintained my anonymity, although they do keep pushing me to make more and more of these statements. This call is the end of it. Is the end of the contractual happened before the end of last year. Not with you, but with whoever they chose as the outside interview, and here we are now. And now they have Germans, they have I don't know who, the British, they have innumerable people that they want me to talk to, and even for money at this point I think it's more dangerous than it's worth.
So you are going to take what money you have been given?
It's gone. I mean, it's not gone, but I have removed myself financially from a need of them. What I need from Rocket now is simply that that I fulfill my agreement with them, so that they will fulfill their agreement with me.
And you now wish to fade into obscurity.
Absolutely.
And we will never hear from you again.
Well, I can't. As I say, this entire experience has been not what I expected, and initially I had a certain kind of contempt for Robert Lazar. I thought he was a grandstander. I thought he enjoyed the spotlight, and perhaps I can't really say now. I understand the forces that begin to work on you when you do something like this. Not that no matter how much you try to keep yourself sealed off, when you speak, the response that comes back to you has a pull that is terrible.
Well, there is one big difference, Victor. They know where to find Bob. They don't know where to find you.
Yes, well, I am hoping to keep it that way.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for joining us.
Oh, I see that it's almost 2. Yes, actually, we do need to wrap this up.
I think the appropriate term is terminate the interview.
Yes. Well, I gather that was a joke.
That was a joke. Victor, I wish you a safe, healthy life. You've answered everything to the best of your ability, and we've asked just about everything we can, so be safe, my friend. Be safe. When we come back, Sean David Morton. And we got, oh boy, did we get a lot more from that than I thought we were going to. You have good days and you have bad days, and this is a good day. We will continue in a moment.
To that portion of the show promised. He does not do frequent interviews, barely ever does them. As a matter of fact, that really goes for both of these gentlemen. I now would like to bring on Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. So let's do it one at a time and be sure we can get them planted properly. First, let's go to Mike Rogers. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, good. Let's see if we can bring Travis on. Travis Walton, good evening. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, excellent. We've got you both just fine. All right. I don't know where to start. I sat down and watched Fire in the Sky again and took notes this time. And so I guess I'll kind of move through it the way they did, except I would like to not do it the way they did, with the flashback in the beginning and then the story taking up. Mike, you had a government contract of some kind with the Forest Service?
Right.
What was that to do?
Well, we had to thin out the trees that were damaged and diseased and whatnot after a logging operation and pile the debris. Basically, it's just kind of an ecological program that cleans up the forest after logging and makes the trees grow better.
All right, and you were the crew chief for that?
Right.
How big a project was it? How long were you going to be up there?
We'd been on it about 1.5 years at that time.
Oh, I see. All right. So
it was pretty good sized contract.
Exactly. You were married at the time, Mike. Are you still in a divorce status?
Right. I haven't been married now for many years.
Okay. I guess at the time also the movie went into the thing that you had some financial troubles.
The movie took a few liberties. I wasn't really having financial troubles. I was having troubles trying to live the American dream and have quite as much as I wanted, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And then it covered a little piece where Travis drove up on a motorcycle and wanted to start a motorcycle shop there. Is that right, Travis?
Yeah.
So you did do that?
Well, we had, various businesses we thought we might get in together, but, the motorcycle thing was more kind of my idea. I don't know that Mike and I had plans together.
So the movie at least was pretty true in that area?
Yeah, I was kind of into motorcycles at the time.
All right.
Still am, I guess.
Yeah. Scene shifts, and you guys are on the way up to the mountains to do the contract. And on the way up, Travis, you got into kind of a bit of a friction with Alan Dallas. Yeah,
well, he was kind of a wild guy, and he'd had a little friction with probably several of the guys on the crew at various times.
You guys arrived okay at the work site then, worked all day, left the work site around dark. Was it already dark when you left?
Well, not quite dark. It was getting dark. The sun had gone down and it was darkening.
Okay. Then you, on the way down, I guess, you both saw something, some sort of glow or fire in the sky. The way the movie made it look, I've seen fires at night, and it looked just like a fire in the distance, kind of lighting the horizon. Is that about right?
Well, we could see it through the trees, and, first we didn't know really what it was. We thought it might be a forest fire, but it was more of a golden color rather than a red color.
And then it apparently moved?
Well,
did it look like a fire was spreading, or did it look like just the whole thing was moving?
We were just puzzling over a lot of different things. Nobody really talked about it while we were looking at it because, there wasn't that much time. We saw it, and, I heard the guys kind of one by one fall silent from, the various conversations that were going on. So I assumed that they were all looking at what I was looking at, but nobody said, starting analyzing out loud what it was. There was more, what was going on inside of our heads.
If you'd have had to guess then, would you have said fire or plane crash?
It was puzzling, because at first I was thinking fire, but then the light seemed to be coming from higher above. I knew the ridge top was just a little bit above us, but this was from higher above that. So that's the reason the plane crashed. Maybe it was like hanging up in a tree or something.
And I guess we ought to identify exactly where this was. Where was your work site?
It was the highest area up on the Mogollon Rim, forested region up in the mountains of Arizona.
And so you were at about what altitude, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Mike? 7,500 feet.
7,500. Oh, you were way up there then. All right. Then in the movie, as they always do in movies of this kind, the radio started to go crazy. Is that also accurate?
Well, we didn't have a radio on at the time.
So that's a little dramatic license they took then?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. At any rate, did you guys head toward this, or did you just keep going down the road and that took you closer to the light?
Yeah, that's the way it was. See, there was just no other way out of there, and we had no choice but to keep going the direction we were going.
All right, and somebody yelled to stop the car. Was that you, Travis?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was me. As soon as we got around this group of trees, this thicket, to where we could see the source of this, somebody in the back yelled out, "It's a spaceship," or something like that. And, it was unmistakable. It was so close that, everybody knew what it was right off the bat. Nobody needed to say what it was.
Okay, in the movie, and again, it's, I'll tell you what the movie did, or I'm sure you know what the movie did. They showed it to be a craft, but then at other times they showed it to be sort of a living light almost. Did they get that right, or how would you describe what you saw?
What we saw was very distinct as a mechanical object with, hard, angular edges. It didn't have the shape that they gave it in the movie. Now, the guys described it as looking to be the color of molten metal coming out of a blast furnace. But, you know, they're talking about white hot, golden hot, you know?
Sure.
So, you know, they gave the craft in the movie a kind of a molten red, flowing sort of look that wasn't really the way it was.
How, if you had to judge, either one of you who saw it, how far above ground was it? If you were going to guess.
Oh, I don't know, 20 feet.
20 feet? Oh, that's not far. In other words, it was way down below the tree line.
Yeah.
Oof. So that's close. That's a close encounter, all right. Then the movie, Travis, shows you getting out of the truck. Is that right?
Yeah. I was thinking that this thing was just going to zip off and be gone. You know, the way it is when you catch sight of a wild animal in the woods, you know, you're just going to glimpse it and it's going to be gone. And so I was in a hurry to get up to it before it left.
Here's where I got to stop you for a second, Travis. You know, in the horror movies, when inevitably the lady, you hear this noise, this horrible noise, and inevitably she goes to one place she shouldn't go, down to the basement, where something eats her. So, in other words, here you are with a pretty frightening thing going on, a ship hovering, 20 feet above the ground or something, and you get out of the truck and go under it?
It's kind of a crazy impulse.
When you think back on it now, can you remember what you were thinking when you did that?
Well, I was kind of given to impulsive behavior back in those days. It certainly, you know, changed me, and I'm not that way anymore, but, you know, at the time I was just thinking that, you know, it'd be gone and I'd miss a chance to see it up close. Plus, you know, the guys were really alarmed by what I was doing, and
they were yelling at you to come back to the truck.
Yeah, they were, you know, and getting pretty excited about that. So, you know, that kind of egged me on. So,
okay.
But I was having serious misgivings because as I got closer to it, it didn't take off.
I understand. Was there any noise?
Yeah, it was a very strange sort of a sound, kind of a high-pitched, cyclic sound with some real deep tones that just, you know, seemed to be so deep you almost couldn't hear it.
Would you describe it as real loud or just there?
Well, it was just there. It wasn't tremendously loud at first, but then when I got closer, and it suddenly got louder and it started to move, and it rose up a little bit, and that really scared me. And
they're still yelling at you, Mike. I'm sure you're still yelling at them from the truck, right?
Oh yeah.
Is your recollection of it, Mike, like his regarding the craft itself and the noise?
Oh yes, yeah. In fact, there's little difference, if any, between all the guys that were there in the descriptions of everything concerning it, from its distance to its size to its look and the sound that it was giving off.
Okay, at this point, there's what, 6 of you in the truck?
There's that? Well, 6 in the truck, yeah.
6 in the truck and Travis
7
out there under the craft. So there's Travis under the craft. How much time went by, Travis, before your memory either ends or that bolt of light hit you?
It was just seconds, because as soon as it started to move, you know, I jumped for cover and I made up my mind to get out of there and get back to the truck like they were saying.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I raised up to go, wham, that's when I went out.
Just at the very moment common sense overtook you. Now, in the movie, it showed this bolt of light that came down and literally threw you up in the air. Is that accurate, or is that dramatic license?
So what they did there in the movie didn't quite look the way it actually happened. In fact, the movie didn't make it quite dramatic enough. The movie did some things that were a little exaggerated. In other places, they under-exaggerated, and that's one of the places where the movie didn't make it as dramatic as it was in real life. The thing that hit Travis, whatever it was so powerful that it blew him back like an explosion. It didn't gently lift him up and throw him back like that. It was his going backwards was the result of a very hard blast of some kind. Like I've described it many times as like a hand grenade going off in front of him. And he was blown backwards, literally.
Wow. And, Travis, is that where your immediate memory ends? In other words, were you out cold?
Yeah, I just kind of felt a numbing sort of a shock, but it was just, I was out instantly.
Out instantly. All right, then at this point, we shift back to you, Mike. There he is, laying on the ground. Looks like he's been blown up by something. And that's when the panic hit the fan, I guess, with you guys. At least that's what the way they showed it in the movie, and I can imagine that's the way it was. What did you guys think?
The movie depicted that real well right there. It was almost identical to what happened afterwards. I mean,
total panic.
It wasn't, I don't even know if it showed in the movie 2 or 3 seconds before I hit the gas. I think I hit the gas more
or less,
immediately seeing him hit the ground.
You thought he was dead?
Well, he looked dead flying through the air, and he sure looked dead when he hit the ground on his back. He didn't even flinch, didn't make a motion when he hit the ground.
Okay,
Stuff rolled up around him, and we were headed down the road.
I can imagine you were, and you say it was almost immediate. You didn't want to end up like you thought he was.
Right, it was a panic situation.
All right, so then they showed the truck just careening down this road. I don't. How fast were you guys going? Do you remember?
If they could have actually taken footage of that truck going down the road, it would have looked almost exactly like it did on the movie.
Wow. And then careening is the right word. Hitting things.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Smacked the mirror, busted the mirror off, you know. There were actually humps in the road, which they didn't show there. Humps that were bulldozed up mounds of dirt to prevent erosion. And every time I'd hit one of those things, the truck would go flying. And, you know, crash down on its shocks real hard. And
all right,
yeah, it was a real crazy panicked flight.
How far down the road, I guess still going down the mountain, right? How far down the mountain did you get? How much further away from the scene did you get before you started talking about stopping and going back?
Probably not even a quarter of a mile. You know, me and Ken Peterson, who was sitting right next to me, the one sitting between Travis and I on the front seat of the truck, he was the next oldest to myself. He was only 2 years younger than me. He was 26, I was 28.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like the next oldest. Travis was actually 4 years younger than that. But Ken and I both seemed to realize about the same time that, you know, here we are flying down the road like this. But it was like, as soon as I could see that it wasn't following us, as soon as you could tell from looking in the rearview mirror and the other guys looking back, and it's not following us, whatever it is, it's still way back there. We've got a quarter-mile distance between us. In fact, in the trees, we've lost sight of it. And then it's not quite so panicky. It's like, you know, what did we do? We left Travis back there.
Yeah, in a way, you're like Travis. Common sense returned about a quarter mile down the road.
Right.
So it hit both of you really the same way, utter absolute panic. I do understand. And so then you finally stopped the truck, is that right?
Yeah, did stop the truck a quarter mile down the road, just hit the brakes and stopped.
All right, both of you, hold on 1 second. We'll be right back to you. My guests are Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. Back now to Travis Walton and Mike Rogers. I'll try to give them equal top billing here as we go along. Back with you again. So, Mike, the truck stops, and you say what?
Well, Ken and I looked at each other, and nobody said anything for a moment.
No.
And I said, you know, finally, we're going to have to go back, you know. And somebody in the back, Alan, I think, yells out, "What?" You know, we left Travis back there, and you know, he certainly looked hurt. We need to go back. And of course, you know, a quarter of a mile down the road, it didn't take very long to get there, the speed I was traveling, and this is not something that took well. We started arguing about this, and after a couple of minutes, we got out of the truck, all of us but one, I think, and we stood out there on the other side of the truck, side of the truck away from this thing because I'd made a left-hand turn, and now this thing was looking back to the north and across through the forest there, and I really couldn't see any light or anything at all. We put enough distance between us, and the forest was thick enough through the quarter mile of foliage there that we couldn't see a thing.
Yeah, dark again.
Right. And we're standing there in the dark. It was even a moonless light. There was a sliver of a moon just about to go down on the horizon, just a sliver. And it was really getting quite dark there. And so after a little bit of a hectic discussion, a wild and crazy attempt to explain what had happened to each other, there was no sense going on there at all, really. The only sensical thing was that Travis is still back there, and we don't know what happened to him. We don't know what's happening to him. We need to go back. It wasn't very brave of us to leave, and we need to go back. And finally, we just made the decision, at least Ken Peters and I made the decision, that we had to go back. Unlike the movie, where in the movie they had the guys stand there by the road, that's one difference there. In reality, everybody elected to get back in the truck and go back rather than stand there in the dark.
Oh, that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, I would think the other guys would resent the way the movie portrayed them.
Well, yeah, there has been a little of that. Well, for all of us, I guess. There's been the good and the bad as far as the way we looked at the movie, but this was one particular difference that made a lot of difference to me because it made it look like I was the only one that went back at all and had any, look-see, when in reality everybody went back. And one thing that made it easier for us, I think was kind of the reason why we just went ahead and went back, is because as I was rounding the truck to get back in my door on the other side of the truck, and the other guys were getting in, we looked back over in the direction that this thing had been, and a light. This thing never really got above the treetops. You could see the light finally, and it lifted up and streaked away to the northeast.
Oh, my God. Well, now, see, they missed that one in the movie, too, really.
Uh-huh.
So you're saying the craft, and you were how far from it? Still a quarter
of a mile away.
Quarter of a mile away, and you saw it lift up and streak away at this point.
Right. It was so fast, and, you couldn't see it clearly because you're looking through the trees. Remember, these trees right next to us are reaching to the sky, and there wasn't any way that you can see anything clearly, but you can see through the foliage. You can see this light a quarter of a mile away raise up and streak away.
Wow.
And
all right, so at this point then, everybody piles back into the truck, and you go back up the quarter mile to the site where you last saw Travis.
Well, there was a little more discussion that went on there, but it takes a long time to explain these sort of things. But yes, we did go back, and it'd been maybe 15 minutes at the most before we actually went back to the site.
All right, gentlemen, here's where you get to take a rest. We'll be right back with you, all right?
You bet.
All right, both of you stay right there. Stay planted, everybody. I've got guests. Mike Rogers, who was the crew chief, along with Travis Walton. Travis is also here. And we're talking about an incident that occurred, the abduction of Travis Walton, as depicted in Fire in the Sky, and sometimes not as depicted in Fire in the Sky. In other words, we're getting the real story. Travis had already encountered the vehicle, the craft, whatever it is you want to call it, and it had thrown a light on him, zapped him backwards, literally almost blowing him up. Mike and the rest of the guys had taken off down the hill. They were down the hill, as a matter of fact, about a quarter of a mile away, finally decided to turn around and go back and get Travis as soon as they calmed down after that truck careened down the hill. And they're just about to start back up, and we'll get to them in just a moment. Let me take care of the commercial continuity right now. Back now with Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. Welcome back, both of you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, so here you are, I guess, headed back up the hill with everybody in the truck. You're going to find Travis. And I take it you go up a little slower than you came down.
A lot slower. Yeah, we headed back up there and very, very slowly, very cautiously. We were still in a mild state of panic. I mean, it wouldn't have taken much to cause us to turn around and run, but we were headed that way, and we did get back to the site where this had happened. Upon doing so, since the thing was gone and there was no trace of it, it took a little bit of time to actually make certain that we had the right clearing. But once we had done that, and we're certain we had the right place, and we're sure that we were in the right spot, we took a flashlight out of the glove box and shone it around there while we were still in the truck. Not seeing anything, shone the flashlight into the clearing where Travis had fallen, and he wasn't there either.
No depression in the ground like in the cartoons, you know, a Travis Walton depression in the ground?
Well,
nothing like that.
This was 90 to 100 feet away where he fell, 90 to 100 feet from the road.
Right.
And so, you know, you couldn't have seen a depression from that distance. But there was a slash pile, a pile of logging debris there in the middle of this clearing, which Travis had been standing next to when he had gotten hit. And so we used that as kind of a locating device, and he wasn't anywhere in that clearing that we could see.
Brother.
So we just shone the light around for a while, still being very cautious, very timid, frightened, completely mentally overwrought. Just, you know, emotions were at a high point.
You were probably in a state of shock.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that we were. I mean, I know what shock has been explained to me like, and I was definitely in a state of shock, and the other guys later on explained their feelings of it similarly. But we eventually pulled the truck up into the clearing where the headlights of the truck shone right into the clearing and right where Travis had fallen. And then there was another discussion that had to take place about getting out of the truck and looking around. And again, it was a unanimous decision that everybody do it together rather than me or Ken getting out. Everybody decided to go with us rather than stay in the truck alone.
Mm-hmm.
So we were all walking around out there, but we were all very close to each other, you know, shoulder to shoulder.
Sure.
6 men, you know, just as close together as they could get.
I understand.
And we had the one flashlight, but we walked up and down the ridge. We looked for everything. The only tracks we could find, which were barely visible in the pine needles intermittently, is a heel mark in the edge of the road that I saw before we got out of the truck. And then, you could see the pine needles were disturbed there where Travis had fallen, where he had stood. But that was the only sign of him. There was nothing else there. And there were no footprints in the road leading out. But, you know, from what we saw of the way that this thing hit him and how he flew backwards and how he hit the ground, it was pretty unanimous feeling among us that he wouldn't have gotten up from where he lay, you know.
So he had to be taken.
Yeah. Well, everything put together. All this put together, it made that very strong. And by the time we left there to head back down the hill to notify the authorities, we felt that he was taken. I mean, it was a real strong feeling. We had no other explanation, and we know that he didn't walk out of there. We know that we didn't feel he was hurt in the first place. He looked dead when he hit the ground, and we were certain that he had been abducted.
All right, so you guys drove back to town, probably half in a state of shock the whole way, and reached this cafe gas station that they showed in the movie. Is that accurate?
Fairly. There wasn't a lot of people around, like in the movie. They added more people and whatnot into that. But what actually happened is that we stopped there. In fact, on the way into town, I wasn't the one that actually made the call. I guess they just chose to use my character throughout the movie there in certain places. They do things like that to simplify movies. I understand that. So.
And because you had been the crew chief, so
right.
in certain they would imagine that you would act in. Who did call?
Well, a guy who they even changed his name in the movie. His real name is Ken Peterson. In the movie, they called him something else. I don't remember right now what it was.
Had you guys made a decision, all of you, that you would call? I mean, you knew.
No, that was the problem. I would have called normally, but I was against it. I didn't believe that we would be believed. I thought that we should report it as a person in our crew missing. Somebody got lost, and try to get somebody to help us search for him. In fact, I didn't even want to notify the authorities. I thought we ought to just get some people. I didn't have a deliberate plan in mind, or just
go up and find Travis.
Yeah, I just knew that we needed to look for him before the authorities were notified, because I just knew that they would not believe this, you know.
Yeah.
And that was my feeling. So this was a discussion on the way back into town, and so by the time we got there, it was Ken Peterson that called, and the reason he called was because he was very firm. He was the guy in the movie that was, even though they changed his name, he was depicted as the choir boy, the steadfast...
the church-going fellow.
The church-going choir boy, right.
Yeah.
Never told a lie in his life, and that's a very accurate description of Ken Peterson. And he was very adamant about reporting this to the authorities. He wouldn't take any other thing for a way of doing it. I mean, he was firm on that entirely, and so he's the one that called. And he called... He didn't know who the authorities were, but the call that he made there in Heber connected him with the Chuck Ellison, who was a local deputy there, Navajo County deputy.
Right.
And he's the first one we talked to, and then after talking to him for a while, and I don't think that Chuck Ellison believed it at all, just like I suspected. But after a while, an hour later, after Chuck Ellison had notified the county seat, the actual sheriff, who was Sheriff Marlon Gillespie, came down with another man, an undersheriff, Ken Copeland, with him.
So there was nobody named Blake Davis?
No, that was a composite character.
Yeah, okay.
And
Lieutenant Frank Waters, also composite?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. All right.
See, there were a lot more law authorities altogether involved, and to get all those people and their real names and their, there was composite characters.
I've got you.
That was done several times in the movie, because the movie involved a lot more characters everywhere along, and they had to simplify that, I guess, is the only explanation I know of, but it makes sense that they would do that.
Well, there was one point there where, I guess just before the law arrived, you said, look, we're going to stick with our story, or somebody said we're going to stick with our story. Was there a general agreement to do that?
Well, it's funny. I think the movie was trying to play kind of a murder mystery type of thing to the audience.
Oh.
In reality, this stick to it is, let's not have contention among us here, even though we have differences of opinion of what we should do and what we should say to the authorities. It was like, Ken says, I'm gonna call them, and I'm gonna tell them the whole truth here, and I hope you guys don't try to act differently, because this is what we need to do. We need to tell the complete whole truth about this thing, and just let the chips fall where they may.
Well, you had to know one of the places those chips were going to fall was in the murder column. In other words, they were going to suspect this because of the nature of the story. There was no way not to.
At the time, I really didn't have that in mind. Because we did not know what happened to Travis exactly. We had our own feelings about it, but we certainly didn't know that he was going to be gone, or especially for as long as he was. There was no way I could foresee the future at that point, and I wasn't concerned at that point with the way it eventually turned out, of the accusations of murder and everything. To me, it was just, we shouldn't tell them the whole thing right now, because they're not going to believe it. I thought that they wouldn't even come and search for him if we told them about the UFO.
I know. I'm curious, Travis. I don't mean to leave you out, but this is the part where you're left out. Travis, when you hear all this now, about all that went on and what they thought and what they did, I know that after the whole thing, you felt, according to the movie, some resentment that Mike and company didn't stay there and try to get you, that they took off. When you hear all of this now from Mike and others, what goes through your mind? I mean, do you suddenly understand, or do you still feel any resentment?
Well, I felt less resentment than Mike might have believed for a while. I mean, back when this happened, Mike every time he was interviewed, you know, somebody would ask him, how could you go off and leave your friend like this, you know? So they were really dumping this load of guilt on him, which really added to the sort of feelings that he was getting from my family, you know, during the search and things.
Sure.
So it was kind of a blame situation that came about, and he kind of misread me as feeling that way. I don't really, you know, I've always said, excuse me, that they, you know, they did what they had to do.
Yeah.
That, you know, in a similar situation, I can't see that it would have made any sense for anyone to have done any different than they did.
Jumping out to the end of the movie for a second, or the story, was it a year and a half that you guys really didn't see or talk to each other? Was that accurate?
Yeah, but, you know, there were some other things involved there, too, but, you know, that was a part of it.
Did you really get together, the two of you, at the end, as they showed, go back out to the area?
We've been out there a few times.
Few times.
It's something I try to avoid.
All right, back now, Mike, to you. So this went on. There was 5 days of pure hell. I mean, Travis was gone for 5 days. What happened? You talked to the police the first time, I guess. They arrived, and you started telling them this story.
Yeah, it was a very harrowing 5 days. Believe me, it was the worst 5 days of my life, and it didn't get much better the next several days after that. But yeah, the sheriff, although he's always held a line publicly that he's skeptical, I think he was the only one of the 3 police officers that we met with that night that gave us a glimmer of hope. He partly believed, at least his mind was open to the possibility that what we were saying altogether was true.
Well, here's a guy who probably knew you. It's a pretty small town there, and he knew your characters, so...
Well, in reality, he had actually had a sighting himself not too long before that, a few months or years before that. And I guess from what I've heard, this was what made him at least open-minded to the possibility. He never just totally believed it, but it left him open enough to where he could take what we were saying serious to an extent.
Sure.
And it made it possible for them to go out and conduct a real search.
Which they did. I guess the movie showed helicopters out.
Oh, yeah. It was...
dog teams, the whole thing.
4 days worth of searching altogether.
How many men were involved in that?
Oh, gosh, 50 to 100. I don't know how many. I'd just be taking guesses. I don't think anybody knows that actual figure, but it eventually involved aircraft and helicopters and dogs and... you know, what's funny about the search, the one thing that I always bring up about it that the movie that never showed, is that this search was so thorough that these guys would come back from a jog out and around with their hands full of debris that they had found in the woods. Everything from pop tops to beer cans to old oil bottles, you name it. Old pieces of logging equipment, you know, pieces of cable and whatnot. They literally slicked those woods up, and they'd come back and throw them in the back of the pickups, and they had piles of debris there that was gathered up. This is how thorough the search was. They were looking for every little speck or clue that they could find and managed to clean up the forest in the process. And I thought that was kind of funny. I always have since then thought that was kind of an interesting little part of the whole thing.
Well, it's interesting because they didn't find even a trace, did they?
Right. Not so much as a footprint.
Wow. So Travis was gone. In other words, he wasn't... there's no way we could imagine he was conked out, unconscious somewhere in the area. They'd have found him.
That's right. He would have been found. That's really the truth of it.
Well, all right. So they didn't find him. Were you up there during the entire time of the search?
Not every single hour of it, but almost.
All right. Meanwhile, back in town, at this point, how many people started thinking that you had... the wild one, they called him, I think Alan Dallas, had dispatched Travis?
Well, there were people who thought that almost immediately. In fact, you know, in the movie they have Travis's brother called Dan.
Right.
This is another composite character. In reality, there were two brothers. One's name is Dwayne, and the other's name is Don. And Dan was a name in between, combined the two brothers together. In reality, one brother was very supportive because he believed this, because he had an experience himself a few years before that where he had seen something fairly close range in the woods while he was hunting. The other brother was totally the opposite. He was hot mad. He was certain that foul play was involved, that his brother had been murdered, and there were some confrontations between him and us, the crew.
Well, I'm sorry to say it, but I have sympathy with that. I mean, if somebody, by the way, you two, I've seen a craft myself, so I have a lot of sympathy with the story you're telling, but if you came back with a story that, sorry, your brother's gone, may be dead, we saw him hit, he looked like he was dead, and it was aliens, you know, that story's not going to go down real easily.
Well, that's what I say. It's funny. The one brother took it that way. He believed that the foul play was involved, while the other one, the one that knew me best, was completely supportive and believed everything that we said about it. So two brothers, full brothers, took it exactly opposite from each other.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that was kind of the whole mode of the town there. That summed up the entire reaction of the town. You had those that were almost completely supportive, and those that were just those who believed that we had murdered him, or the whole thing was a hoax or something. But it was very divided that way, almost down the middle. And that's what made for a real wild situation in the town there for several days. In fact, ever since, really.
Well, the fellow they called Alan Dallas, the bad apple or the bad seed or the drifter, was he as hot-headed as they depicted him to be in the movie?
Yeah.
He was?
Yeah.
So then there was some reason that, you know, particularly since, Travis, did you really have that altercation with him?
Well, we nearly come to blows.
Yeah.
You know, it'd been kind of a situation that cropped up with not just me, but some other guys on the crew. Mike actually got in a fist fight with him, and you know.
So then, if you're a cop, if you're a lieutenant or the sheriff or whoever, and you're getting told this story, you're going to figure this Alan Dallas character might have done in Travis.
Right. You know, of course, he had an attitude about police too, of course.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. Well, then that's exactly the way they showed it. All right. There was a town meeting, Mike, wasn't there?
I imagine there were several.
But so you didn't really walk in on a town meeting the way they
No,
did.
that was again, that's the condensation of a much bigger story. But I had confrontations with a number of groups of individuals in the town there during that time, and they just chose to do it that way in the movie, which summed it all up, really.
I'm sure you were thinking, Travis is never going to be found. I'm either going to be suspected of being or put on trial for murder or something like that.
Yeah, by the fourth day of the search, by the second day of the search, those accusations were beginning to arise, and by the end of the fourth day of the search,
they were hot and heavy.
It was full-blown, yeah.
All right, you two, hold on just a moment. We'll be right back. Back now to Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. Hi there, you two. We're back on. All right. Now, here we are in town. They're beginning to suspect you strongly and the other guys of murder. Maybe Dallas, maybe all of you. They don't know, and they keep asking questions. At some point, according to the movie, they wanted you to take a lie detector test. Is that right?
That's right.
I imagine you thought pretty hard before you decided you'd take it.
Well, not really. We all knew that we were telling the truth. There was no doubt of that. And we certainly knew we didn't murder anybody. And they wanted us to go down to the county seat, which we did the following day. And they had it all set up for us. They had a lie detector man up from Phoenix, DPS, State Police Polygraph Operator. His name was Cy Gilson. And he looked like a mean guy. Yeah,
and you know, in the movie they made him look like Mr. Friendly, and everybody said he's the best. You'll be happy with this, and all the rest of it.
Today he sort of looks like Mr. Friendly, 20 years later. But back at the time, he looked pretty stern, and he acted real stern, and he was very intimidating. And there was a little conference that went on before these started early in the morning. It was a Monday morning, and he really had us intimidated pretty bad there, to the point to where after he went to set up the machines for the lie detector test, some of the guys, including myself, were feeling just a little bit uncertain. We were a little bit afraid that just by the way this guy acted and the intimidating manner in which he talked to us there, we were afraid maybe there was some government involvement. But it turned out that just wasn't true. It was just simply a feeling that we had that maybe this guy had been bought off, and we were all going to fail these tests, even though we were telling the truth.
Well, that's what I would have been worried about. That I would feel intimidated, probably like Kato Kalin in front of Marcia Clark or something, and my pulse would start racing, and the machine would say I'm lying.
Yeah.
that about right?
Well, no, we weren't worried. We knew we were telling the truth. I had no idea how polygraph machines work. We just were basing our feelings entirely on his attitude. He was a very stern guy and very experienced, obviously, and it was just the way we felt because of the way he was acting. It made us feel very intimidated, and we felt like he was being too skeptical. He was acting extremely skeptical, and he'd pop me on the back of the arm with the back of his fingers, on my arm with the back of his fingers. And he'd say, "You're not lying, are you?" And pop me on the shoulder,
Boy. I'd be thinking he's trying to get the graft to spike.
Well, he had us intimidated. He definitely did. And
all right, well, so you all took it, and, the impression I got from the movie was that one of them was inconclusive, but that the others had all passed.
Yeah, and the inconclusive one, of course, was Alan Dallas. But not because he wasn't telling the truth. Him being the person he was at the time and involved in a few more things than anybody actually knew at the time,
He might have been afraid they were going to ask him something he didn't want to answer.
Right. He was really on the spot, and he was concerned about being in that position, and I guess that something happened. Never have heard the complete explanation. But, these lie detector tests, it's not just like they ask you a series of questions once. They actually go through it at least 3 and maybe 4 and even 5 times. Each test actually involves several series of questioning. Each series of questioning is pretty much identical, but the whole thing altogether per person took 2 hours or more.
Oh boy!
So you really get grilled, and so you don't just go through the thing one time. What happened is Alan had gone through like 2 run-throughs of this thing. And somewhere along the line, and more or less in the middle of the testing series, something happened between him and the examiner where Alan got mad, thought that indeed this guy was bought off by the government for some reason, and that in combination, that feeling because of something that the examiner had said to him. And so he gets up and he pulls himself loose from the machine and he stomps out of the room and came back. And I think he was like the second one tested. There was one before him, and he had drawn the straw for second, and I'd drawn straws for like fifth or something like that. So at that point, I volunteered to go in ahead of my scheduled 5th place in line and went next after Alan because I figured that somebody needed to cool the situation down. I knew that we couldn't just all get up and walk out because of Alan's anger, because knowing Alan's personality, I figured that his reaction there was more his personality than anything. And we didn't want to have this thing end that way. So I went in next, and the examiner kind of explained a little bit of what happened with Alan, but he wouldn't tell me a whole lot. He just said, well, he thought I was the next one in. Only those guys knew who was in order because we'd drawn straws among us to go, in order. But once in there, he went ahead and convinced me by talking to me that he was on the up and up, that there was nothing, going on here. He hadn't been bought off. He was just doing his job.
He was going to give you an honest test.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the way he presented this to me. So I went ahead and was tested then. And the whole thing, went normally. And then the next couple of guys came in and everybody got done. It didn't finish until late that night because it took so long for each one.
Ooh, that's a big process.
Yeah. The examiner really went through a day there.
And then they kind of, at the end of that day, they said, well, everybody seemed to be telling the truth, and there was one inconclusive, would you say, is Dallas. I want to clear something up about Dallas before we go on. Travis, Dallas had a cut on his hand?
No.
No?
Well, he may have cut himself at work, but it had nothing to do with any fight that we had.
So that was movie stuff?
Yeah.
They were trying to imply that there had been some fight between you and Dallas where he might have gotten that cut.
Yeah, there were theories, about chainsaw murder and that sort of thing. And, the movie went out of their way to sort of add suspicion or questionable circumstances that weren't really there.
Well, they need a story.
Like there was no National Enquirer in the truck that day,
Oh, really? No. Now, see, had I been you, Travis, or you, Mike, I'd have been really angry about that because the clear implication was you guys were sitting around the truck, yucking it up, drinking some beer or something, and read this story and decided to perpetrate a hoax. That was the clear implication, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, that was the reason they threw that in there, was to add suspicion. And the movie, ignored a lot of, corroborating evidence and threw in a lot of suspicious things that never really even happened.
Yeah, but that one would have made me angry. Would have made me angry. Because it cast doubt on all of your characters.
Well, there is one thing Travis passed over there between him and Alan. Alan did nearly hit him with a tree that day.
Yeah.
Oh, that was true then?
Yeah.
I'll be darned. Did you think, Travis, he was out to get you, one way or the other? Or pick a fight with you or something?
Well, yeah, and I think that that may have contributed to his anxiety in the testing, because the thrust of the question was, do you harbor ill will towards this guy? And so, even though he knew he didn't kill me, he was in a situation where, if he denied ill will,
sure,
he'd be lying on the test, and that would show up. And if he admitted it, then they would just fuel the suspicions that were directed towards him, and so I think that's kind of added to his anxiety there.
All right. I'd kind of like to, Travis, try and ask you about what you can remember. The movie, Travis, showed, of course, very specific things. The movie showed that you were in a cocoon-like area, almost like a beehive or something. Did they take this from your description, Travis?
No, they just, as a matter of fact, the script that I was given didn't have that sequence aboard the craft in it at all. It was totally missing from the copy I was given.
Yeah, I understand. Travis, what do you remember?
Well, there were certain things that occurred in the movie that, sort of symbolized things that I underwent, left you with the same kinds of emotions, but as far as the actual events were concerned, none of it was really there, except in symbolic form. There was no cocoon. There was no... The ship itself looked very clean and hospital-like. It was not all trashy and organic.
That's very different. Very, very different. So... you lost consciousness, obviously, when the light hit you.
Right.
And what is the first thing that you can remember after that?
Just pain. I was just coming to, and I was in a lot of pain. And I didn't come to very quickly. It was kind of like in and out for a long time. And I was kind of half conscious and half wondering what had happened to me. I could hear movement around me. And I even remembered approaching the craft, but I figured that that I'd been injured somehow and that I'd been taken to a hospital.
Were you lying on a table or in a bed?
Yeah, I was lying on my back, and there was a light above me. And
I know what you mean. You're kind of half conscious, in and out, in and out. I've been there myself. So you slowly came toward consciousness.
Yeah. And there was this thing lying across my chest. It was kind of like holding me down. I wasn't moving too much because it hurt, and I felt really, really weak. But when I finally got where I could focus my eyes and made out these faces that were standing over me, they were not doctors. This was something that just totally blew me away, is the appearance of these creatures.
Can you describe them? Can you remember generally how they looked?
Well, they were humanoid. They were just large eyes, kind of large cranium, no hair.
No hair.
It was just such a shock. It was just combined with the pain and not being able to breathe, it just flipped out.
Were they just standing around you, or were they communicating among themselves? Can you recall?
Well, they were, kind of standing over me. At least one of them was closer than the others. And when I saw them, I just involuntarily sort of lashed out at them. And I was just so weak that it was just more of a push than anything. And my arm hit him in the chest and knocked him back into the other one.
Did he feel... I've never talked to anybody who's hit an alien before. Did he go over easily?
Yeah, it was much lighter than I expected.
Huh.
Even though I was so weak, he just fell back quite easily.
But he was solid substance.
Yeah, sort of soft and spongy, but, it was as real as anything.
And he got pushed backwards.
Yeah. I was in a lot of pain and having a lot of trouble moving, but I managed to get to my feet and back away from them. Their thing fell off of me.
What fell off?
Well, this instrument. I don't know what it was. I don't know what they were doing to me, but whatever was going on, I was putting a stop to it.
Did you have a feeling that they didn't expect you to wake up?
Well, looking back now, but at the time I was just total confusion. I was in such pain. I wasn't really fully conscious, but at the same time I was, just hysterical. So it was just kind of this animalistic sort of instinctive fear.
Yeah, I hear you. I would be too.
Just screaming and lashing out at them. And they stopped when I did that and turned and left the room simultaneously. They all just turned and went out the door.
Huh.
Oh, there was only one way out of there.
It was, can you describe the room? You said it was like a hospital. Was it really hygienic, white color, or? No, it was metallic, but it was just very bare and it was featureless. Incidentally, did you have any sense of movement, Travis? Presumably you were in a moving craft. Could you? No, I felt no movement. No movement. I didn't hear any sounds, like mechanical sounds in the distance either. And, I wasn't in the most tuned-in state, but, I just don't have any memory of anything like that. All right, let me try this. From the time that you were hit with the light until you began to raise from unconsciousness, how much time do you guess passed? That's something that really bothered me because, the time that I recall aboard the craft, even though I was hysterical, and it kind of affects your perception of time. Sure. Couldn't have been more than an hour or so at the most, probably less than an hour. And in this span of time, even though I was missing for 5 days and 6 hours, I don't know where in there this conscious period occurred. Whether this coming to was soon after I was taken on board or later on. Well, how much, if you had to guess, how much total conscious time can you remember spending in that craft? There were 5 days in real time that went by. To you, how much time went by? Well, it just seemed like a matter of minutes, in
in retrospect, at the time, he's just like, forever, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. It was just total panic. But, you know, it was just less than an hour, probably.
So it felt like less than an hour in the craft total? Wow.
I don't know whether there was some sort of time dilation or contraction effect going on here, or if I was just unconscious the rest of the time.
Maybe it was your last, it was the last hour before you were actually returned. Maybe you were unconscious for a very long time. I know that in the movie they examined you when you got back, and they said you had not eaten or had anything to drink in 5 days. Is that accurate?
Well, the medical tests are kind of, I don't know, I need to look into this perhaps, but they say that if you haven't eaten for 5 days, that you'll have certain chemicals in your urine that will, you know...
It'll begin to show up in your urine, yeah.
No, but, I don't know, is that true of an unconscious person? You know, I don't know.
I would imagine so. In other words, the body's processes, conscious or unconscious, continue, and if you have not had nourishment in that time, then I would imagine that would be so. So you spent an hour of conscious time in that craft. Did they ever come back into that room?
No. I was afraid they would, though. I was really terrified of that. And they'd gone out this hallway down to the right, so I just took off to the left, just running.
Oh, wait a minute. There was an open door?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. I figured they'd have locked you in, but they didn't.
No.
So you just walked out?
Yeah.
And they went to the right, so you went to the left. Yeah, that'd be my choice, too.
Yeah. Well, I tried to find a way out, and pushed some buttons and controls and things, you know, trying to open a door. Crazy, desperate sort of things, but this was interrupted by a person, a being coming in who I took to be human. I figured I was saved. And when he motioned for me to go with him, I went, thinking that, you know, he was, you know, saving me, rescuing me.
Uh-huh.
And he led me out of this craft.
Out of a craft?
Yeah. And at this point, it was parked inside of what appeared to be, well, it was either a building or a part of a larger craft.
Wow.
And again, I felt no movement, you know. Getting outside of there, the air was much more breathable. The light was brighter. Seemed
so you were either walking out, you walked out of this one craft either into like a hangar or a building or another craft. Who could tell, I guess, huh?
No.
But it was completely enclosed?
Yeah, there was like panels where light was coming through. You know, whether these were artificial lights or actual sort of translucent windows, I don't know. But I didn't get too much a chance to look around. He hurried me out of this large room, down a hallway to another room where there were some more people like him.
All right, that's where we're going to have to break it off. You two take it easy for a few moments. It's a great cliffhanger point anyway, and we'll be right back. It absolutely is. I make no guarantees about getting to the telephone. We're going to let this story unwind as it needs to unwind. And in just a moment, we will return to our guests. Travis Walton, the abductee, Mike Rogers, the crew chief in the group in which Mr. Walton was present when he was abducted. And we'll get back to them in just a moment. Back now to my guests, Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. Hi there, you two. We're back again. Travis, I just got a fax from somebody in Washington, and they asked the following. Though there are many questions I'd like to ask both Mike and Travis, my main question is why the human-type being, the one who showed Travis the star map, was never shown in the movie?
Yeah, that's very curious, you know, and I've always been really amazed at how many times I've been interviewed over the years in which this being is just kind of like excluded from the report. You know, it came off that way from the very start. And to me, you know, the amazing similarity to human is, this could be the key to the whole thing. And, you know, for people to just ignore this.
Maybe, Travis, the movie makers thought, gee, how pedestrian or how common to show somebody who looks like a human, and they wanted to just show aliens or alien-looking beings.
Yeah.
Could that be?
Yeah, you know, I understand the reason for it, but, you know, in a commercial sense, but
sure.
For me, you know, trying to figure out what's going on here, this seems to be a key element.
Did this human type, was he as human as anybody else, or were there any differences?
Well, there was something odd about his eyes that I never was able to really pin down, you know.
All right. Did he say anything to you?
No. I was really trying, but I thought that maybe it was because of this helmet that he was wearing.
A helmet?
That he couldn't speak to me or hear what I was saying or something. But when he took me to these other people and they didn't have helmets, I started over with the same, you know, torrent of questions, and they didn't answer me either. They just started to
well,
on the table.
Where were these? Okay, he took you out of the one craft into what was another craft or a building, and to some other beings?
Yeah, human-looking beings.
Human-looking beings.
And they just, you know, put me down, forced me down on this table. I started to try to fight back at that point, and I was still too weak, and there were too many of them. And they put a mask over my face, and I went out real quick.
In the movie, of course, it showed this really weird membrane-like stuff being put over you, but it was a mask, and you went out. It was anesthesia of some kind.
Yeah. Apparently. I just went out real quick, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the roadway outside the town nearest where this happened.
Okay, that's something they never showed. They showed you at a sort of a gas station store type affair, all curled up and naked.
Yeah,
and wet, I might add. So
it wasn't raining, and I was dressed. But you know, I looked around after the craft left, and you know, figured out where I was.
What kind of condition were you in?
I was still kind of weak, and still a little bit of pain.
Cuts, bruises?
No, not like that. I was just kind of psychologically blown out, you know. I was just really...
Probably glad to be back on Earth.
Oh, yeah. You know, I just ran just as hard as I could down across the bridge. There was some lights on in this one building.
Did you? Let me ask you, Travis. Did you know where you were when you regained consciousness and looked around? Did you recognize where you were?
Well, at first I didn't, but I figured out the stretch of road and the lights down there where I must be, and then ran down into the town. The closer I got, of course, the more I knew that it was the town.
Sure.
And you know, to make a long story short, I finally was able to telephone my family, and they came and got me.
In the movie, of course, you telephoned Mike.
Right.
But you did not.
It was another brother-in-law.
It was another brother-in-law. And he came and got you. In the movie, it showed your condition was terrible. I mean, you were all curled up and screaming and not very with it. Is that right or half right or all wrong?
Yeah, that was basically how it was. I was dressed, though. I thought it was the same night. I didn't realize how much time had gone by.
Wow.
And then on the way back, they said something that kind of let me know, you know, that feel your face. You know, I had this 5-day growth of beard, and look at your watch, and you know, so much time had gone by. It was quite a shock to me. I just kind of broke down at that point.
As you look back on this now, Travis, do you think you were taken just because you were crazy enough to walk out there under that craft? Do you think they decided you were a target of opportunity? Do you have any idea what they wanted with you?
it's all just speculation, you know, but a lot of people, you know, try to suggest that they were waiting for us there, but, you know, I think that it was just kind of an accident. At least I prefer to believe that this was just a bolt from the blue, so to speak, no pun intended. And that, you know, it's just a one-of-a-kind sort of incident that I can just put behind me and get on with my life.
Well, I know that you both really love reporters, don't you?
Well, there's been a few good ones, but, you know, we've had a lot of trouble with people getting it right, either intentionally or unintentionally.
Well, I know I'm interviewed frequently myself by the press, and I worry most about that when you talk to a newspaper reporter, inevitably. I mean, it's like they have to get it wrong or something.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's not, sometimes it's not like anything malicious. It's just basic facts, you know, people's names, dates, places. It's just never right.
Well, that's why radio's better.
It really gave me a lot of insight into looking at the news. You know, when I see things going on, I always wonder what really happened there.
I understand. But a few of them have had it right.
Yeah. And then,
if you were to guess, and I know it is just speculation, but again, you think it was just all sort of happenstance. Do you have any guesses about what they did with you for that time?
Well, it for a long time it was just something that, you know, it was like there was just a fragment of things, and you didn't really have enough information to go on. And it was just something that would have just driven me nuts, you know, to try to piece something together from what I remembered at the time. So I just sort of put it out of my mind and tried to get on with my life and live as normal a life as possible and not just constantly delve into it.
You didn't end up being consumed by it, wanting to go to a hypnotherapist and get regressed and all the rest of that sort of stuff?
You know, I was invited to go to a lot of gatherings and you know, approached by people who had similar sightings. And to the greatest extent, I've avoided that, you know, and just tried to get on with my life. There's a lot to adjust to and a lot to cope with. So.
Yeah. When you go through something like this tonight with Mike and you sort of go back through the whole story again, is it like reliving it?
Yeah, you know, it never felt to just get me all wrenched up inside. And for a long time, I didn't talk about it hardly at all. But when the movie happened, you know, I was kind of in a situation where, you know, I was being pressed for large numbers of interviews all of a sudden. And I was afraid that it was going to just make me so sick of the subject I never could speak of it again. It would just build up to a point where it'd get worse and worse. But actually, it's kind of had a desensitizing effect on me.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, it's still there to a certain extent, I do, you know, feel a little easier to talk about it than I used to.
All right. Right at the end of the movie, Mike, this is for you, they rolled something that said, and I think this audience ought to know, that another lie detector test was administered, and every single one of you passed.
Well, there were only 3 of us that took this new series of tests. What happened was there was a fellow by the name of Jerry Black who caught wind of the movie being made just as the movie was beginning to be filmed back in the summer of 1992. And Jerry Black approached the screenwriter Tracy Torme on the phone at first, and he was trying to get Tracy to cease the movie, to chop it off, because he said that, you know, this whole thing is a hoax. Jerry Black was a personal friend of some major skeptics, although he himself is a believer in the UFO phenomena. And that was his first initial approach to this thing. And then after launching eventually a whole new investigation into the thing, because Jerry Black is a UFO investigator, he came to the point to where he thought, well, what we need now is some new tests, because the first tests, everybody took them, everybody passed. Even Alan Dallas, of course, according to the police report that was finally came through after all these years, showed that Alan passed the part of the test that he took.
Mm-hmm.
But what Jerry Black wanted for his own personal conclusion to his investigation was a new lie detector test for me and Travis and Alan Dallas, who he considered to be the lead characters of the thing. Alan, because Alan was not only a lead character, but was the one who had an inconclusive test in 1975. So in February, first week of February in 1993, just a month and a half before the movie came out, we all submitted to a new lie detector test, and Jerry Black chose the same state police polygraph examiner, Cyrus Gilson, who then had 20 years experience, something like that. He had been in it all these years since then, and he was a very experienced examiner at the time in 1975. And by this time, Cy Gilson had worked to develop equipment and machinery that is unbeatable and is computer-assisted in analysis. And Jerry Black was very convinced that the last niche in this investigation was these new polygraph tests. It would, just polish it off. So we finally, reluctantly, but finally agreed to these tests and took them. And Travis, as a matter of fact, took two. He was in there all day long taking lie detector tests, two separate tests with two separate lines of questions.
I was about to ask that. Travis took one himself.
Yeah, well, Travis took one years ago, back in, when this, right after this happened, and passed it. But this was first time that Travis had taken a test with the state police polygraph examiner.
And the new whiz-bang technology.
Exactly. Yeah. And we all three passed the test to the highest degree possible.
And then what did your skeptic friends say?
They haven't said anything about it to this day since. The major skeptics have never come forward in the last 2 years to say anything about these new tests.
Well, it is widely regarded as one of the best documented cases ever. There's no question about it. Let me go back just for a second to that moment when Travis phoned home, so to speak. And how did you get the news, Mike? I mean, it must have been pretty important to you. Here you are, missing a friend, probably accused in the minds of many of having committed murder, and all of a sudden, bang, Travis is back.
It didn't happen like that with me. I wasn't the brother-in-law he called. Again, like I said earlier, they kind of used my character throughout the movie for a lot of things. Even though I was present throughout this entire time and a kind of a lead character in the thing, they gave me the role of doing certain things like calling the police initially, and then again being the one that Travis called from telephone booth,
Right. No, I understand that you were not the one called, but surely somebody at some point picked up the phone, called you, and said, guess what?
Well, see, this is where I kind of got left out. Everything that happened when Travis's brother and brother-in-law went out and picked him up, he was actually had already been transported down to Phoenix and was beginning this process of being analyzed by doctors and hypnotists and psychotherapists and every expert that they could throw at him. I didn't even know that he was returned for almost a whole day after he had actually been returned. Nobody'd even told me for a long time. Of course, when I did learn of it, I was elated. I was thrilled. I was relieved.
Well, you see, what happened at the time was my brother had been watching what had been happening to my mother, and the way the police and the media were just unmerciful. She'd had to be sedated, and the kinds of things that were being done to the family and in the community and everything. And they just felt that, he said, "Oh, that mob is not going to get hold of this guy."
How were they treating it in the media, Travis? Well, you must have read all the clippings now. Were they making a big joke out of it? Was it a murder mystery in the media? What were they doing?
Well, it was one theory after another, Of course, right at first it was just a murder, and then it was a drug hallucination, and then it was a transitory psychosis. It was just one thing after another,
I'm sure they tested you for drugs.
Yeah, the medical test revealed no trace of any drug in my system. All my psychiatric tests were perfectly normal scores. But, there was no end to the sorts of accusations, however baseless. And, it turned into, a long series of attempts to try to set the record straight.
So they got you in Phoenix. They put you in the hospital in Phoenix, huh?
Yeah.
And came at you with what, a battery of tests and doctors to come in and have little conversations with you?
Yeah, that sort of thing. EKG, EEG, you know, the whole shooting match.
Did they find anything wrong, anything, for example, that physically could have caused you to go into a coma-like state, say, for 5 days?
No, nothing.
Nothing like it. Wow. So what did you do, Mike? You heard he was back. You heard he was in Phoenix. And after you sighed a big sigh of relief, I'm sure, because you were accused and your friend's back, what did you do?
Well, obviously, I wanted to get down there and see him, you know, but I wasn't able to do that for another couple of days more. It was like maybe 3 days before I was actually able to see him for the first time. And this is one area where the movie Fire in the Sky actually got real simple. They showed him in the movie being put in a local hospital and treated very normally. And the hospital was quiet, and I snuck in there during the night and got past the nurse to talk to my buddy for the first time, you know.
That's right.
And in reality, this thing was a media circus. There were a whole team of doctors and people there, and they had him bound up for several days before I was able to ever get a first glance at him.
Couldn't hardly go anywhere. Walking across the parking lot of the hospital, hey, there he is, there he is. That kind of stuff.
No.
It was just crazy, you know, it was crazy stuff. They put me in the hospital under an assumed name.
Oh, so
that kind of delayed the media.
But at some point they saw you walking.
Yeah.
How were you going to handle it in the media, Travis? I'm sure you thought about that. You know, what am I going to say to him?
Well, you know, I was just a country boy. I wasn't really very well versed in these kinds of things. I didn't know how to handle it, you know, and I guess I was a sitting duck at times.
So did you talk to him, or did you tell him to get lost most of the time?
Yeah, I just wasn't up to talking for quite a while, you know.
You still don't like talking about it, do you?
No, it's still kind of upsetting, but, you know, I feel that it's important to set the record straight.
Maybe it's important for you, too, because every time you go through this, maybe a little, you know, like another piece of it or the pressure of it falls away from you a little bit.
Yeah, just a little.
All right, you two, stay put. We'll be right back to you. My guests, Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. The story of Fire in the Sky. Only this is the real thing, and we'll be right back. For some craft to come back and for you to then understand exactly what happened and what it means in a larger scheme of things.
Yeah, in other words, we would like for the mystery to be solved. You know, by somehow, maybe not being the person that gets out there and solves it, but, you know, it would be nice for it to be known. If it's going to remain a mystery, I'd just assume get on with my life.
Yeah, I can understand that, wanting to get on with your life. Travis, of your whole experience, of what you remember of it, what was the worst and most terrifying moment for you? I mean, when you flash back on it and you think of the worst, what was that worst moment?
Well, you know, suddenly seeing them and the way their eyes just seemed to look into me.
Does that haunt you still?
Yeah, it does, and that's been, you know, something that's been in the center of every feeling, you know, not exactly flashback, but when I think back, you know, that's the part of it that just is the most intense.
Other than when some a crazy person from the media like me comes along and talks to you, is it getting now to the point where you think about it less and less, or does it still come to you regularly?
Well, I work at not letting it. You know, when somebody brings it up, I never bring it up, and I just never bring up the topic of conversation.
I can't blame you. Are the two of you now close? Would you both say you're close since it, or what?
Well, we were close, prior to the incident, and we had a falling out in the interim, but we've kind of patched things up, and we're getting, to where we more like it was before.
Were you really close friends?
Yeah.
Best friends?
Mm-hmm.
What about the others? Do you stay in touch with them? Have they fallen away?
They've just fallen away. Most of them, are in other states, and we rarely talked to them since this happened.
Mike, for you, in the movie, it showed your wife at the time kind of in a crisis and not believing you, and ending up crying and not believing you. Is that about the way it happened?
Well, she did believe me. That was, I think they just did that for some sort of personal drama there going on, and kind of an explanation for why there was eventually a split up between us. But as far as her wondering what to believe, that wasn't just her. That was all of our relatives, Travis's family, my family. I think everybody struggled in that way. And my wife at first didn't know what to think. And in the movie, they didn't actually show her saying that she didn't believe me. They just
that's right.
Believed that by the way they did it.
Yeah, they showed her crying as though she couldn't say yes, I believe you,
right,
or something
but
like that.
She did have an awful hard time with the community, and she was in a personal crisis as a result of that, and that was instrumental in our divorce.
Well, I'm sorry. Are you still in touch with your children?
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, eventually I got real close to my family. I've been close to my children, especially all along. But it's not like my family was taken away from me. We've always lived in the same town.
What do you both think now, Mike? Do you think your family completely buys the story?
I don't know one that doesn't.
Travis, same deal. You think your family buys the story?
Yeah.
Well, you're both.
And a lot of people here in the town, over the years, it's grown more and more in favor of it because as one theory after another just sort of fades away, I mean, the evidence against it comes forward. People are forced to face the facts, and belief has grown.
Well, I imagine it would, particularly with the latest lie detector tests.
Yeah.
The movie did a lot for it, too.
And it's partly a personal thing. A lot of people that I meet very often remark that, they're skeptical, but after meeting me, it changes them. And, all of the actors in the movie, said the same sorts of things.
Well, it seems to me as though the real story, as you two have told it tonight, is to me a lot more convincing and a lot less trying to throw doubt in the mind of the audience than the movie. I mean, they threw doubt at several places with the tabloid newspaper that never happened, all the rest of it. When you guys sat down and you watched that movie for the first time, how would you describe your feelings after seeing it? Were you amused, upset, angry?
Well, it kind of became apparent to me in a sort of a gradual way that how these departures were being made, and I fought against that as best I could, and successfully to a certain extent. You should have seen what they wanted to do.
In other words, as the movie was being produced, you had some input?
Yeah, but, no power to veto things. I was just able to get them to not do certain things.
Every now and then say, hey, you guys are nuts. This didn't happen.
Yeah, and I kind of wore out my welcome, I guess, but, I kind of faced the fact that, they had commercial considerations, and they were just going to do what they were going to do, and so, when it came time to see the movie, I'd kind of come to terms, at least in part, with some of it. So it was kind of like an emotional reliving in a way that was pretty intense.
All right, probably just one more question. I had my own sighting, you two, and I thought really long and really hard before I admitted it publicly because of the job I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I might not do it again, and I guess that's my question for you. If it had not been for Travis being abducted, and you all had just seen this craft, and instead of losing Travis, you'd taken off back to town in the truck, would you have told this story, or would you have kept your mouths shut?
I would have kept my mouth shut. That's what
if there was any way that I could have, had it totally under myself to decide whether or not to tell what happened, and could see into the future how things would happen and how I would be treated, there's no way I'd say a word about it. I wouldn't recommend that. It's not worth the grief that the world is going to give you.
And it has been a lot of grief, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, look, I want to thank you both for telling the story as it really was. And as I promised, I will get both of you copies of this program.
Oh, thank you.
All right? Thank you both for being on the air with us.
Thank you, Art.
Take care. Good night. Travis Walton and Mike Rogers. And I hope that you all enjoyed this. I ended up not taking any calls because I wanted to get the story out. I thought it was an important story. These two strike me as very, very honest individuals. And I was very impressed by the story. So I'd like to take a second out to tell you that if you would like a copy of this program, and I can imagine that you would, it's probably one of the best renditions of the Travis Walton abduction. You can get it by calling 24 hours a day, beginning right now, 1-800-917-4278. Once again, 1-800-917-4278.
Call Art Bell toll-free, west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
That it is. Good morning, or good evening, as the case may be. My guests are Dr. John Alexander from Las Vegas, as well as Colonel Philip J. Corso, author of The Day After Roswell, which is a book shaking everybody up. Now back to Dr. John Alexander and Colonel Philip Corso in Las Vegas. We were talking about a secret war, and one in which the United States was, I guess, flying airplanes, incursions into Soviet border areas to try to get them to turn on their radars and so forth, so we could decide what they have and what they don't have. Is that about correct?
Well, we were trying to map out our paths in, so if we did go to a full-up war, we would know where it would be safe to fire planes and where we could not.
Sure. What year was that, John?
Oh, this went on for decades.
But with regard to the colonel's involvement?
Well, he was in the White House in the 50s when we had lost some of them.
Also, we had a 100-inch camera, which was highly classified at the time. From northeast part of Korea, it could photograph Vladivostok.
Really?
And this was highly classified at the time, and we were flying that over there. Now, Chris Wallace on primetime, he asked me one day when I was being interviewed on TV, Cold War, and I told him, Chris, I don't want to be ludicrous or it's not a joke. I'm very dead serious on this. I don't know of any Cold War. Every war I've been involved in was a hot war.
Mm.
And I told him, and boys were dying, they were shooting at each other, 30-millimeter shells and everything else coming at them.
Colonel, how many aircraft and air crew are you aware of that we lost during those kinds of operations?
I don't have the number, Art. But this went on for quite a few years, and it was a constant battle, and we lost a lot of men. In fact, I had a situation where, when I testified in missing prisoners of war, a woman came out to me with her daughter, and they gave me the name of Lieutenant Colonel. I said, "Oh, yes, I remember him. He was a technical advisor on one of these airplanes with a 100-inch camera, and I used to receive the reports or the photos." The little girl go over and kissed me on the cheek. She said, "Finally, we don't know what our father did when he got killed, because the Pentagon told us he was joyriding." I told him he was not joyriding. He was a technical observer. Now, these things happened, you know. And Chris Wallace, and we walked in front of the White House, and he took some photographs. He had his cameraman there. And he stopped and he said, "Colonel, now I understand. After all, you people are responsible for security of the nation." I told him, "Chris, I'm glad to hear that you understand what we were doing."
Well, I understand that it had to be done. It is a little difficult for the American people to understand that when these air crews went down, even if they lived, they were basically abandoned.
Yes, they were. I testified in front of the House Committee and the Senate Committee on this problem.
What do you think happened to those men, Colonel?
I told President Eisenhower what happened to for example, at Panmunjom. I was on a truce delegation, and I was on the ground when the boys were being exchanged. A Korean colonel we had told him, civilians told him, there was 500 sick and wounded 10 miles from Panmunjom. I wrote this up. Well, then our prisoners came through, and those boys told me that they saw those boys there. They were sick and wounded, pretty badly sick and pretty badly wounded. So I wrote up a presentation, and the chief delegate took it up at Panmunjom. The Chinese general broke a pencil in half when he heard this. Now, none of those boys came back, and they were all dead. They all died. And this was 10 miles, yet I told the Senate committee for this, they didn't ask me one question about it.
Well, maybe they didn't want to know.
Well, I think the answer to your question is that, particularly for the technical people, that after they fulfilled their usefulness, they were terminated.
Terminated. In other words, no doubt the ones that ended up in enemy hands were tortured for whatever information could be gleaned and then disposed of.
Right.
Well, they also took their identities. That was the intelligence aspect of what I discussed with President Eisenhower.
I wonder how people who have knowledge of this, Colonel, sleep at night. I mean, do you just rationalize it's war?
Well,
cold or hot, whatever you want to call it, it's war, and there are casualties.
It was war. And after all, they threatened to bury us, and they were a threat to us, and we had no choice, just like the extraterrestrials. In the military, you think you always, just in case it's hostile, you're not going to be caught short.
Mm-hmm.
And we did the same thing in extraterrestrials.
All right.
Just in case, we're going to be ready.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about that. You saw a body in 1947. There's no question about what you saw. You know what you saw.
Yes.
It then went on to Wright Field in Patterson, and that really was the last contact of that sort you had until when?
Well, there was these planes were flying at Red Canyon there, and some things happened there. But then what confirmed it really in my mind, the collaboration, which is no question, we financed a laboratory at Walter Reed, Research and Development did.
Yes, sir.
They had the autopsy reports. They had one, and they did autopsy reports, which I had in my file.
You had autopsy reports in your file?
Oh, yes. In fact, some of that's mentioned in the book. And I described the extraterrestrial. Actually, the way I described him in the book, that one of the reasons when we tried to make flying saucers and they all didn't work, was the extraterrestrial himself, or it, whatever it was, they had no sex organs.
Uh-huh.
He was a clone and built specifically by some intelligence for space travel. He was actually a part of the flying saucer. He was the guide system.
So technically he was part of the craft.
Yes, he was part of the craft.
Uh-huh.
And he was the guidance system.
Colonel, If I may, how did they make that determination? In other words, all they had, or maybe I'm wrong, was dead bodies. Did they have any live?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of.
But we know with electromagnetism, and remember, I had some von Braun scientists on my team. I discussed this with Hermann Obert at Petamunda. He was von Braun's boss, and he believed in space travel and dimensional travel even. And I discussed this with von Braun and my own German scientist. I had two on my team to investigate the line of atoms and metals. And these people were convinced of that, and they were intelligent people.
All right, but let's back up a little bit. You said you saw actual autopsy reports. How many details do you remember from that?
Oh, I remember quite a few.
What can you tell us? What was in those reports?
Well, number one, they had a third eyelid. And this eyelid was a collector of light, because these creatures could see at night. And we used that as a basis, one of the bases for our night viewing devices, imaging intensifiers, we call them.
In other words, what we now know as night vision goggles.
That's right. They came from that. That's the seed. And the German they had some experiments that they were doing on infrared. And the Germans, I had their documents, and I was very fortunate that I had the scientist there who could explain the documents to me.
Okay, here's where we need to back up a little bit. What knowledge did the Germans have, and how did they get it? Now, the crash that I know about was in New Mexico, but you keep referring to German scientists.
There was a crash in Germany, from Albert's telling me what he told me, and there was also some crashes in Russia. And Wilbur Smith, the Canadian genius on electromagnetism, brought us a piece of metal that he got from a down-flying saucer in Canada.
All right. As I recall the last interview we had with you, when you were employed by General Trudeau, one day, or serving under him, I guess I ought to say, one day the general brought to you a filing cabinet.
This was right after he made me head of the Foreign Technology Division.
So it was almost your first job for him.
Well, it wasn't my only job, unfortunately. I had a lot of other duties.
Well, if you were in charge of research and development, John, what kind of work was he doing in R&D?
Well, what he was doing in foreign technology, and one of the things they did was we would recover technology from a number of places. We had called foreign material exploitation, and a lot of it, of course, was Soviet. And when you get a piece of advanced technology, we would bring it in and give it to the laboratories and say, reverse engineer it. How does it work? What are the operating parameters?
Figure out what this is. And
right, so that's a lot of what they were doing. He's, of course, carrying it to another level.
Now, the helicopter came from France, the Army, the helicopters. The spent uranium that they tried to talk about and said they wanted to outlaw after the Gulf War. Uranium, I got that from the Swiss.
Are you referring to depleted uranium
uranium
shells? Yes.
I got that from the Swiss.
From the Swiss.
And then the South Americans had one of the best anti-aircraft units at the time. And then we got a 20 millimeter from the Germans. So we were taking foreign technology where it appeared in the world, and also the foreign technology also uncovered other worlds.
All right, that's
the book is Project Horizon, very important. We were going to put a military colony on the moon in the early 60s.
We were going to put a military... In other words, there were plans to do that.
Project Horizon.
Uh-huh.
There's 50 pages are in the book, but the project itself was 310 pages. In fact, I had a hand in declassifying it.
John, Dr. Alexander, John, have you looked into this aspect of the Colonel's story, that we had a whole plan to put a base on the moon?
Oh, that absolutely exists. He's given me a copy. And one of the things that's not very well known is that, you referred to the Germans before. Remember, that was Operation Paperclip, where at the end of the war we had selected a number of scientists, Werner von Braun and Oberst and others, and brought them in. And they were working for the Army. And so the Army had developed this plan, and then when NASA was formed, the plans went over to NASA. So basically the plans on, and they were very detailed on how to get from here to there, and not just travel, but actually to establish bases and fight in space, was being thought about in the 50s.
All right, so this was sort of an ongoing, we've got to get there before they do kind of plan.
Well, we made the plan and wrote it up like it was aimed at the Russians. But if the plan is read in General Trudeau's instructions, they're in the book. The letters he gave of instruction, you see that we were aiming at any enemy from outer space also. And MacArthur knew about this.
So obviously at that point they had hard knowledge that there were others and that they were not necessarily friendly at all.
Yes, and what we said, just in case, was our motto.
Just in case. Yeah, just in case. All right, let me read you this fax I've got, Colonel, and let me ask you about it. We have yet to develop how you got to this technology, but here's somebody reading your book, Colonel, and he says, I'm only halfway through the Colonel's book, but I've reached a very disturbing chapter. The Colonel says that the military has been fighting a war with the aliens since 1947 and considers the aliens to be enemies of the United States. Would you please ask the Colonel if it's true and if indeed these aliens are our enemy?
Art, I had a list of overt acts on their part. Maybe accidental, maybe not planned, but they were overt acts. They killed our men, they brought down aircraft, and they even experimented on civilians. So we had to consider in the military that those were hostile acts. By design or not, they were hostile.
Colonel, can you give me any details? You say hostile acts, overt acts. They killed our men, you said, and experimented on civilians.
Von Braun even wrote of a missile that was thrown off track by them, by electromagnetism. And we were at Ramstein Air Force Base. They shot at them, and that's in the book also. And the Maelstrom Air Force Base, they flew over that and they knocked out all our guidance system on our Minutemen missiles. The guidance system on every one was knocked out. And then at Baikonur, at the Cosmodrome in the Soviet Union,
yes, sir,
a UFO came over for 14 seconds, and all their steel towers fell apart. All the welds and the rivets came apart. The Cosmodrome was down for about 3 weeks, and the UFO only was over 14 seconds. And also, we had information that they followed all our Gemini and all the Russian Voskhod, I think, shot in the air. So we had all that evidence.
Art?
Yes.
One thing I might add, and this is, I'll be the cautionary note here, is when Phil here talks about the military, and that's a pretty inclusive term, because I don't think that if you went to the military, that you would get consensus on this. So this is clearly speaking for some people within the military, as opposed to an institutional position.
Yeah, I think John's right there.
All right. Well, clearly the acts were or appeared to be overt, but from what you have told me, short of people who may have died, it seems hard to conclude that their action was that of an enemy that wanted to come at us or have a war with us, because surely they had the technology to wage a much larger scale war than...
Well, Art, on that, we used to discuss, if they fight a war against us, are they going to fight on our level or their level? Now, that's a question we never quite answered. We didn't think that they were going to fight a war with guns and missiles like we do.
Uh-huh.
Remember, they were DNA experts. They made these clones of that superintelligence. And when I analyzed that clone, what a marvelous thing that was. We were remiss on that. We should have diagnosed that thing very minute. That was one of the greatest things they left us. And we were sort of remiss. We didn't do enough.
How much?
That was a marvelous thing.
How much actually did we do? I mean, you said you saw an autopsy report.
We studied the digestive system. There wasn't any.
None.
There was no vocal cords.
No vocal cords.
No ears. No sound. We figured that they had 4 lobes in the brain, and we figured that their communication was mental telepathy.
Would you call them biological entities?
We did. We made that name up. Extraterrestrial biological entities.
You made that name up?
We made that up in the Army. And we called them, we came to the conclusion that they were definitely clones made specifically for space travel, since man today cannot travel in space. Now, NASA might object to my book because I make that statement, that man cannot travel in space, yet these clones were made on that. Of course, somebody's going to come back and say, we spend billions and still man can travel in space. Well, it's a fact, and nothing I can do about it. It's true. And on Mir, when they come off of Mir, they've been up for 3 months, they have to help them off. The bone marrow and the muscles are affected.
All of that is true.
And the brain is affected, too.
As a matter of fact, there are some very interesting developments with regard to Mir and other space flights in which the crews have begun to get out of control. And I think we are not hearing all about Mir right now. This crew is not in control. They've been basically told, stop what you're doing, just rest. We're going to get you out of there and get a new crew up there. So obviously, this crew is barely fit to be sitting where they're sitting inside Mir right now. So what you're saying does make sense. All right, both of you, hold on. We're at a break point. It's interesting to contemplate, isn't it, that even we, when we finally achieve long spaceflight, may have to create the kind of creatures the Colonel says we dissected. And they may be the ones who may have to fly in space, because over a long period of time, we can't. This is CBC.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Once again, here I am, and I suggest you listen very closely. Colonel Philip J. Corso is my guest. He wrote The Day After Roswell, probably one of the hottest books in the country right now. Dr. John Alexander is with us, both of them in Las Vegas. Back now to my two guests, Dr. John Alexander and retired Colonel Philip Corso. Gentlemen, you're back on the air again. John, where would you think it would be appropriate we take the story now?
Wow. Well, we have kind of gone all over. I think what Phil did from his perspective for research and development. Let me, maybe I'll add another note, if I might. I have had the opportunity to talk to a number of Phil's contemporaries, and the story is very interesting, and I've got to tell you, it's a paradox. I'm talking about people who went on to have ranks at 3- and 4-star general levels, who were colonels at the time.
Right.
And I would ask them, the big question is, where'd this stuff go? And I'd say, do you have it? Can you corroborate it? And they would say no. And so I said, then we should not believe Phil Corso. And they said, oh no, he did really strange stuff.
In other words, they're saying, I don't want to admit to any of this. I don't want any part of it. But then you ask about Colonel Corso, and they say, well, yes.
Yeah, they give him very high marks, and these were contemporaries. They were guys who were colonels with him, and as I said, they stayed in and progressed, and at least one of them took General Trudeau's position 2 or 3 moves down, several years later.
All right, let's try developing as we did in the last interview, Colonel, because it is very important. Tell the story about General Trudeau one day delivering to you a file cabinet.
Yes. Well, he gave me the file cabinet, and he said, Phil, there's some things in there. I want you to develop a program for utilization and exploitation of these.
Utilization and exploitation.
With applied engineering, that means go out to industry and people are working on this. You find them, you develop a plan for me.
All right, here you had a file cabinet full of all this stuff. Where did he say it came from?
He didn't tell me. He said that it's in there, Phil. It'll tell you where it came from.
So normally you were working with Soviet stuff or German stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
So I would think that at that moment you probably thought that's exactly what was in the cabinet.
Yeah. Well, I had 3-drawer cabinet, Mosler safe, and the top drawer was General Trudeau used to kid me and says that's Corso's junk drawer.
Yeah.
And UFOs fly in and out of that drawer. And because when I'd lay these artifacts on the table, they look like junk. So he laughed about that and say that of course, it was junk pile.
What was in your junk pile, Colonel?
Well, there was a piece of metal, about a piece of postcard, and the atoms were aligned in it.
The atoms were aligned in
Aligned. That made it give it terrific strength. Radiation wouldn't pass through. And he gave me the instruction. He told me one day, he said, Phil, I'm going to appoint a special team, and you're in charge, and the general that John just talked about knows about that team, because he was there at the time. He was a colonel with me. And that team, he told me this. He said, Phil, this is bigger than Los Alamos. Space vehicles, light as a feather, can travel space, no radiation penetrate it, and nothing can harm them. Because it was paper thin, but the strength was terrific. You couldn't dent it, we couldn't scratch it or anything. Of course, and he told me also, if you find anybody is even coming close to this, fund it. And I had the German scientists work with me on that.
So at that point, you took that and you tried to turn it over to somebody in industry and funded them because you had that power.
Yes, we did. I had the power to fund it.
And basically said, back engineer this or figure out what it is, figure out how to make it?
Well, Livermore Lab up at MIT analyzed it for us.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, the atoms were lined up in it. I wrote them a letter. And I also wrote Walter Reed a letter. Walter Reed started some interesting discussion there. And my co-author has the letter. And then I wrote to Livermore, and I asked them the question whether they could supply these. They said, do you remember the contract, how it read? That we would send all copies back to you and keep nothing here. And they were right.
A technical correction, by the way, that's a Lincoln Lab.
Oh, that's Lincoln. You're right, John. I'm glad you caught that. That was Lincoln Lab. Livermore's on California. So they did that, and they remind me that we made them send all copies back to us to keep nothing in their file.
Uh-huh.
And we funded after all, so they did that. Then I had now this is an interesting story, Art. I had a piece of looked like string.
String.
The atoms were aligned in it. It was so tough you couldn't burn it, and you couldn't even cut it.
Was it metallic, or was it light string
like
or cord?
Thread.
Like thread?
Like cloth. It looked like it.
All right.
The nearest thing in this world that we found that was nearest that was a spider web. Terrific strength. You can stretch a spider web for miles. The spider spins it and aligns the atoms in it. And you can stretch it 5-10 miles before it bends and won't break. And then it springs back into space. Now, we funded that with Wyoming University. We made flak jackets out of it. Only we couldn't make flak jackets because we couldn't get enough of it. We tried to get them to clone the spider, and I think to this day they haven't succeeded.
Huh.
But there's terrific strength in that, in the spider web. Marvelous thing. Atoms are aligned.
Atoms are aligned. Dr. Alexander, now with 2 pieces of material from this file cabinet that ultimately, I guess, came from Roswell, atoms are aligned. Can you explain that?
Not very easily, actually. As I understand, what he's talking about is that by instead of having a random selection of the atoms, that they were able to establish the polarity in such a way that the strength was greatly increased.
You're right, John.
But they were actually not able to duplicate the metal. Is that correct?
Well, we failed in that, Art.
Failed.
We were never able to do it.
All right.
Now, we invented a small atomic engine that's in the Saturn probes and the Mars probes?
Yes.
It was our little iron engine that we built at Fort Belvoir. And we could never harden that, so we couldn't put it in anything that man could travel in it, because we couldn't harden it, meant keep the radiation out.
All right, but then some other materials from that filing cabinet, for example, this fiber that you're talking about,
yes,
actually turned out to be what we now know as fiber optics. Is that right?
I had fiber optics I had a bunch of, it looked like wires. I really didn't know what it was. And
right.
Light was emitted from. There must have been a power source in it. And then we sent that, I think, to Monmouth that went. And from that was a development of fiber optics. But in those days, we didn't even know what it was, Art.
So you just sent it over and said, figure it out?
Yes, we gave it to our labs. That was our labs.
And once again, they weren't doing this gratis or for an investigation. You were commissioning them. You had budget money.
Exactly.
Research and development money that came along with these items you were giving them.
We had a budget then that was tremendous. It was about $2 billion.
$2 billion.
Now, we also gave out RDT&E contracts, research, development, test, and evaluation contracts. The first item that would be built from a research contract, we funded the building to the first one. Then after that, other people, other agencies funded it. So we would fund these until it was actually developed. And we had our own laboratories, our atomic labs, and the night viewing labs were our labs at Fort Belvoir.
So
They're still in existence.
Colonel, what aspect of this were you overseeing? In other words, once you gave somebody a piece of this technology and a budget, what did you then do?
Well, I was supposed to keep track of it, of how it was coming along. For example, I went down to the night viewing device lab one day, and I had their budget in my pocket. And the general told me, go down and see how they're getting along, and I took one of the German scientists with me and 2 Army engineers. We looked it over, and the commander there told me he had misgivings when he heard I was coming. I told him, is my reputation that bad? And then I told him, but in this case, it's a little different. Look at my German friend. He's smiling. He usually doesn't smile. And not only that, but since you're doing such a good job, here's your budget. And I handed him the envelope I had in my pocket. And I told him, but there's a hitch to that. The war is heating up in Vietnam. We need this viewing device for the troops with 3 to 6 months. They did it. And John knows he had one of the weapons or one of the rangefinders.
Well, as a matter of fact, Dr. John Alexander has been, would it be fair to say, Doctor, a developer of non-lethal technologies for years?
That's correct.
Doctor, can you, in essence, back up any aspect of this regarding night vision? In other words, was this, can you see a linear development anywhere with regard to night vision, or was it a sudden jump that would tend to back up what Colonel Corso is suggesting?
It's hard to say. And I've got to say, when Phil and I first talked about this and how they went about it, he described a classic black program in which it folds back in on itself, is almost untraceable. Because remember what he said, and this is in Phil's words, they found people who were already working the field,
sure,
so that it would not show up as, here's something, totally out of the blue.
So it could look as though it were some sort of natural progression.
Right.
Yeah,
the ultimate problem with, if Phil is right, it means that we have to rewrite science. And you're going to,
we also have to rewrite history.
Well, I'm talking about the history of science, because it means that, everything up to Nobel Prizes and people who have been awarded money and patents and all of that
should not have
got some help.
Now, we encouraged industry to take the patents, and I have supported this in a pamphlet written in 1963 by General Britton. We encouraged them to take the patents as long as they developed it.
Well, the alternative to that would be to tell everybody where it came from, so right. There was no choice.
Well, we couldn't do that because the climate opinion, they'd have destroyed our organization, Art.
I'm certain they would have. At some point, you must have sat down with General Trudeau, and obviously after you realized what you had on your hands in this cabinet, all of this technology, And you must have had a serious conversation with the general about where it came from, or did you never do that?
Oh, we did. Almost every day.
Oh.
Now, let me tell you another thing, Art, you got to remember, too. How some of the developments came from the back door. In intelligence, you check also not actually what has happened, but you check omissions.
Right.
I walked in the general one day, and I told him, General, I got something here that's very serious. Now, I got to let you know, and we got to decide what to do. I told him, number one, there's no food aboard this flying saucer. No refrigeration facilities. There's no water. There's no toilet facilities. There's no recreation facilities.
Colonel, I've got to stop you and back up a little bit. You just said something quite remarkable. On this flying saucer, does that imply that you had a craft?
Well, not that we had in the Army, but I had the reports on the craft.
You had the reports?
Yes.
All right. Did these reports come to you along with the filing cabinet full of all these?
They did. They were in the top drawer of the filing cabinet.
So you had a full report on the craft they had recovered?
Yes. Well, as I say, as full as it could be in those days from what they saw.
I understand. Here you had the autopsy reports on the beings, extraterrestrial biological entities, robots virtually. Or
the Sumerians called them Igigis, I-G-I-G-I-S.
And then you had a report on the craft itself. Now, you said there were no facilities, and what you've told me of the extraterrestrial biological entities, it makes sense. They wouldn't need all that, would they?
No, they wouldn't. And also, when a general asked me, what do you think is, how do they survive? Well, I had Tesla's reports. And Tesla, he was the genius in New York, and then went out to New Mexico. He actually set up his generator right up there at Colorado Springs.
Yes, sir.
And Tesla, in one of his writings, he had that the body itself is an electrical entity, our bodies. The cells are electrical. And you can propagate our system by electromagnetism. And Tesla actually said this. And I told the general, maybe this is a key, general, that they propagate themselves by electromagnetism. Because we knew that their guidance system was an electromagnetic because of the way it affected some of our missiles and other items.
Right.
So from those emissions, we started what we called irradiated foods.
Oh, be
damned. I told him this, we flew down the quartermaster, or that was in Richmond, Virginia, and they fed us a steak that had been on the shelf for 2 years, no refrigeration. And we made, now, irradiated food today, it kills salmonella in chicken, it kills trichina in pork. Yeah, we won't put it on the market because of do-gooders, and it's harmless. And the American Science Agents in New York has stated that it's harmless, yet the do-gooders won't put it out because it says radiation.
So that's another technology that came from them.
It came through the back door, let's say, because it wasn't there.
All right. You said the reason you came forward is that General Trudeau said that you could speak after his death. But wouldn't all work at the Foreign Technology Division be covered under the security requirements, other security requirements that you had to sign? In other words, how were you released not just from his personal oath, but from those other requirements?
The requirements, mostly in security, were on weapons and things we developed. And some of the laser developments are still classified. I didn't talk about those.
So there are things still
I had all the clearances, and from this book I did not violate any security because we didn't have the stamp on one of these things. The normal R&D contracts we put out, most of them didn't have the stamps on. Our Project Horizon was secret, and then it was declassified under the General's authority. And I did that, too.
And the General told you in near his death that you could come forward after he died.
He said that.
Why do you think he didn't? Why do you think he wouldn't do it while he was still alive?
Well,
and back your story up.
Well, one day I was discussing with the general some of these items.
Yes.
And I told him this, General, we have this integrated circuit. What are we unleashing on the world?
Right.
We don't know what this thing will do.
Right.
What if someday, and I pointed my head, it integrates with the brain? Are we going to create some monsters? And he said, Phil, yes, what you're saying is true. But let's hope that the people come after us will recognize this and do something about it. And then he stated this. He said, but maybe not in our lifetime. Well, it didn't happen in his lifetime, and even in 82, I happen to still be here.
Why, again, though, do you think the general didn't want any of this coming out when he was alive?
Because the climate of opinion and what was going on, even till he died 3 years ago, and even today, that anybody deals with this as a kook. In fact, I told the Germans one day, I explained something to them.
So he was worried about ridicule?
Yes. And also, the skeptics and the department, the people at ARPA and other places didn't like us. And we knew who our opposition was, and CIA didn't like us.
Uh-huh.
And there had been a lot of opposition, a lot of smearing, and a lot of good people might have been hurt.
Well, I'm sure that's true. All right, gentlemen, stand by as the story develops. My guests are Colonel Philip J. Corso and Dr. John Alexander. And they will be back, and we have a number of questions for the Colonel with regard to his now best-selling book, The Day After Roswell. So much of our technology, from night vision to fiber optics to irradiated food, came directly not from our heads, but from theirs. This is CBC.
Call Art Bell toll-free, west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It certainly is. My guests are Dr. John Alexander from Las Vegas, who is an expert in non-lethal weapons technology, has been working on that for years, and Philip J. Corso, Colonel Philip J. Corso, retired, who has a story to tell you that, if you believe it, will change everything we know, everything we think, the history of our technical development and where we are today. And we'll get back to that in a moment. I know some of you from Los Angeles are just joining. Good morning. CNN is reporting that indeed Cunanan is dead, apparently having committed suicide in a houseboat after being discovered. So it looks as though that story may be a wrap. Cunanan, repeating, is dead, according to CNN. Miami Beach police sources tell CNN the body discovered in a houseboat is indeed that of spree killer Andrew Cunanan, wanted for the murders of 5 men, including Italian fashion designer Gianni Versace. CNN reports members of Cunanan's family are now en route to Miami Beach. And I've got some more news that I'll sort of get to you as I can this evening. We're in the middle of a very, very important interview, and we're about to get back to it. All right, back now to my guests, both in Las Vegas, Dr. John Alexander and Colonel Philip J. Corso. And I've got a fax here that says, "Hi, Art. This is really not complicated. Colonel Philip Corso is simply telling the truth. The problem is there are going to be a lot of people that simply can't handle the truth, and they're going to be using a variety of psychological mechanisms, including suppression, denial, rationalization, to avoid dealing with this simple truth. And the truth is that, Colonel, you had all of this material given to you by General Trudeau, which you then apparently funded. In other words, you actually began to go to American industry and give them this material along with budgets to develop this technology. And what you're telling us is that the technology we enjoy today, much of it, fiber optics, night vision goggles, and on and on and on, all came from an alien crash or alien crashes. Do you know totally how many there were, Colonel?
No, I really don't have the count. I had about a dozen important items. So I don't know really at the moment I'd have to go through my notes that the book was taken from and see how many we did have.
Do you know, Colonel, whether you were the only one given these alien artifacts, or whether others were doing parallel work?
I heard rumors that the Air Force was doing parallel work.
Uh-huh.
But we never cross-fertilized because we kept it ourselves to protect our, let's say, our organization.
You also believe, do you not, that the Germans were doing some parallel?
They were doing it. Their scientists actually told me this, and people the caliber of von Braun and Obert.
All right. Yes. You've mentioned the names of several people, Colonel, who were involved over the years. Frank Kaufman, one of the still-living first-hand witnesses.
I met him at Roswell.
I had him as a guest on this program a couple of weeks ago and claimed to have been part of the cleanup team at Roswell. Can you confirm that Frank Kaufman was involved in the cleanup?
Yes, I met him out there. I think he was a sergeant then. And he was very happy that I finally came forward. We had dinner one night at the Roswell Inn there, in Roswell. So I was introduced to him. It's the first time I met the man. And it seems he's my age, I think. And he was very logical and very emphatic of what he saw.
All right, well, one of the things he did, Colonel, was dispute your claim that a creature was shot at the crash site.
No, I'm not sure of that, whether it was shot or not. That I'm not certain of.
So that could be...
I think Kaufman is right on that.
All right.
I think I was sort of an error in there. I shouldn't have been in.
All right, since you've written your book, this is a very, very important book. If you believe it, it changes all of our history, or a great portion of our history, and what we think of ourselves. Has anybody senior in government come to you since the publication of this book and told you to shut your mouth?
No. No one.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
When Mitchell, the astronaut, confirmed it, he confirmed that I was a sort of a maverick. And I don't take things that trying to stop me from talking lightly if anybody would try it. Nobody's ever tried it.
And again, the things that you're able to talk about because they really weren't classified in the normal way.
Well, you can see that. The chip, for example, or the integrated circuit.
Yes.
It's now known worldwide.
Yes.
There's no classification. The supertenacity fibers, they're known worldwide now. There's no classification anymore. Mm-hmm. Fiber optics has developed tremendously since our day. Our communication, there's no classification anymore. The imaging devices, we made the first heart pump.
The first heart pump?
We made that. The Army did.
And that came from this technology as well?
Yes. Fluid hydrodynamics. We had a car at Harry Diamond Laboratory, a little cart that ran on water. Same as integrated circuits. The electricity, we put water through and it ran. And I told Senator Glenn about this, and he wanted a photograph that I had. I gave it to him, and I told him, call Harry Diamond Lab. They still might have it up there. It's north of Adelphia, north of Washington, D.C.
Do you retain a photograph of this?
Yeah, I have one.
You have one?
I gave it to Senator Glenn, the one I had, but I have another one.
And what did Senator Glenn do with it?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him since I gave it to him.
Well, Dr. Alexander, I can only imagine now, with the book having been out for a while, with the claims the Colonel is making, after all, we're talking about some very serious technologies here, that there would be people coming forward and saying, this Colonel is out of his mind, we developed so-and-so in our lab, and we didn't get any special materials in order to do that, and I've heard none of that. Have you, John?
Oh, you hear some, certainly. And you've got to remember, the way they did it, it makes it untraceable by design. So, I mean, if you remember, what Phil said was that they, if you believe the story, that they were handing it to people already working in the field, getting material that in some cases they thought was Soviet, but that the technology was beginning to move already.
Bell Laboratory confirmed that. They thought we got it from the Russians.
Well, at that time, and I'm just saying what I believe, our technological advances were far ahead of the Soviets, were they not?
Yes,
in
in some
in
areas
most
they
areas.
were, some they weren't.
Yeah, that was not across the board. I mean, there were areas that the Soviets had done some work that exceeded our capabilities.
In fact, Art, we were really, one day, I went to the general, see, I was the first project officer on anti-missile missile, and I recommended the colonel, a friend of mine. He came to me one day and he said, I feel like I got something very serious. The Soviets can take their ICBMs and change trajectory in the air. That was a very serious thing. That left us almost without any defenses.
In other words, it is not a ballistic missile in the sense that you fire it and it has a specific trajectory and it goes up and comes right back down.
No, it was an ICBM.
So
Intercontinental.
And they acquired this ability before we did?
Yes, the capability of changing trajectory in space. In fact, we went to General Trudeau and he got alarmed too, because that was a very serious thing. And we went to work on, and we developed a countermeasure within a short time. It had a crash program.
All right,
so
now
things like that happened.
Now that you have come forward, Colonel, with this incredible information, surely there are others, other than General Trudeau, who has now passed on, who could confirm what you're saying.
Lately, I had 4 officers come up to me in uniform.
In uniform?
Officers.
And?
They confirmed, 2 colonels confirmed to me that this was true. They knew about it. And a lieutenant colonel came, and the test pilot from B-2 came up to me in uniform.
In uniform?
Yeah, I don't want to say where it was because I don't want anybody looking into it. And they verified this to me just 10 days ago.
They're not prepared to come forward, though.
No, and I did get a letter from, and I don't think he's, if I tell his name, he's McDonald's son, the scientist. And he confirmed to me in a letter he wrote to me before I left home, when he sent me a radio letter, that he talked to people, he was on the Jason committee, and he said that Hughes, North American, and Wright Pat, people who are confirmed that finally they said we filled in some of the holes that we wondered about all our lives.
John,
it just came to me in a letter a few days ago.
John Alexander,
Right.
Dr. Alexander, with what resources you've had, what aspects of this have you been able to confirm?
Well, what I can confirm is, revolves around Phil's background.
All right.
That, as we mentioned earlier, he had come forward twice. We actually only mentioned one of the incidents, one, kind of the secret war that was going on. The other was a POW exploitation program that the KGB had run for 50 years, and that came out last year. And so he has twice told very unusual tales and turned out to be true. When I have talked to folks who, as I said, knew him, they state they cannot confirm the details of this, but state we should not disregard him.
Colonel, can you confirm that reverse engineering was going on at either Area 51 or Area S4, those areas out here in our Nevada desert that you are now very close to?
Well, from information I had, yes, it was going on. But I don't have the details and never bothered to try to get them, because I figured that was a sister service. They're military. In fact, General Trudeau went up in front of Congress, and he was testifying, and he recommended and stunned everybody that instead of turn it over to NASA, to turn everything in space over to the Air Force. And people were stunned when he said that. And he actually said this in front of the Senate committee. So we didn't bother with them. They were doing their own work. We trusted them, and we let them alone. And we figured that it's best that we stay where we are to ourselves.
All right, to this day, how compartmentalized do you believe it is? For example, do you think the President and our current National Security Council are now in the loop, or is all of this still off to the side and a government, in effect, within a government that harbors this information?
Well, the government, when you talk about the government, Art, it's a huge organization.
Of course.
And I've said in some of my interviews, leave the government alone, it'll cover itself up. You know, and that's true. That's what happened. It happened on my POW reports, missing POWs I sent from Japan. Kissinger even and Scowcroft said that those reports didn't exist, yet they were there. We found them later. People didn't want to do anything with them. When you touch UFOs, people run and hide for some reason.
I know.
And I guess it's still going on. Because I've been attacked, minor attack, so nothing of any consequence. And even Whitney Sabert, you know, the man who wrote Communion?
Yes.
He told me, he said, Phil, he said, at Roswell, he said, Phil, some of the attacks are we treading on their territory.
Oh, that's right. That's how you know you begin to get attacked. Do you believe, Colonel, that foreign technology, the Foreign Technology Division, may still be involved in seeding this technology into industry? Because we didn't figure it all out back then.
I can't say. I'm not clear anymore, and I haven't been in contact for a while. Although people tell me, like these people in uniform just told me a week ago, it's still going on. So I hope it is, because it's important enough to keep on going. And I think some of these developments, I surprised my son one day because we build airplanes, these Rutan type airplanes, and a B-2 came over an air show, and I told him what to do, and he called me. He said, "Oh no, it can't." Then he called me up and he said, "It came over and it flew like a little airplane. It held near impossible for a big airplane like that." That means some of the developments are going into that craft. It has to be.
Say, Art.
Yes, John.
On FTD, and again, this was an Army, small Army organization, not the one at Wright-Patterson with the Air Force. And one of the things I was able to confirm is that when Phil came to the Pentagon, this unit was created, and right after he left, it disappears. If you follow, what I did is go through the phone books for that period in the Pentagon.
So you were able to confirm that division at that time? At
that time, and then it disappears as he retires. And right after Trudeau left, because remember, he was working directly for Trudeau. And right after, a few months after General Trudeau retired, that's when Phil Corso retired.
Yeah, I retired 6 months after he did.
6
months. Like General Beach, he gave me my last decoration, the Army Commendation Medal, for what I did with General Trudeau. But I still stayed in touch with General Trudeau.
And 3 years ago he died, releasing you from your vows to him.
Yes.
And then what made you decide, Colonel, to write this book? I mean,
Well, one of the reasons I decided to write it, my grandchildren, the 3 little boys, asked me one day, what did you do during the war, Granddad? So I figured I'd better leave them a legacy and put it on paper, because really, I never had any intention of writing a book, you know. That wasn't my area at all. And I started to write. And I put it all down, including my tie-in experiences and even other investigations that I did in the government. I started to put those on paper. I figured at least I'll leave them for a legacy for the little boys. And from there it evolved into this book, which I never expected to see that.
Colonel, if you had not written this book, you're 82, you're not going to be around forever. None of us will. Would we eventually, in your view, know about all of this? Would there be anybody to come forward, or would eventually all those who can tell the story you're now telling?
Well, I think that most of them are gone, really, now. Remember, most of the people that were working with me were my age. They all had been honed in combat, and that's how we were able to keep the secret. There was a certain affinity between us. And I think that they're mostly all gone because a good percentage of them are older than I was. In fact, in the testimony, when I testified in front of Congress on missing persons, I told because the families were sitting there, I said that when I met the boys, Pamela and John coming across, they were younger than me, maybe, and I'm 82 and I'm still here, maybe some of them are still alive. Of course, it was a long shot, but at least there was some hope for the families.
Sure. At one time, Barry Goldwater asked General LeMay about seeing the secret room, some secret room at Wright-Patt Air Force Base.
Yeah.
LeMay told Goldwater, actually cussed at him and said, "Never ask me about it again."
Yeah, that's right.
Was Goldwater unknowingly referring to your room?
No, he was referring to Wright-Patterson.
Wright-Patterson, where those bodies went and where you presume...
I knew Goldwater. I used to go up his office and talk to him.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I notified him when his private line had been tapped by CIA.
Did he ever ask you about this
No, he
technology?
never did. He didn't know I was involved. And I never told him. The only one that knew really on Capitol Hill was Thurman knew, and Senator Eastland knew. But those were the only two. And McCormick knew. I forgot about McCormick. I was great friends with John McCormick, the Speaker of the House. He knew also.
He knew.
Because I went up to MIT with him and gave a lecture, and the Speaker was a grand old man, and he was a good friend of mine. We got along real fine. So he knew. I told him about it.
One wonders, and it is reasonable to ask, Colonel, why you are the only one who has come forward this publicly with this information. It's incredible.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know any better. I don't know. I can't answer that, Art.
All right, Colonel, hold on. We'll be back to you in a moment. Dr. John Alexander and Colonel Philip J. Corso are my guests. Sit back, listen, you're hearing history. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is CBC.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Once again, here I am, Philip J. Corso, retired colonel, and Dr. John Alexander are my guests. Listen closely. What you're hearing, you may not have another opportunity to hear. Back down to my guests. Colonel Corso, what you have said, what you're saying in your book and here on the air, is so incredible, so fantastic, that you would have to imagine that there would be elements within the government and out of it that are aware of your information, and there must be some kind of battle going on between the people who know about whether it should become public or not. I mean, this affects all of our recent history, Colonel. Is there a battle going on? Will there be others? Are you the last? What do you think?
No, I've had calls from some of them. They'll come forward in time, but I can't expose their names without their permission. Now, also another thing, Art, I really don't think that this is going to cause any panic or anything, because I think from what I saw at Roswell when the families brought their children up to meet me, they're accepting this. They wanted to know, and they're accepting it, and they're going to go right along with it and live with it. I don't think there's going to be any great explosion or any panic. I think they're accepting it as a thing of the future, and I think it'll end up that way. And that's the way I hope it ends up. This is part of history. It's written now. The young ones accept it, and mostly I want the young ones to accept it because we won't be here that long, but they will still be around. And I think that's what's going to happen to the book. It's going to be accepted. It's what they wanted to hear.
Hey, Art?
Yes, John.
Can I interject kind of an administrative thing? We haven't had a chance to talk. I might mention, I said that Phil is high energy, and I think we can see that, but he's now in 17 hours today.
I understand.
So, but it might structure the kinds of questions you want to answer in this segment.
All right. There's news breaking tonight. This may seem funny, but it's not. They have constructed the world's tiniest guitar. It's about the size of a single blood cell, 20 times thinner than a human hair. It has 6 strings that can be plucked, but they are actually too small to be heard. Is this kind of... Actually, scientists at Cornell University carved the guitar out of crystalline silicon to demonstrate the possibilities of building devices at the microscopic level. Could this be technology derived from this same group of artifacts, Colonel?
It could be, because some of the things in there make a little sense, that you just said. And the first transistor I saw was almost out with microscopic little wires in it. It came from the flying saucer.
What happened to all of those materials, the ones that were not turned over to industry? What happened to those materials?
I really don't know. I left my files there with all my papers when I retired, because after all, it belonged to the Army, and it wasn't mine.
You were a good soldier. You didn't take anything you're not supposed to take.
I was supposed to be the man who would stop people from taking things like that. I was one of those. And I couldn't betray the trust that the general had in me. You know, and also, I never had any intention of writing any books or doing anything like this. It never entered my head in those days.
Well, how did you come then to write the book?
Well,
I mean, did you struggle with it? Did you?
No, not so much. When I decided to do it after the general died, and the children, my grandchildren, asked me what I did during the war, I not only wrote this, but I wrote my experiences in Italy, you know, like I said, and I wrote about other investigations that I worked on, and I wrote all this as a legacy for the children, for my grandchildren. Yes. And then this book here, that's now it started to develop from those writings. I figured I might as well discuss this too. General Trudeau's been involved, you see. So I started to put it on paper, and when I got it all done, it was actually Simon Schuster already asked me if I'm interested in getting my notes that this book was taken from published, because the notes is a different type of people, you know, that will be looking at that, and not people that want to hear the story.
All right, Colonel, I asked you this on Dreamland, but I think it has to be asked again. On Dateline, I think it was Dateline, at the very end of the interview, you said something that people used to discredit your story. You said you would tell them sometime about a time machine, or something about a time machine.
Yeah.
Can you clear that up?
Well, I discussed that with Hermann Obert, the German. I think it's in the book. And that in time, I think, will be clarified, because there's other countries that are working on things of that type. But at the moment, I think I'll just leave it the way it is in the book, that those were discussions with Hermann Obert at the time.
All right. If you had items from a crashed UFO in your office, did you at any time consider the possibility that there was potential danger, radiation, whatever else, on handling these materials?
Well, we considered that on the chip and the integrated circuit, like I told you, that we might be leasing something on the world which we didn't understand. You see, Art, I tell a lot of people, don't think that we were so intelligent that we knew what we were doing all the time. We didn't know what these things would do and how they would end up. Even fiber optics, we never knew how that would work. We didn't even know if it was wires at the time.
Yes, sir.
But gradually it evolved and developed.
All right. If our military, since 1947, has had the only physical evidence, or at least some physical evidence, of the existence of alien ET spacecraft, which would be considered certainly a reasonable threat to national security, why has the military shown no interest in civilian UFO reports?
Well, there's another thing, Harwood. You'd have to split the military up. Which part of the military doesn't want to see it, and which part does want to see it?
That's a good point.
Because we were the opinion, we were military, we wanted it out, and we gave it out. Some of the Air Force people are the same way. Other factions in there don't want to put it out because they're afraid of being labeled kooks and so forth. But I think that gradually some of the new developments I've seen, I think, refer back. Now that wing, that B-2 flies, there must be something on anti-gravity in there that I know about. But I'm not sure of that because I haven't seen it myself, see. And I never bothered. If it's classified, I'm not cleared any longer. I can't go and find out about it. But sometimes I hear from friends of mine, you know.
When you were given this file cabinet, how long did it take for you to realize what you had on your hands?
Oh, I'd say that I gave General Trudeau the entire plan within a couple of months. That starts development, how we should start the development. And then gradually, as I looked at the things and conferred with scientists and other people, I began to see which courses to take. And I'd recommend those to the general, and then a decision would be made. Of course, the general made all these final decisions. See, I didn't.
Dr. Alexander, I've asked many questions, and if there are any critical questions that you would like to ask the Colonel, you should.
Well, of course, I've had quite a bit of time to do that.
Yes, you have.
Before we checked him out, I guess a couple of things I would say. You know, one of the questions that comes up is this guy crazy? And we frankly, I don't know if he knows this, but had somebody qualified to do that interact with him and came back and said, you know, we may not agree with him, but he's not crazy.
Sometimes I question that myself, John. When I look back at these things, I have to question that.
What is it like for you now, Colonel? Are you getting a lot of criticism?
No, very little criticism.
Very little.
In fact, already some of my debunkers and skeptics have come up to shake hands with me. So there is very little criticism. In fact, I'll tell you, Art, I had some misgivings on how I received out there. People meet me in restaurants at the airport.
Right.
Because I'd never lived this type of life. I've always been sort of in the shadows, you know.
Sure.
And I had misgivings. In fact, I made the statement out there a few times, and Michael Letterman caught this when I told him. I told him, you know, when I see all this, I figure, what am I doing here? I should be home in my easy chair. Because really, I told Simon & Schuster when they wanted me to go on tour, I told them, I have to tell you the truth, gentlemen, I have some misgivings about this. I never been in this arena before.
Mm-hmm.
See? But now I'm thrown in it, and I guess I got to make the best of it.
To your knowledge, since those early crashes and retrievals and the technology and the bodies and all the rest of it, in the years between then and now, do you have any knowledge of additional crashes?
Yes, I had knowledge of that.
Oh?
The Germans confirmed it. Wilbur Smith, the great Canadian genius, confirmed it to me in person, right in the Pentagon. He came to visit us. I had a good session with him. Then the general came back from his meeting, and he told Wilbur Smith, he said, you and the colonel have a lot to talk about. I'm going to send him up to your laboratory. I was supposed to go up to Mayborough, his laboratory in Lake Ontario area. Of course, I put it off. And when they did call to go up there, they told me Wilbur Smith in 1962, when I was going up, he had died of cancer. So that was a great loss. Then the general got a hold, and I told the general that, he said, sit right down at the table, and you write down everything that you discuss with Mr. Smith, because he's gone now.
Well, Colonel, you're getting up in age, 82. There are no doubt contemporaries of yours out there, probably around the same age. A lot of them may be listening to you right now. What do you want them to do?
Well, at the right time, let them come out, because this information should be told to the younger people. And I'd like to see them come out and do like I did. Tell the young people this. They're the ones who are going to be around. We won't be around here. But let them know what you know. And I think, and I know some of these men, if they're still alive, I think they will do it. They were tough men. They were good men.
Your information is so very serious that I would imagine a congressional committee or a Senate hearing would like to sit you down and make this public. If you were summoned to Washington to tell this story, to get it out in a public forum, would you go?
I've appeared in front of 6 congressional committees.
Public?
And I have nothing to hide if they're serious in what they want to do.
Public, Colonel? Public?
Yeah, they were public. No, one wasn't. The one that that in 1962 was still classified top secret. That's the one I discussed with Attorney General Robert Kennedy. No, that's still secret, but the others are unclassified. You see, congressional committees a lot of times are not serious about what they're doing. It's done for publicity. And I know, I was on Capitol Hill. If it's publicity, I won't do it. If it's to inform the people, yes, I'll be glad to go in front of a congressional committee.
Dr. Alexander, do you think there's any likelihood that in light of this information becoming so public, such a hearing might be held?
I would not be terribly hopeful, frankly, and I've been checking some sources. I know a number of people on the Hill and staffers and people who work it. Face it, the political downside for a politician to get actively involved is much higher than the benefits to be gained as long as the media reports these things the way they do.
Well, that might be true, certainly, of UFO reports or people asking questions about lights over Phoenix or all the rest of it, but when you've got somebody the stature of Colonel Corso, with what he has said and where we confirm he has been, saying the things he's saying, it seems to me it demands an investigation, and that any senator or congressman could not be too heavily criticized for wanting to hear from Colonel Corso.
Well, here's the thing, Art, I can explain. My last testimony was in front of Congressman Dornan's committee on the missing prisoners of war.
Right.
They had a Czech general there. And the Czech general his life had been threatened 3 times because he said these experiments come. And so Dornan asked me if I would appear and run interference for the general, appear before him and sit alongside of him, because I would add credibility to the general who they were trying to smear, because he was Czechoslovakian.
Yes.
And the man told a true story. And I confirmed what he said. It was true because I knew about those hospitals. I knew about those experiments. Now, it took a man like Dornan who had the nerve to get up there and hold a committee. And the families were there that day, too. They were waiting for me outside in the hallway when I came.
Yeah, there's one thing Dornan has, it's that kind of tenacity.
Yeah. And so it needs that kind of tenacity and somebody that will take it in spite of criticism. Because it's very simple. A newspaper reporter will say, well, this congressman is getting into a kooky subject. All right, some people maybe in his area where he gets votes will believe that. So why should they take the chance? I wish they would, but I doubt it. I know enough on it.
Remember, Art, there's a huge political downside. While Phil says he has not had a lot of overt criticism, that's because the book, I think, is fairly new and people are not directly threatened. If you elevate this to congressional hearings, you're now a direct threat.
Well, that's what I was hoping for, John. Some sort of direct threat to a lie by omission. I mean, it's about time. If what the Colonel says is true, then he's our best connection to what really has occurred. And here's an interesting question for you, Colonel. If all of the technology that was gleaned from Roswell and any other crashes that have occurred, alien technology, had not been interwoven with American industry, where would we be today?
Well, I'll give you a little example. I had a file in one of my files, it was in the second drawer, which was called Project Rainbow.
Yes, sir.
This was von Neumann's. You remember John von Neumann?
Yes.
It was his project on artificial life. Now, I went through that file 2 or 3 times and I always put it away when I could have started an operation on that.
When you say artificial life, what do you mean?
By computer. They're starting to work on that now.
You're talking about artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence, that's right.
You bet they're working on it.
It's artificial intelligence, the wrong word I gave you. Now, von Neumann, I didn't start that project. And a lot of people told me, well, it wasn't time because there was no supercomputers then. Now they can work on that, and they're working on it, artificial intelligence, because a supercomputer is available now, which wasn't available back then. So I think this is some of the developments that are coming up out of this, that new things can be taken, new developments may be taken from that craft. Maybe they can work in now what I said, that the being himself was part of the propulsion system, part of the UFO himself.
Well, that also is interesting because, Dr. Alexander, I'm sure you can confirm, we are beginning to work very seriously now on integration of pilots with our aircraft. They tell us, or I'm told, that there may come a time soon when a pilot will simply think commands for the aircraft. Is that ongoing research?
Well, Firefox is certainly ongoing. I think, however, the next step is to take the pilot out of the aircraft.
And have it be completely robotic.
Correct. What they're calling unmanned aerial vehicles or unmanned, unoccupied combat vehicles.
Well, that's really what the superintelligence did. They took what they were, or their people, out and put a robot or a humanoid in there.
Sounds more like a humanoid. In other words, half machine, half biological entity.
One day I was walking down the hall with General Trudeau, and I told him, General, I think that son of mine is a little bit crazy. He says that engines talk to him. The general stopped. He said, don't say that, Phil, because some people have certain relationships with engine and solid matter which we don't understand yet. Now, this was actually General Trudeau's words to me when I approached him on that subject. So a racing driver, at times he says he feels like he's part of the racer, of the engine, of the car he's driving.
Right.
You see, these things we don't know too well yet. We haven't lived. And I think that in the book where I say that the UFO was an electromagnetic thing, and the EB, or the extraterrestrial, was part of that aircraft, of that UFO.
An integral part of it.
He was a propulsion system, an integral part of it. This is what we're talking about now.
Do you think those bodies are still at Wright-Patterson?
No, because the lab said that they faded very fast. Their composition, I think we didn't study it enough, really. We should have. And that was partially I blame myself for, because I could have carried that on and I didn't do it.
In other words, the disposition of the bodies, that was in your hands, Colonel?
Well, I could have, at the time...
You could have followed up.
I could have followed it up and done something and made them study more with what they had before the things all deteriorated to the point where we couldn't work on them anymore, look at them.
The Air Force recently, of course, at the 50th anniversary of Roswell, or just prior to it, had a big news conference, and they disclaimed the whole thing once again. How did you react when you saw that, Colonel?
Well...
Sadness?
I can't conceive what they're thinking. I can't conceive why they're doing that. It's beyond me. And like I told most of the newsmen, I wouldn't criticize the sister service. I followed them in Korea. I had a lot of friends in the Air Force, and I won't criticize them. And I told them, please, gentlemen, don't ask me to criticize. But their superiors, I can't even conceive or why they did something like this. And I made the statement, if I'd have done something like that, I think General Trudeau would have thrown me out of the top window of the Pentagon.
All right, gentlemen.
I can't understand that, Art.
We are at the top of the hour. I have more time. If you can stay, fine. If you feel like you've got to get to bed, fine. It's up to you.
I think we ought to... Phil has a plane in the morning.
Oh. Well then, Colonel Corso, I want to thank you for being here. As I told you when you were on Dreamland, you're a very patriotic person. And you've given us a lot to think about. Colonel, thank you. John Alexander, Doctor, thank you.
Art, you might want to hear this. When I was at...
Well, if there's more, you're going to have to hold on a few minutes, all right?
Yeah.
All right, stand by.
There's one thing I want to tell you.
All right, fine. Stand by. All right.
Call Art Bell toll-free, west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
The American CBC Radio Network. My guests are Dr. John Alexander and Colonel Philip J. Corso, retired. Back to them in a moment. We thought we were done, but Colonel Corso said, got to tell you about Albuquerque.
Yes. Art, this concerns you.
Me? Okay.
I went in the bookstore, and there was 300 people there. And they set up a microphone. I had to talk to them. And at least a dozen women came up to me and said they'd heard your show. And they said, and Art, well, he sounded happy, real happy and pleased. I told him, well, I'm going to let him know that. And then an elder woman came up to me. She was not in the line. And she had heard your show, and she said she was in her sick bed. And got up out of her sick bed to come over and shake hands with me. And when she told me she got out of her sick bed, she was leaning over, and I was sitting down, and I reached up and hugged her. And she kissed me in the cheek and started to cry. So I figured it was all worthwhile right there.
Colonel, I understand.
And she heard your show, too. And they praised you, Art, so I want you to know that.
Colonel,
I opened at Albuquerque at the bookstore.
Well, thank you. Where do you go from here?
I'm going home tomorrow.
Going home,
Sit in my easy chair for a while.
Well, it's an incredible thing that you have done, sir, for us, for our country, for the history books. And I personally want to thank you.
Well, thanks, and I think we're all part of it, so are you, Art. And I hope it works out, and I hope we keep making improvements and stay a great country. Some of the things we did there I haven't told you about that should be done, that they stopped us from doing. and sometime we'll talk about those too.
All right, Colonel.
Yes. Well, thank you, Art.
Thank you so much, and Dr. Alexander, thank you.
Okay, good night now.
Well,
Good
thank
night.
you, Art.
Good night, gentlemen. There you have it, and I'm going to leave it up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to digest what you have just heard. Colonel Corso's an 82-year-old man. We have confirmed, Dr. Alexander has confirmed, and believe me, he has the resources to do that the colonel was exactly where he said he was, in the position he said he was in. And you've heard his story. What do you think? We're going to move into open lines now, and I think that after you've heard something like this, reaction is an obvious thing to seek. So we'll seek reaction from you, all of you. We'll go to open lines. CNN is confirming the Cunanan body. Cunanan apparently is dead, having committed suicide on discovery at a houseboat in Miami. So that story looks like it's just about a wrap, and we're never going to hear, obviously, from him about why he did what he did. I have a report of a 120-mile-per-hour microburst of wind just a few hours ago at Minot, North Dakota, and I would like some confirmation of that. So there's lots to talk about, and I've got lots more here, but I think at this point, it's very hard to turn to anything that would seem more urgent, more important, of greater gravity than what you just heard. And what you just heard, if you listened carefully, was an honorable, simple man who acquired and worked with alien artifacts, saw himself alien bodies, and is saying exactly, in my opinion, what he believes to be true and what he saw. You heard a real witness, maybe one of the last available for that period of time. What do you think? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Art. I just want to say, first off, I've been listening to you since before you were on KFYI in Phoenix. You were on another radio station, so that goes back towards 93 or 92 area.
Yeah, it goes back a ways.
Tonight's show, I've heard him on Dreamland also. Tonight's show should be repeated, no question. I put in a request on Saturday night. I'm sure tomorrow's show will be incredible with the Man in Black situation, but this show definitely deserves a Saturday repeat, if not, it needs to be heard.
Well, look, as I just said, after the gentleman probably went and hit the pillow, when you heard all of this, how do you react? I mean, do you believe what you heard?
Oh, I definitely do. I mean, after hearing the Dream Man show, I sent you an email telling you how, I feel emotional. I don't know which emotions they are. I don't know if I'm, how do you react to something like this?
I don't know.
And that's what I know that's what you're asking me now, but my point is that's why I want to, tomorrow's show is going to be incredible because I know they all are, but this deserves a Saturday repeat because everybody has to hear this again and again.
All right, I'll see to it.
Thanks, Art.
Thank you very much for the call. Yeah, maybe it's not fair that I ask you to react, because I'm not sure how to react myself. What we were just told is that a very great deal of what we utilize now, our current technology, computer technology, fiber optics, night vision, and certain fabrics, much of our current technology has been derived not through our own specific ingenuity, although I suppose you can give credit where credit is due. They had to figure out what they had in their hands, but this technology came from elsewhere. And you've got to kind of let that settle in on you a little bit before you can react. So maybe I'm asking for reaction too quickly. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
This is Jack from Seattle. I'll turn my radio.
Okay, Jack, thank you. That's important to do. Have it close by, folks, so you can just turn that sucker off. Otherwise, it's very confusing.
Yes.
All right, my friend.
Well, I was enjoying your show. I didn't get a chance to hear it all, but I think you had an actual eyewitness to what took place.
Well, we had more than that. We had, yes, an eyewitness, of course, but beyond that, we have a man who was in position to go to various industries with this technology, give it to them, and give them budgets at the same time to develop it. I mean, you've either got to accept, I guess, what he said and sit back and imagine the implications of it all, or figure it's a lie. And I don't think it's a lie.
Well, I don't think it was either. I mean, a man of 82 years old, I wouldn't, a person wouldn't think that he would be motivated to lie.
No.
And I just, I'm a little nervous, so you'll have to forgive me.
That's quite all right. No, listen, in a way I am too, because I don't know how to react to this. On the one hand, if you believe it, it changes everything that we thought we knew.
Well, yes, it does.
Or else you've got to believe that it's a total fabrication, and I don't believe that.
And the question becomes, why would we have been kept in the dark? See, I lived not too far from Roswell as a kid, as a young kid.
Yes, sir.
A little town in West Texas, which is, I think it's 100 miles from Roswell. And during that period of time when this took place, there was a number of reports after the Roswell incident where people were finding these balloons, these weather balloons in their fields.
That's right.
And everybody, because of the report in the paper, assumed that these were experimental balloons that they had let go somewhere, the government. But in retrospect, I think what they had done is after they put up that story about it being a weather balloon, that they released a number of these things so that people would actually see them. Because I saw one of them myself as a 7-year-old, and it was just a big weather balloon that kind of deflated and came down into the field.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I guess you can look at it that way. In other words, you're suggesting that after the initial incident, they began launching balloons on a regular basis as a cover. That can be imagined. But again, after listening to Colonel Corso, and by the way, I have a great deal of respect for Dr. Alexander, who has done a very careful investigation of the Colonel's background, you've got to come to one of two conclusions. Either you have just heard information that completely changes and rewrites history and what we know of ourselves and our technology and our advancements and our current state of advancement, and perhaps what we're even doing now with regard to miniaturization, nanotechnology, and all the rest of it, still being fed from elsewhere. You either believe that and believe the Colonel and his story, or I suppose you could believe he's crazy. Dr. Alexander suggests that has already been looked at and is certainly not the case, nor does he sound that way. He sounds like a simple, honest, old soldier who's a patriot and who is telling us the truth. And if he is, then everything we believe is all wrong. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello there, Art. Good morning.
It's Fritz in Phoenix.
How can anybody go to sleep after this session? It's unbelievable. I'm so hyper I can't go to sleep. Anyhow, one thing is for sure, Art. The Defense Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agencies have been listening tonight.
I'm sure.
And the cat is out of the bag. I mean, the ins and out of our intelligence system and the gravity of information, what's just coming through, I mean, it's the truth. There's no other way, like you said, history in the making.
You've got to believe one thing or the other, Fritz. Either he's telling the truth, and I believe him to be.
And Art, you're part of history because this is going down, and someday people will look back and listen to the programs and say, how hard we had to fight to get the information out. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you, Fritz. By the way, I guess I ought to say, if you want a copy of this program, you can get it by calling 1-800-917-4278. It would come out to be a 3-hour program. By the time they deleted some of the phone difficulties we had in the beginning, and it was a close call, I'll tell you. The colonel was in a hotel room and had a phone that was not serviceable, arable, and so we had the hotel staff racing up there at the very last moment to replace the phone, which they did, and I want to thank them. And I will let you know at some future point what hotel that was. I don't want to give it away tonight because he's there. But it was close. So when you delete the phone difficulties and the commercial content, it's going to come out to be a 3-hour program that probably should be archived by everybody. The number again, beginning now, I guess, is 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278. On my international line, you're on the air.
Oh, hi. Yeah, it's Joe here. Joe here from Western Australia.
Western Australia. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm ringing up, but you got Major Dames on tonight, haven't you?
No, I do not. I had Colonel Corso on tonight, along with Dr. John Alexander.
Oh, right. Well, you got to forgive me. I'm actually ringing from somewhere I don't have access to. One, I don't have access to a radio, and two, I can't receive the station over here anyway. But
interesting. You should mention Ed Dames, though, because I've got a fax in front of me from Major Ed Dames, and Colonel Corso, an eyewitness to the alien bodies and to the alien technology, said on this program this evening that the bodies of these aliens deteriorated very rapidly. And Ed Dames, who has commented in the past on Roswell, just faxed me and said the bodies, Art, deteriorated, in quotes, to the point where they disappeared. And Ed Dames has said in the past that he believes that Roswell was, in effect, covered up with time travel.
Right. Yeah, I find it quite interesting, actually. It's a bit scary, though, isn't it?
Interesting and scary. Yes, I think that's about right. Is there anything else we can do for you?
Yeah, basically I was ringing up because I saw the photo on your website.
Oh, which one?
The alien. And I've actually seen an alien like that, but it was actually in a dream, and I saw it before the actual photo ended up on the website.
Well, if I were you, I would seek out a clinical hypnotist and try and find out whether you actually dreamt that, or whether perhaps you had an experience that can only be accounted for through regressive hypnosis, sir. Thank you. That's from Western Australia, and I guess I had to give that number out. I always forget to do it, don't I? You can reach us internationally, toll-free. The number is 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art, KRN 920, Arkansas.
Yes, sir.
Didn't Philip Corso say John McClellan was one of the senators?
Didn't he what?
John McClellan of Arkansas was one of the senators.
He mentioned him, yes.
I thought he did, and he later said John McCormick. But John McClellan was on the Un-American Committee.
Yes, Un-American Activities.
All right, and I think one of the emotions might be anger. You know, we got some of the things. How many things were kept secret?
How many still are kept secret? Yes. I don't know.
And John McClellan.
What I do know, though, is that I believe Colonel Corso.
Yes, I do, too, because John McClellan bets him for me. Because when Jimmy Carter ran, he actually apologized.
I know.
To the Arkansas people for having to vote for him. For party loyalty. That was his last.
Jimmy Carter made some other apologies, too. Thank you. Jimmy Carter, I believe, was well aware of much of what the Colonel just said tonight, and more, no doubt more. And Jimmy Carter, as you know, when he ran for office, said that he would reveal to the American public, as a campaign promise, what he found out about extraterrestrial life, about UFOs. He saw one himself. And I am not ever going to forget a call I got from a listener, which I regarded as absolutely genuine not long ago, in which a caller said he had gone to a book signing of Jimmy Carter's. And Jimmy Carter, and I can relate this fairly accurately, I believe, Jimmy Carter was sitting there, as you do when you're at a book signing, hours on end, kind of not looking up or hardly making eye contact with whoever is in front of you because you're signing one after another after another. And that's what Jimmy Carter was doing, signing very quickly. But my caller took the time to make eye contact with Jimmy Carter, caused him to make eye contact, and asked him specifically about his campaign promise. And Jimmy Carter, according to the caller, stopped cold, and tears formed in his eyes. And he never really said anything about it. And that was the end of the encounter. But it says a lot, doesn't it? Because whatever you may or may not think, or I may or may not think of the effectiveness of Jimmy Carter as president, one thing he was an honest man. Still is, an honest man. And what is it they could have told Jimmy Carter that would have prevented him from keeping his campaign promise? What single thing could have been so profound that to this very day, Jimmy Carter has such an internal struggle because he's such an honest man, and he is, no matter what else you think of him, that it would bring him to tears to not be able to tell the truth? That's worth a little thought. What could be so profound that you could tell a president that would cause him to break that promise? I don't know. I've been thinking about that one for a long time. Anyway, reaction to the interview with Colonel Philip Corso. His book, The Day After Roswell, probably should have been titled The Years After Roswell. Because if you believe it, and I don't see how you cannot, then all of history, recent modern technological history, has got to be rewritten. And the lies, oh my, the lies. This is CBC. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good morning. From the Pacific paradise of Tahiti, the Hawaiian Islands, our affiliate there, KHVH in Honolulu, all the way to the U.S. Virgin Islands, presently threatened by a Category 4, maybe soon 5 hurricane. This is a bad one. And we'll be talking to the people in the Virgin Islands a little later this morning as this big storm bears down on them. South into South America, north to the North Pole. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Good morning. Now, many of you will have seen the repeat, or maybe you even saw it for the first time. It was sort of a repeat by demand of the alien autopsy, the purported alien autopsy, done on Fox. Well, I've done a little of my own homework, and I have found the man that Linda Moulton Howe talked about on Dreamland Sunday. His name is Bob Shell. He's a photo analyst. He has done consulting work for the FBI. Once actually was in the CIA, he tells me, though it's certainly not relevant to this. And if it was, he couldn't tell us anyway, of course. But he's got some shocking news, actually on several aspects of the whole Roswell business. So I'm going to take care of a little bit of business first, and we're going to go, I think, to New York, Manhattan. We're going to talk directly with Bob Shell, who was nice enough to get up at this time of the morning for us. Now, let's go, I think, to Manhattan. I think that's where Bob is. Bob, actually, where are you?
I'm in Washington, D.C. right at the moment.
Oh, boy, missed that one by a couple miles, huh? Washington, D.C. Well, that's even better. And what took you to Washington, might we ask?
I was up here to do some other radio interviews.
I see. All right. Who is Bob Shell? Bob Shell, I guess, is a photo analyst. How long have you been doing this, Bob?
Well, I've been involved in photography in one aspect or another for over 30 years now.
Okay. Kodak, with regard now to the alien autopsy thing, Kodak went on Fox and said there was a little square followed by a triangle. This will date the film to either 1927, 47, or 67 regarding the manufacture of the film. Now, there's a lot of new information since then, and you're the guy who has got it.
Yeah, well, it's important to note that on the Fox program, the only Kodak person who was willing to talk to them on camera was Larry Cates, who is, in fact, a salesperson, not a technical person whatsoever.
Okay.
In their Hollywood office.
All right.
Not to detract from Mr. Cates, it's just that's not what he is.
In other words, he was not a photo analyst.
No, and the real photo analysts from Kodak have not been willing to comment to anybody on camera yet. That's further down the road. The coding, as you say, indicates 1927, 1947, or 1967. After the 60s, they changed the coding system so it wouldn't indicate 87. But the film base, the physical material that the film is made out of, was different in those different years. In 27, it was cellulose nitrate, very highly flammable material, which they stopped using later on. In the 40s, it was a type of acetate called acetate propionate. And later after that, in the 50s, they switched to triacetate.
All right, now, let me just stop you there. It was my understanding that what they gave to Kodak for analysis was not actually imagery, but just part of the leader. Would that be correct?
Well, Kodak has done no analysis whatsoever. Kodak has only done a physical examination, meaning they've just looked at a piece of film.
Film or leader?
Film.
Film.
I'm not sure where this leader bit came from.
Well, in other words, that portion which would be there prior to the first images actually appearing.
Yeah, technically speaking, leader is a
film.
Extra material that's spliced onto the film.
Oh, I see, okay.
This is a continuous piece of the roll of film.
All right.
And they looked at that just to look at the edge marking. Well, anybody can look at the edge marking and see a triangle and a square. That's not really any analysis.
Somehow you got an actual piece of the film, didn't you, with an image?
Well, I've had several different pieces of the film. I have a piece in my possession at the moment.
Aha.
But different pieces of the film are at present in the hands of different analysts who are doing different things with them.
All right.
And my job was to try to determine if the film was actually from 1947.
Right.
And based on preliminary, and I say preliminary because I have not finished the test, based on preliminary analysis, it is. Because it's the right chemical type of film base for 1947, and it corresponds in all of the other characteristics to Kodak Super XX, which is the type of film the cameraman says it is, from 1947.
Boy, that's big news, if it's true. Now, let me ask you this. Would it have... a lot of people say, well, fine, maybe somebody saved some old 1947 film and exposed it here in the last several years or whatever. Would the film have had to have been exposed roughly in that time period? That's very critical.
Well, there's several points to know about. One of them is that Super XX is a very high-speed film, very sensitive film. And the higher the speed of the film, the less shelf life it has. So this film had a very short shelf life. And we're looking, for the most part here, at images of very high quality. There's not a lot of fog. Fog is what builds up as film ages before it's exposed and processed.
Right.
This film shows very low fog levels. And this puts us within a fairly narrow window. Now, I can't say that this film was absolutely exposed and processed in 1947. But I can say it was exposed and processed while it was still quite fresh, which in this case probably means a window of 2-3 years at the most.
Well, that's very narrow. In other words, somebody could not have done this last year, say.
It was not done recently.
Okay.
If in fact this is a hoax, it's a hoax that was done quite a few years ago.
Uh-huh. Why not ask you? You have seen, I guess the audience should now know, you have seen at least 20 minutes of the film that none of the rest of us have yet seen, including apparent scenes of the wreckage. Is that correct?
Well, it's scenes of debris. There's no scenes that I have seen of the field where the thing crashed.
Right, I understand.
But I've seen film showing pieces of the wreckage on tables being lifted up and turned around to different angles and displayed for the camera.
Wow. As told by that lady on the Fox show, she said she sat and played with the piece for several minutes. That sort of thing, I take it.
Well, it's interesting that I think the reason Fox did not show the film of the debris is because the debris does not look like the descriptions given by any of the witnesses.
Okay.
The I-beams, as you saw in the program that Jesse Marcel was describing,
yes,
are fairly narrow, skinny little things that look like they were made out of balsa wood.
Huh.
The I-beams that we have in the film are fairly large. I'd say maybe 2.5 inches tall, maybe 3 inches wide, obviously made of some quite strong metal, with the writing not painted on them in some color, but the writing is actually part of the metal and raised above the surface of the metal.
Wow.
And the writing looks nothing like the hieroglyphics that Marcel has described.
Can you describe it?
Yes, it looks like ancient Greek.
Ancient Greek?
It isn't, but I mean, it's that type of, it's letters. It looks like an alphabet, angular and circular. One person who's looked at the quote writing says he thinks it's a form of digital encoded, and it's digitally encoded information.
Well, now nobody was doing that in 1947.
Oh, no, nobody was. But again, another person has looked at it and says it's ancient Phoenician, so...
God, that's remarkable.
We have to find out who knows what they're talking about here.
Oh, that's absolutely remarkable. So, and, well, why in the world would you think... Now, does Fox have possession of this film?
Oh, yes.
Why aren't they running it?
What Fox has the autopsy, which we've seen a small part of. They have this, I think it's about 2.5 minutes long, of the pieces of the wreckage. And they also have what's been referred to as the tent scene. A scene of one of the aliens lying on a cot, or on top of a box, you can't really tell because it's dimly lighted.
Right.
That was shot the night of the crash in one of the tents under the light of emergency lanterns. Wow. And some technicians are working on the creature, but exactly what they're doing, it's very hard to determine because the lighting is so poor.
Well, gee, Bob, if this is a hoax, it's beginning to sound awfully elaborate.
Oh, it is. If it's a hoax, it's elaborate and must have been extremely expensive to do.
I mean, we've got to keep it in perspective. This is not a trivial question. It's why I've borne in on it so hard. As they said, one good thing they said at the beginning of the Fox film was, if this film is real, then it's the biggest story of our lives. It is the biggest story of mankind. It means there are others. It means we have been visited. And so why are the other networks, for example, not picking up on it at this point? The reaction to the Fox show was absolutely stupendous, as so much so they had to rerun it, and I take it they're going to be even running more.
Well, they're going to be doing sequels. At least one sequel.
Right. What in the world is the matter with the rest of the networks?
They can't use the film. Fox bought exclusive rights to it.
Ah. Well, so without the visual aid, they're unwilling to do the story.
Well, I'd say that there's not too much point in doing the story if you can only run a few image grabs, a few frame captures of still images from the film, which is all you can run if you aren't Fox.
I see.
The impact is somewhat lost. I suspect we will see the other networks and the other traditional news media catching on to this story at some point, starting to cover it.
All right, here's another question for you, and there are going to be many from the audience, and yes, audience, you will be able to talk to Bob here in a bit. Bob, a lot of people have said to me, old film like that, well, let me go back even further. People have said that color existed, and so there have been complaints of, well, why, they say, wasn't it in color? They had color then, they had The Wizard of Oz, and so why didn't they use color?
Well, the cameraman's version of this, as I understand it, now this particular thing I have not confirmed with him directly, this is just my understanding, is that he was not taking what we would call the primary documentation. This film was more of a moving chronicle to show exactly the sequence of things and what was going on.
Right.
When he paused between rolls of film, his rolls of film were about 2 minutes and 40 seconds long.
Right.
He had to pause to reload the camera between those rolls. When he took that pause to reload, there was a still photographer who came in and was taking high-quality still images, some of which would have been in color.
I see.
And that would have been the primary documentation, supported by this 16-millimeter film.
And that was occurring in the interim as he reloaded.
Right.
Okay, but the question went to this. Would it have been normal to have used black and white film at that time for that kind of application?
Color existed, but color had to be sent out for processing. For reasons of security, they wanted this film processed internally. And the only thing they were equipped to process internally easily was black and white.
That makes sense.
So that's one of the reasons that they didn't use color for this. The other reason being that the color films of those days were quite slow, required a whole lot more light, and he was working under marginal conditions for a lot of this filming, and would not have been able to use the existing color films because they just weren't fast enough, not sensitive enough.
Have you seen anything? They referred, of course, to the clock on the wall and said, yes, it was of the right period, and the telephone with the curly cord, yes, it was of the right period. Have you yet seen anything in the film that shoots a hole in the possible validity of it? I'm waiting for that, an expert like yourself, to say, aha, here it's fake.
There's no holes that prove that it's fake. There are some things that send up cautionary flags. One of the things to me that sends up cautionary flags is that you don't see anybody's face in this film.
No.
The people performing the autopsy, which is really not an autopsy, it's really a dissection.
Yes.
People doing that are all wearing these suits. The man who's behind the window, who is obviously isolated from them, is still wearing a surgical mask for no obvious reason.
Well, except that one might imagine that an alien creature from some other planet would have bacteria or germs that we now regard as level 4, all the hot zone kind of stuff. In other words, something from somewhere else. So I can imagine when we handle level 4 organisms, microorganisms now, we wear the equivalent of what we saw in that film.
Yeah, but the other guy is behind a glass window outside of the isolation chamber.
With a mask on.
He's still wearing a mask.
It's true.
The only conceivable reason that I can think of for him to be wearing that mask is to disguise his identity. Now, that may not be a red flag as far as the validity of the film, because it may be that the people at the time didn't want to be recognizable.
That could easily be, too.
For security reasons, if the film fell into the wrong hands, they wanted to remain anonymous.
What do you find the best argument for the film's validity? Of course, what you've already told us about when it was exposed and when the film... In other words, you're confirming it was 1947, 1949, somewhere in that area, not 1927, not 1967, correct?
Right.
So that's one big argument in its favor, and as far as I'm concerned, it's big news. What else would you find credible in the film?
In the film itself, I find credible just the, it's hard to put into words, but the gut feeling of reality that it produces when you see the whole thing. It comes through a little bit less when you see clips of it on television. When you see the whole autopsy, you have a strong feeling, as these pathologists have said, that you're seeing an actual body of something being dissected.
What about the comments of Stan Winston? They were, I thought, rather weighty as well. He did Jurassic Park. He said, we couldn't do that today, and if we could find the guy who did, he ought to be working for us.
Yeah.
So I also found that rather convincing.
I think Stan was more convincing than most of the other experts.
As a matter of fact, yes.
I gave his testimony much higher weight than some of the others, because he knows what he's talking about as far as faking something. And as a matter of fact, if you want to see a state-of-the-art fake body, go to see the movie that's playing right now called Prophecy, and then make a comparison, because even though that is an expensive production and the dead angel that they have in the movie must have cost a bundle to manufacture, he still looks fake.
As compared to what's in this film.
Right, right.
All right. Since you know a lot about photography, one of the chief criticisms made during the film was that the photographer kept going in and out of focus, and one man expert claimed at critical moments it would go out of focus. Now, we've got a break here at the bottom of the hour, but when I come back, I want to ask you about that and about lenses and focus and state-of-the-art at that time. So stay right there. My guest is in Washington, D.C. He's Bob Schell. He's a photo analyst. He's actually examined real imagery from the film. He's got a lot to say about it. We'll be right back. This is CBC.
Call Art Bell toll-free, west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It absolutely is. Top of the morning, everybody. My guest is Bob Schell from Washington, D.C. He is a photo analyst. He's working on the purported autopsy of an alien, the Roswell autopsy. Or maybe it's not the Roswell autopsy, and we'll talk about that, too, in just a moment. Now back to Washington, D.C. and Bob Schell. Bob?
Yeah.
Bob, let's cover this criticism that I've heard a lot of people make, even in the Fox piece, where they said, well, you know, every time you got close, the camera would blur, and you wouldn't be able to see properly. A camera of the kind used then, under the circumstances being used by that cameraman, do you find that suspicious? Is it normal? How do you react to that?
Well, I don't find it suspicious at all. In fact, I find it a piece of corroborating evidence. What Fox has not told everyone is that there are two autopsies on film, two separate autopsies.
You're right. I sure didn't hear that.
Only one of which you have seen parts of. The first autopsy, the doctors or surgeons or pathologists or whatever they are are not wearing the protective suits. They're only wearing face masks.
Oh.
And in the first autopsy, the film does not go out of focus in the close-ups.
Oh, my.
Now, the reason the film that we see goes out of focus in the close-ups is because the cameraman was wearing one of those suits also. And he couldn't focus the camera because these old cameras required guesstimating the distance and setting it on a scale on the lens, which he was unable to do with those gloves on. So what he had to do was preset the camera for sort of an intermediate distance and let it stay set there and make the best of it he could, which meant that as he moved in close, it did go somewhat out of focus. As he moved back, the focus came back again.
Sure.
He was set for probably a 6-foot guess focus, something like that.
Fixed focus. Well, I've said to people that have called, Bob, look, you know, they criticize no color. They criticize the blurriness. I said, my feeling about this is, if it had been in perfect color and in perfect focus, people would have called and said, God, what a fake. You know, it's in color. They barely had color then. They had no automatic focus then. This thing ought to be out of focus. So it's going to be criticized either way. But
some people have already criticized it for being too good as it is. But what they don't realize is that Fox is only showing you the best of it. Footage does vary in quality.
Right. Well, that was another question. People will say, well, old film like that ought to have streaks. And I'm not the expert you are in this area, but you know, we've all seen it, the streaks and the little blurbs and white blobs that appear and all the rest of that.
That comes from duplication and from repeated projection. This film has not been duplicated or projected. So it has no scratches from projection, and it has no dust spots, which is what those blobs are from being copied.
So it was, in essence, really a pristine copy.
Exactly. Old, and not always in the best of condition physically, in the sense that some of the film is physically torn, the sprocket holes are chewed up, and that sort of stuff. And it's been a real devil of a problem to get some of it transferred to video because the film physically is so torn up. The image is okay, but the edges of the film are frequently badly messed up.
Why do you think that Fox has not told us, I mean, the information you just gave us, for example, about a second autopsy, where we're not out of focus, that's very important information. Why has Fox not at least made reference to it?
Because they don't have it.
Uh-huh.
That's why they haven't mentioned it.
And this is film you have personally seen?
The first autopsy I have not myself seen yet. I have talked to quite a few people who have seen it, though. So I don't question that it exists.
All right. And yet you've seen an additional, 18 minutes in which you've seen what you call wreckage.
The wreckage itself is only about 2.5 minutes worth of film.
About 2.5 minutes.
The autopsy itself is about 18 minutes, the one that we've seen portions of.
Mm-hmm.
The tent scene, what Fox has is about 2 minutes of it. The whole scene is about 14 minutes long. And the first autopsy is about 12 minutes long. In addition to that, there's something on the order of about 90 minutes worth of assorted footage. It's all associated with this. That varies from good quality through to mediocre through to absolutely awful quality.
Huh.
And much of that is still in the process of being restored. The most intriguing roll of film of all, to me, is one roll of film that has not been restored and put onto tape yet, but will be at some point.
Oh.
And the label of this roll of film says Truman.
Oh, yes, the one in which Truman is supposedly present.
The cameraman says Truman was there to inspect the crash himself and should be on this roll of film. But this roll of film has not yet been... Actually, what's wrong with it is it's stuck together. It hasn't been unstuck yet and unwound.
Holy mackerel. Bob, here's a fax that just came in, and I'm going to deal with a question, then I'm going to let you deal with it. It says, please ask these questions. I'd like to know, as a tax-paying citizen, how he can justify to himself and others keeping the cameraman's identity and related info a secret. I assume here he's referring to Santilli. If Fox or a representative intercepted a package from Santilli addressed to Shell this is a federal crime. Like to know why he hasn't reported it to the authorities. I don't know where she gets that. It's signed Rebecca. Bob, I have the name of the cameraman, and you do too, don't you?
Of course.
Now, my position on it, and I've had it for a few days, is this guy is in his 80s, and I'm just now 50. I can imagine that somebody in their 80s might well not want the world descending on them, which is exactly what would occur if his name gets out, and it's going to get out. I'm just not going to be part of it. And so how do you feel about that?
Well, I feel the same way, but the reason I'm not revealing his name is a very simple one. I promised not to. It was given to me in confidence, and
right.
For me to keep my position as a independent consultant, I have to keep confidences when they're given to me. If I violate one confidence, that's the end of my trust within the camera industry.
I think that it's this man's own struggle. I'm sure he's struggling now with his conscience about whether or not he should come forward. But if he doesn't want to, I'm not going to out him, and I'm going to be a little upset with whoever does, even given the importance of this story. I don't think we have any right to do that. I don't feel like that anyway. Okay. I would like you to take a few phone calls in the balance of this hour, if you wouldn't mind.
No problem.
Let's try it. Let's see what people have to say out there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell. Hello.
Hello there.
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Memphis.
Memphis, all right.
Yes, there is quite a delay. It's kind of weird.
Just turn your radio off.
Oh, it's been on.
All right.
Okay. Got a few questions about the film that we saw on Fox and saw tonight. And one is about the danger sign. I've read on the internet about how there's something written under the danger sign, and that might give a clue to what's it about.
There's something written under the danger sign, but I haven't been able to read it and haven't had the time yet to try digital enhancement to see what it says. I'm sure we will be able to read it once we do some tweaking around with it on the computer.
And another question is about the clock, and since this is, I guess, supposedly at a military site, why isn't the clock in a 24-hour clock where it goes 24 hours all the way around?
All right. That's an interesting question. I wouldn't have the answer.
No, I have no answer to that either, except that I have other photos from the same time period taken on military installations that show similar clocks. So that doesn't bother me, because obviously those clocks were used by the military.
Mm-hmm.
They may not have been the only ones used. There may have been 24-hour clocks used also.
I'm beginning to get the distinct feeling that you feel as I do about this, Bob, and I can't be sure, but I lean toward thinking this film is authentic. How about you?
Well, I'm not going to say that I'm giving it the thumbs up yet. My gut feeling is that it's the real thing, but I have not established that to my own satisfaction yet.
All right, I would say that's about my position. Whoops. First time caller line, you're on the air with Bob Shell. Hi.
Hello, how you doing tonight? Las Vegas, calling in.
Yes, sir.
KVEG.
KVG, you bet.
I have a question.
Turn your radio off, sir.
Oh, okay. Last Monday night, a caller misspoke and said that this alien had no nipples.
It is untrue. There are nipples. They're very, very difficult to see, but they are there.
It seemed like they were there, but very light color.
Well, that is still not a resolved question.
Oh, really?
Whether there are or are not nipples. What some people are interpreting as a nipple on the left side of the body, there's obviously no visible nipple on the right side of the body. On the left side of the body, it's been interpreted as a nipple, but I've looked at it, I've analyzed it on the computer, I've blown it up to giant size. I'm not sure what it is. It's an area where there's some difference in the skin, yes. But whether it's a nipple or whether it's a damaged area of skin or whether it's something else entirely, we just don't know yet.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much for the call from Las Vegas. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell in Washington, D.C. Hello.
This is Ashland, Oregon calling. The thing that really
strikes me the most is something that somebody said, is that if this were a hoax, it would be an extremely expensive hoax. And the thing that strikes me is that what kind of person would shell out that kind of money to give this kind of hoax and not step forward and say, yes, it was me and I did it, it's a hoax, I'm a genius.
Gee, I can even do better than that. What kind of person would shell out that kind of money in 1947 to 9 when the film was apparently exposed and then hold on to it for all these years thinking, gee, someday there's going to be a big alien controversy and I can make a lot of money?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
I think the only people that could have done that back then would have been the government. I had a very heated debate with a friend the other day about this, and he brought up the point that, you know, there might be a reason for somebody trying to make the general populace believe that there's an extraterrestrial culture. And he said that the government might, have a reason for wanting the American people to believe that there is an alien presence, either to scare them and to get some sort of control over them, or perhaps they already have contact and they're starting to release these things to test the waters to see, how the American people would react to such an alien race if there was. Just random thoughts out there.
Well, there is one suggestion that sort of makes sense about why the government would have faked a film like this.
All right.
The suggestion was given to me by a former intelligence person who said that maybe this film was faked in 47 to intentionally leak it to the Russians, to scare the heck out of them, to make them think we had access to this alien technology.
That's an interesting scenario. And one cannot underestimate the government coming up with just about anything.
Oh, yeah.
You told me at the beginning of the show you were once CIA for a short time, and that is not relevant to this at all. But maybe you can comment on that aspect of it. In other words, having been on the inside, is that something that you would consider likely or not?
I don't consider it likely. I consider it possible.
Possible.
I'd say it's fairly remote because I think there would be easier ways to scare the Russians and more productive ways. So I don't really know how likely that scenario is. I think it fits pretty low on the likelihood scale at this point.
Well, I would have to agree because we were at, obviously, the beginning of the nuclear age, and if you wanted to scare the Russians, we had some pretty real things to scare them with.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to me we wouldn't need alien autopsies. On the first-time caller line, welcome to the program. You're on the air with Bob.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, where are you, ma'am?
I'm in Houston.
Houston, Texas. All right.
Right. CNN did do a little thing on the Roswell thing yesterday.
I saw it, but there was absolutely no reference to the film.
Well, they showed some clips from the film.
Oh, it did?
Yes, sir. They sure did. It showed they were a little bit larger looking, and it showed the body with the eyes and all of that. And the main thrust of the whole broadcast was the fact that Roswell has become more or less
yes,
a money-making deal.
Yes, well, I certainly saw that, but I did not see that.
There were about 3 very brief scenes of the film itself.
Were they stills or moving pictures?
No, they seemed to be stills.
Stills.
I was not sitting down looking. I was just in the room, and I glanced up when I saw it. But it looked like they were just flashed 2 or 3 still pictures up there. It could have been moving pictures.
Well, maybe the door then is beginning to crack open. Bob, do you think that this film, ultimately, when all of it is out, will be strong enough to crack the door open and begin to make the American people, the people of the world, realize there may be something to all this?
Honestly, I doubt it. Because the confirmed skeptic is not going to be convinced if one of these creatures walks up and offers a six-fingered handshake.
Yeah.
So,
well, I frequently said, Bob, that if somebody suddenly came forward with a film of some guy on the grassy knoll with a rifle and showing the trigger being squeezed and then a slow-mo of the bullet leaving the gun and hitting President Kennedy from the grassy knoll, people wouldn't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are some things that have received, there's so much information out there that if somebody stood on a podium short of the president and said it is real, it's just one more piece of information.
Right. My big hope about this film is that it will bring out a lot more eyewitnesses before they all die off, because there's still a lot of people out there who have not come forward.
What would you think the government's, well, for example, so far, utter silence from our government. Now, there's a lot of ways of looking at this. Ray Santilli bought the film. But if this is really an authentic film, that means it's actually U.S. government property. And I don't see how you can copyright U.S. government property.
You can't. But the problem is for the government to come out and tell him you can't copyright it, they have to admit it's legit.
It's theirs, yes.
It's a catch-22.
Yes, yes, indeed. If this is a legitimate film, having been on the inside once, Bob, what do you think the government's present position on it is? I mean, do you think they'll just keep their mouths shut, not say a word, let people chuckle and chortle, and let everybody wonder, or will they eventually crack open? I would have once said this kind of a secret never could have been kept. But, I mean, recently we've got Hazel O'Leary coming forward saying we fed, plutonium or whatever to kids. And that was kept secret all those years. Very well. We never knew about it. Would have been the scandal of the century. But Hazel O'Leary walked out on to a podium and said, yes, we did this. It was horrible, but we did it. They kept that secret.
Well, they've kept quite a few things secret. Their current approach seems to be just to sort of let this thing work itself out in the public arena and see what happens. I think they're taking a wait-and-see attitude. Before I got involved in this, I went to a very good friend of mine who's a ex-CIA person, because I wanted to know if he thought I'd be incurring any real personal danger by getting involved in this.
Right.
And his comment was, no, they've decided to let it out, because if they hadn't wanted to let it out, Ray Santilli and the cameraman would both have disappeared and be dead weeks ago.
Then this calls for a conjecture, of course, but why would you think they would make the decision to let it out?
I'm not sure they made the decision to let it out, but I think that the fact that it's come out, they may have decided just to let this play itself out and see what happens, rather than to try to intervene and confiscate the film, which is far too late to try to do that.
Oh, much too late.
Or to come out with another cover story, and their cover stories have so far not gotten them very far. Nobody's believed them anyway.
Well, to me, it's a little like the Furman tapes. They first said it's a saucer, Major Jesse Marcel. Then, 20 minutes, 40 minutes later, they said, oh, no, it's a weather balloon. And that story was the one they stuck to for all those years. And here recently, they came out and said, wrong. It wasn't a weather balloon. We lied. We admit it. It was a weather balloon. It was a special balloon train or something to detect Russian nuclear testing or whatever. Sort of it wasn't a balloon, it was a different kind of balloon story.
And as of last week, they were thinking about releasing a new story, claiming it was a crashed B-26 carrying an A-bomb.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, there's another new one that I haven't heard. Might we inquire where you found out about that?
Well, actually, that was a cover story given to the perimeter guards at the time of the crash.
You're kidding?
No, that's what they were told they were guarding. The ones who weren't in close enough to actually see the saucer.
Lies, lies, lies. Bob, hold on, relax, have a cup of coffee. We'll be back to you in just a very few minutes. All right? My guest is Bob Shell, a photo analyst. There will be more. This is CBC.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line. at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Here again I am, live in the nighttime. Good morning, everybody. I have, as a guest, he's been on 1 hour, now we'll be on another, Bob Schell. He is the man referred to by Linda Moulton Howe on Sunday. He is a photo analyst. He has done consulting work for the FBI and other government agencies, was at one time in the CIA, has analyzed an actual piece of the visual footage of the purported crash at Roswell, or is it Roswell? We have yet to get to that. We're going to lay rather heavily on the phone lines this hour. So in a moment, back to Bob Schell, who's in Washington, D.C. Because we have so many joining us at this hour, here once again from Washington, D.C. is a photo analyst whose name is Bob Schell. Bob, if you were to give us a sort of a brief rundown, a resume of what you have done, who you have worked for, why you have expertise in this area, I would appreciate it.
Well, I've been involved heavily in photography for more than 30 years, and I make my living these days writing about photography and doing freelance photographic consulting for a large number of different clients, including some of the camera companies. My original training is in zoology and photography, which gives me a double-edged sword with which to deal with this film. The film itself has passed what I call preliminary stage of proving itself to be a valid document produced in 1947 or within 2 or 3 years of 1947.
All right. Let me challenge that with this fax, and maybe that'll give you an opening to launching into that. It says, Art, your analyst has a couple of misconceptions. One, he says, you cannot authenticate the age of a film by the age of the film stock because unexposed film can last many decades if it's kept in cold storage. It would be a matter of locating stored film, which seems difficult, but I bet a thorough search would turn some up. I've read that film left in the Arctic by one of the early expeditions was usable many years later. Then, too, your expert is forgetting that Kodak never marketed a 16mm nitrate film. 35mm nitrate film was common until the late 40s, early 50s, but Kodak never sold nitrate 16mm because the early acetates were good enough for that purpose. Jim in Portland.
Well, now, the second part of that I'll deal with first.
All right.
As far as nitrate, the information that Kodak did make nitrate 16mm film came directly from Kodak, and it has come from several different sources at Kodak. I have no personal knowledge. I wasn't around in the 20s. But I would assume Kodak would know what they did and didn't do.
Good
and
point.
They have on a number of occasions said that the film that they made in 27, 16mm and 35, would have been on nitrate base.
All right.
So I'm relying on Kodak for that piece of information. If Kodak's wrong, then they're wrong. But that's really not terribly relevant to what we're talking about.
All right, now the possibility that a bunch of this was stored in the Arctic or the equivalent somewhere and held for all those years.
Well, actually, somebody else had asked me a while back if it had been stored in an abandoned salt mine in cryogenic condition. And under those circumstances, maybe it would still be pretty good film today. The person who made this comment is right. Old film can be used, but the faster the speed of the film, the less likely that is to work, because film is all gradually fogged. It sits around by cosmic radiation.
Mm-hmm.
And the higher speed films are much more sensitive to cosmic radiation than the slower films.
That radiation we're all bombarded with all the time.
That's why the question about the salt mine.
Uh-huh. Oh, I see.
That's the only place where you can store something and limit the exposure to cosmic radiation. But even at that, when when you're dealing with a very sensitive film, which this was for its time, it was one of the fastest films made at the time, you're dealing with a situation where after just a few years, the film has built up enough cosmic radiation exposure to show measurable fogging, which this film does not show.
All right, and again, your work for this audience has, at least on a preliminary basis, pinned down the year not to 27 or 67, but to 1947 or 1949, somewhere in that range.
We pinned down the year of manufacture of the film.
Okay.
Rather precisely to 47.
To 47. God, that's
now,
important.
we cannot prove that the film was exposed and processed in 47, but we can establish within certain parameters that the film was exposed and processed while it was still quite fresh.
Well, if this news, or would have had to have been, you said, within a few years.
Right.
So, you know, that adds so much to the credibility of this whole thing. Then why in God's name hasn't Fox come to you to extend the story and the credibility of what they've got?
Fox and I have had a sort of I would say, rocky relationship on this from the beginning. I was quite surprised when I saw the TV special the first time, because I had been promised repeatedly that I would have a credit in the end credits of the film. And when I saw the program, it wasn't there. Fox has been pushing me to do things faster than I'm comfortable to do them.
I see.
They want 100% guarantee that this film is what it is claimed to be, and they wanted it in time to use on their program.
And you weren't prepared to do that at that point.
I couldn't do it at that point.
Or may not even be able to do it right now.
No, the time frame just wasn't realistic. I mean, if you do things correctly, it takes time. So I couldn't give them what they wanted, which is why I wasn't on the program. I may be on the follow-up program if by the time they get ready to do the follow-up, I'm able to give them what they're after.
This is completely off course for a second, but with the story they told about the crash, if we, for the sake of the argument here, assume this is a valid film and a valid story, I was so saddened at the way humans treated what seemed to be alien creatures, you know, rifle butt in the head, that kind of thing, to get the box away. I guess I'm not surprised by it, but I was saddened by it. Did you have any reaction?
Well, the first time I read the cameraman's transcribed statement, it made me physically sick. Because here are badly injured creatures crying out in pain, and they're being hit with rifle butts, and they're having what to them is obviously something very crucial that they're clutching to themselves tightly, torn away from them by force. And we don't know what these boxes were they were clutching. Maybe these were life support systems of some sort. All we know is that a short time after the one was hit with the rifle butt and its metal box taken from it, that one died.
Sad. That's the word I come up with, is sad. And here we go again. I said in the earlier hour that I had the name of the cameraman. And here's the kind of response I get. Art, if you have the cameraman's name, you are now part of the cover-up. At least to maintain some credibility, you or someone else should verify that this name was in the armed services. My God, you know yourself how important it is. We all know the truth. Well, he was in the armed services. There's no question about that. The question is whether or not we pursue this guy and break his privacy, and it would be broken severely. He's in his 80s. I'm going to say it again. I am not going to out this guy. I'm not going to do it. He's got a right to his privacy, and I'm not going to be the one to break it. And Bob, you are respecting, you also have his name, and you're respecting that confidence as well, right?
All I can say is welcome to the conspiracy. You're part of it now.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I am respecting his privacy because I've been asked to. And his story and his name and all of the rest of this will be brought out
sure,
ultimately in time by the people who are involved in this project if we're allowed to do things properly. I plan to interview the cameraman quite extensively, face-to-face, in a matter of about 2 weeks. And at that time, a lot of these questions people have been asking me to ask the cameraman will be asked.
What do you want to know? If you had just 2 or 3 questions, main important ones you could pose to him, what would they be?
Oh, that's a tough one because the list of questions runs into about 5 pages.
I bet it does.
Crucial questions about the camera equipment and the film itself will be first on my list. I'm sure people who are concerned more about the creature than about the film would want to know things like what color was the skin, what color was the blood, things you can't tell from black and white film.
Of course. Oh, the very good point. It was obviously a darker colored blood, but that's all you could discern on a black and white film.
The so-called eyewitnesses to the Roswell autopsies, and I'm talking here about the traditional Roswell story,
right,
claimed that the creatures that they saw had clear, colorless fluid in their bodies and no blood per se.
You know what I'm hearing, though, Bob, and maybe you know enough about the cameraman to know this. I've heard that he's made a statement that this was a crash on the plains of St. Augustine near Socorro somewhere, not Roswell. Have you heard that?
Well, I can tell you with some authority that this film and this crash that the cameraman is talking about has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with the Roswell incident.
That's what I thought.
The traditional Roswell incident. This happened a month earlier, and it happened about 10 miles southwest of Socorro, not on the plains of St. Augustine,
okay,
but on the other side of the mountains from those plains.
10 miles south of Socorro.
About 10 miles southwest of Socorro, in a small dry lake bed. And the dry lake bed has been visited recently, about a month ago, by a colleague of mine who verified that, in fact, there is a small dry lake bed there, even though it shows on no maps, not even on USGS maps, and that there's about a 50-foot diameter area where the crash was supposed to be, which has obviously been excavated at some time in the past and filled in with soil from somewhere else.
Oh. Gee, you're telling us a lot of new stuff tonight. And again, for the later audience, there were a couple of other things that that you suggested earlier that you knew that are not out publicly yet. You've seen 20 minutes, for example, of the film that nobody else has seen, including pieces of debris. Is that a better word? Debris, wreckage,
debris,
whatever?
wreckage, whatever. When the thing came down, first of all, the thing came down possibly not by accident, possibly because we shot it down.
Oh, stop there. The very large wound on the leg, which was the only very serious wound that I've discerned, and they talked about in Fox, they said that might have been some sort of a missile or a projectile or something that would produce that kind of wound. So that would be consistent then with perhaps having shot it down?
Well, the wound appears to be from the creature standing too close to an explosion of some sort. The wound goes all the way through the leg. It's a penetrating wound. There's an entry wound about 3 inches long and about 2.5 inches tall on the outer side of the leg. Then there's this enormous chunk of flesh torn out from the inner side of the leg, which suggests an exit wound.
Uh-huh.
Possibly a shrapnel piece from an explosion caused this wound.
So we may have shot the damn thing down.
Well, when the cameraman was first sent to the site, he was told he was going to photograph a Russian spy plane that had been shot down. And there's a fair amount of reason to believe that that's what they thought it was until they got to the crash site. They thought they had downed a Russian spy plane flying over our nuclear facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And they got there, and lo and behold, it wasn't a Russian spy plane at all. Something else quite different.
Well, I've always thought, with regard to Major Marcel, Army Air Corps, experienced career guy, to not be able to tell the difference between a flying saucer, or disc as he called it, and a weather balloon would be absolutely impossible.
That's ridiculous from the start. He would have known a weather balloon.
Sure.
The debris that we have the film of this particular crash did not come from the craft itself. The craft itself was completely intact. but there was a smaller dish on the bottom of the craft, possibly a communications dish, several feet in diameter, that was torn off in the crash. And all the debris that's shown on the film is pieces of this disc or dish that was torn off at the bottom of the craft during the crash.
And nobody's seen this. Is Fox negotiating to get this, or do you think Fox at this point has blown the story up so big that somebody else will end up getting it?
Well, Fox has this footage of the debris, and they chose not to use it because it doesn't tie into the rest of their story. They're trying to make this part of the Roswell incident.
I see.
They're trying to make it all one single event. And the debris doesn't look right to do that. It just doesn't fit. We also have film of the boxes the creatures were holding when they were found.
Really?
Oh, yes.
My God.
It's part of the same sequence.
Why isn't this, well, I guess it's public now, but why has this not been made public?
It has been made public overseas. Some of the overseas documentaries actually use this footage.
It's far too important for people not to know that all of this exists. And then you've told me there is even another canister of film, which is yet to be processed, which purports to show Truman. Is that correct?
That's right. Well, that's what it says on the label of the box.
Truman.
Mm-hmm.
In the extended footage, the little extra bonus they gave us last night, Don from Los Angeles wants to know, what about they called it a crystal that they pulled out of the torso of this creature. And do you know anything about that? Have you looked carefully at that?
Yes, I have looked carefully at that because it's a very peculiar thing. I've single-framed that sequence probably dozens of times studying it because I have been present during autopsies.
Oh, you have?
And I have dissected pieces of cadavers and other creatures myself, and I have no, and this is not a pun, I have no earthly idea what that thing is. I've never seen anything like it inside of a human body or any animal I've ever seen dissected. I'm told that particular part is much clearer in the first autopsy, the autopsy we have not seen.
Mm-hmm.
There's more film of it also.
And again, the first autopsy for this audience is clear, isn't it? In other words, you don't have...
There's no out-of-focus sections because the cameraman wasn't wearing protective gear, and he was able to refocus for the close-ups of the first autopsy. The first autopsy, the doctors or pathologists or whatever they are not wearing the protective suits either.
The blood, you say, obviously it's not color film, but with some care, you can look at a grayscale, can you not, and determine something by the relative color of the blood? I'm not a photo expert. You are.
Well, there's a team of French researchers right at the moment who are attempting to use a very sophisticated computer program to colorize the film. The way this computer program works is you take things in the scene that you know the colors of, and you plug that information into the computer, and it extrapolates the colors of the other things from that.
Oh, that's fascinating.
It's not 100% accurate, but it works fairly well.
All right, Bob Schell, hold on. We'll be right back to you. Relax for a moment. Bob Schell, a photo analyst from Washington, D.C. He's done work for the FBI. He'll be back. Back now to Bob Schell in Washington, D.C. Bob, I know the Associated Press has interviewed you. Wait a minute, let me get him back on the air again here properly. There we go. Bob, the AP apparently interviewed you. What do you think they're going to do with that? Anything?
I have no idea. It may turn up on some kind of a program, it may not. I've done quite a number of interviews since this whole thing blew open, and most of the better ones are still in the can somewhere.
Well, this one's not in the can, except our can, and it's live on the air. Now, here's a question from Paul in San Jose. Did you see even so much as 1 second of what appeared to be any footage of a live creature?
That is an unanswered question at this point because we don't know if the creature in the tent footage is live or not. It may be. Because the lighting is iffy, it's hard to tell exactly what the technicians are doing. And some people who have looked at the footage have said that what they're doing is they're applying a bandage to a wound in the creature's side.
Well, you don't put bandages on dead people.
Right. So if that interpretation is correct, then the creature is alive, but probably comatose or unconscious for some other reason. It's not moving. Whether it's breathing or not would require careful frame-by-frame analysis of the film.
Which I presume will be done.
Oh, yes, of course, it will be done, yes.
What is your relationship now with Mr. Santilli? You've said your relationship with Fox is a little iffy at best. What about Mr. Santilli regarding any further analysis of the rest of what he's got?
I have had complete and full cooperation from Ray Santilli and the other people at his company, Merlin.
Uh-huh.
I've had no problems with them whatsoever. They've been very forthcoming with any information I asked for. Not able to always supply it as quickly as I would like because they've been so busy themselves because of dealing with people from all over the world calling every 2 seconds asking for stuff. But they have gone out of their way to try to be as cooperative as possible.
All right, here are a couple of good questions. One you've already answered, but we need to answer it again. Why was there no still photographer present at the autopsy?
There was a still photographer present who was shooting while this motion picture cameraman was between rolls. Because he was wearing this protective suit, it took him much longer to change the film in the camera than it normally would have.
Right.
And during that gap, the still cameraman was moving in and taking close-up detailed documentary pictures, some of which we assume, we don't know this for a fact, but we assume some of these would have been in color.
All right. Here's another one. Is, to your knowledge, the photographer afraid of the government? Is that one of the reasons he's not coming forward?
I think his greatest fear is of the IRS, because he insisted that the payment for the film be made to him in cash.
I see.
And he said that he was passing most of the money to his daughter. I think he doesn't want himself or his daughter to be hassled by the IRS.
All right. Good answer. Art, for those who complain about the quality of the film, let us not forget the cameraman said that the reason he held on to the film in the first place was because he knew that he had overexposed it and was going to need to be processed in a particular way. Does that sound right to you, Bob?
Well, he kept back these 22 rolls of film because they had problems of one sort or another and required hand processing. They were not overexposed. I don't know where that came from.
Some of the scenes, though, do seem, in video terms, I'm, not too much into photography, but I certainly am into video, and they seem whited out to me.
Well, the thing is that some of these rolls of film, the photographer intentionally exposed the film at a higher than normal rating and processed it specially to push the film speed.
I've got you.
And because he was hand processing rather than the machine processing, this is done in sort of an oval-shaped large tank that winds the film from one spool to another by hand. The density variation within the rolls is quite a bit. It'll go from very light to very dark within the same roll of film because of this fairly primitive way in which it was processed.
Interesting. He goes on, and I think you agree with this, and the reason the government is not saying anything about it is because they can't. The entire UFO conspiracy has now reached such a boiling point that no lid can contain the contents of the pot. It's boiling over, and the less they say, the better off they'll be when they finally have to admit what's going on. Interesting. Would you agree with that?
It makes sense, although I think that there is probably factional fighting within the government between factions that want everything to be released and put out on the table in front of us, and people who still want to keep it secret.
Here's somebody asking, what is the difference between a dissection and an autopsy? I'm not sure I know myself.
The dictionary definition of an autopsy is a dissection performed to determine the cause of death. And we're not we're not dissecting these guys to figure out why they died. That's pretty obvious what they died from. The dissection is to get the internal organs out and into preservative situation fairly rapidly so that more detailed study can be done later. And according to the cameraman, these creatures, once they're dead, decompose much more rapidly than humans would. So that's one of the reasons that the dissections are done fairly more quickly than a traditional autopsy would be done.
They seem to be pulling out a lot of what appeared to be non-connective tissue. Mush, gush, I don't know what you'd call it. It was pretty icky. Any comments on that?
Well, what they're pulling out in most cases is not something that you can relate directly to any organ that would be inside of a human body. For example, in the lower abdominal cavity, there are no long ropes of intestine. There's no large and small intestine. There's a large single organ which looks sort of like a large spongy mass that's removed.
Right, correct.
And below that, there's two smaller things which may or may not be kidneys. They're taken out too quickly to really tell exactly if that's what they are. There's no sign that I can see from the angles I've seen looking into the cavity of any reproductive organs at all. Whether there are or not lungs is hard to determine in the chest cavity. There is what looks like a heart, and then there's a very large organ under that heart which doesn't correspond to anything that we recognize.
All right, then this. If the doctors in the first autopsy wore no protective suits, as in the second, were their faces ever visible, sufficiently visible to be able to try to ID them?
There's a good possibility that can be done. You know, people like the FBI have these computer programs that can do a make on a partial face.
Mm-hmm.
And if we know who we think they are and can find an old picture of them of sufficient quality, we may be able to do this. We have the name of one of the doctors.
Oh, you do?
Right. In the first autopsy, there is a notepad or something that's held up to the camera that has written on it, autopsy performed by Dr. Detlev Bronk.
Say the name again, please.
Detlev Bronk, B-R-O-N-K.
Is he alive?
No, he's dead, but he did exist.
He did exist. We have confirmed that.
Yeah, and he was a military pathologist who would have been at a high enough level of security clearance to be involved in something like this.
My God, Bob, you've got so many details that Fox has not aired, so many corroborating important pieces of evidence that Fox has not aired. Why aren't they doing this?
Well, in some cases because they don't even know about it themselves, because they haven't really done a really in-depth research effort on the project.
All right, try this question. Could a hoaxer of today manufacture a film that would simulate the chemical makeup of the 47 film and fool somebody?
If you owned a film factory, you might, and I put that might in very large letters, you might be able to do that. But I place the odds of that very low. And we will have confirming corroborative testing by Kodak fairly soon that will do a chemical analysis of the film and compare it to their records of what they know that the film of that date should have had in it.
All right.
These are proprietary records that no one else would have access to.
I see. All right, going back to the phones, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell. Hi.
Yes, hi, how you doing?
All right.
I think it's that you can protect the identity of this photographer by setting up some kind of board of control that would look into this, an independent board, but would still protect his identity. And I think this is important. But I had a couple of questions. Number one, you mentioned a B-26 cover story. Did you mean a B-29? That was the only atomic bomber at the time.
I'm not an expert on aircraft. The person who told me the story said a B-26, but he may have misspoken.
Yeah, that was a very small, medium bomber.
Yeah, he may have misspoken.
You mentioned chemical tests on the film. What type of tests? Spectroscopic tests or otherwise that identified this as being consistent with the Super XX 1947?
That's a good question.
It's a destruct spectroscopic analysis. A small piece of the film is heated up and destroyed, and then the byproducts are analyzed spectroscopically. Exactly. And Kodak does know what film of different vintages should look like when that's done to it.
Ah, that's interesting. And also, could this film have been kept in an inert or a cold atmosphere and then exposed many years later?
Right, that was asked already.
A cold atmosphere, yes, but you can't protect it from cosmic rays. It would still be fog.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. This plot is really thickening, and it seems to me, Bob, that at some point is going to reach an absolute critical mass. Whether or not the networks have access to the film, which they don't, Fox has the rights. It seems like it's going to reach some sort of critical mass. Maybe I'm going to help that process. Maybe you are too.
I hope so. It has already done so outside of the U.S. For some reason, we've had very little coverage of this here in the U.S., whereas it's been covered quite extensively in England, in major newspapers, in Germany, in France.
I'm going to tell you one reason why. I know why, because I do programs and have for years on these kinds of subjects, Bob. We are Judeo-Christian. The whole idea, the whole concept of aliens is challenging to many people's religious faith in this country. And that's one answer. I don't know it's the totality of the answer, but it's at least one answer.
And I don't really understand that, because I've seen nothing in the Bible, as I read it, that says that God created intelligent human creatures only once. Only once on this planet, but it says nothing about other planets.
That's exactly right, and I react the same way. Nevertheless, some people are challenged to the point of real anger. I know this, Bob,
yes,
because I've had the calls.
I've talked to some of them.
Indeed. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Kirby in Houston.
Yes, sir.
It appears to me as though this body that is in the film on Fox, it could possibly be one of these creatures that we hear about that's artificially matured, like a human embryo. Does that seem reasonable to Bob?
Well, that's really outside of my range of expertise, but it doesn't seem unreasonable. I've speculated that what we're seeing is a biological robot rather than a biological entity per se, something that's engineered because it has a simplified internal structure, seems to have no digestive organs.
And the crystal.
And the crystal, right. So you have to wonder, is this thing something that evolved somewhere, or is this thing something that was built?
Well, the Greys we know do have biologically engineered beings that they use in their tasks. I've experienced some mental telepathy from one of the Greys, and they indicated something along these lines.
All right. Well, thank you. I don't know about that, but I think you may be onto something here, Bob. It was, or it appeared to be, somewhat simplistic and could have been sort of a half biological, half I don't the word mechanical, half technological device.
That's certainly a possibility. The one thing that bothers a lot of people, and especially bothers pathologists who have looked at the film, is the brain of this creature, because it does not look like the brain of a highly advanced, highly intelligent creature. It's smooth. It doesn't have the furrows that we associate with the increased surface area of the brain to increase intelligence.
It was pretty large, though. It was a pretty large mass, and
it's large, but not overly large by human standards.
I recall the pathologist saying that it was. He thought it was distinctly non-human.
Oh, it's definitely non-human. It's not as large as you would think it would be based on the size of the head. But if you watch the whole autopsy, you'll notice that when they saw through the skull, they have a heck of a time cutting through that skull. The skull is obviously a lot thicker and tougher than a human skull.
God, there's so many questions, so many questions. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Bob Shell. Hi.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
Yes, hello.
This is a professor, and I'm not angered. You know, you just made an earlier reference to some people that may be angry.
Well, if you're not, then you're not one of those.
I know. I have a deep Christian faith, but you know, me and you've gone back and forth on this thing since the very first night I called you, Art Bell.
Yes, sir. Do you have a question for our guest?
Well, I've just got an insight that I've held on to for about a week, and I haven't heard it. And the reason I ask is because The guest probably has, since he's going to talk to the cameraman, he'll be able to ask this question more clearly.
All right.
And I'm sure it's a concern that some people have come up with. They just haven't voiced it yet. I mean, I know deep down in our subconscious we thought this. These beings are awfully intelligent. Do you agree, Art?
No, I have no way of knowing what their level of intelligence would be at all. Would you, Bob?
No. They came in a highly sophisticated craft, but we don't know if they built the craft or not.
I see. So maybe they're not that intelligent.
Maybe.
Well, anyway, if they had any reasonable, how do we say, reconnaissance of the Earth, then they could have, we just had World War II, and that was a very, very brutal war. Certainly if they had any reconnaissance of us, they would have known we were brutal individuals. Having known that, then it looks like there would have been some sort of contingency for a crash scenario on their part. What to do in this situation. Should we crash? Should we be shot down? It seems to me that merely they're laying up against their ship crying, clutching something, that would seem to me to be more of a primitive. It seems very primitive to me.
All right, well...
shocked by the...
All right, look, caller. Bob, here are two things, and maybe you'd want to comment on them. One, that was a damn sensitive area at that time. It's where we were doing our nuclear testing.
Right.
So, in all probability, anything overflying the area would have been running the risk of being shot down. Two, if they were doing reconnaissance, the thing they would be most interested in would be our development of nuclear technology. Wouldn't that seem logical?
It does seem logical. That was the most sensitive installation in the entire United States at the time. So anything flying into that airspace would have been challenged on the radio for identification several times, and if no identification was forthcoming, if it kept coming into the sensitive area, it would have been shot down. That would have been our normal reaction.
And again, the wound was consistent with some kind of very close-in blast, the leg wound that we saw.
And it's quite possible that if we're dealing with creatures who are totally alien to us, they may not have even conceived of the idea that we would be that hostile and been totally unprepared for it.
Yeah, that's the sad part.
There's no way of knowing.
Just sort of a social question. You can ponder it if you want. We're at about the end of this hour. If a craft were to land today, similar creatures, similar clutching the boxes and all the rest of it, do you think we would treat them with greater deference today than we did then?
Good question.
I have this terrible feeling the answer to it is probably not.
I sort of feel that way, too.
And, again...
especially if it was the military who got there first.
That's right. And again, would we hesitate to shoot down a craft if we could? I don't think so. I live out here near Area 51. You know what that is.
Oh, yes.
Actually, I'm right next to it. And if something were to overfly it and be challenged, I can assure you it would be shot out of the air if we could.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot of years have passed, but I'm not sure that much has changed. Bob, stay right where you are. We'll be right back with you. Bob Schell, a photo analyst who's done consulting work for the FBI and a lot of other government organizations, and has closely examined the new footage. We'll be right back.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Good morning. If you're just joining us, I'm sorry. You've missed two very, very important hours. There's more to go. My guest is Bob Schell. He's in Washington, D.C. right now. He's done consulting work for the FBI, many other government agencies, was once in the CIA, has examined the film, the purported crash film, we think from a crash near Socorro, New Mexico, not Roswell. And there's just been all kinds of breaking news from Bob about this. One, that he's examined actual imagery film and that he has determined that this film was indeed exposed in or near 1947. That's a big piece of news. Not 27 or 67, but 47. And a lot more about the first alien autopsy, one that is clear, not blurry, one that had doctors in face masks, not full spacesuits. All kinds of information. This has been packed full of it, and there's about to be more, and we'll get back to Bob Schell in Washington, D.C. in just a moment. Bob, first of all, thank you for hanging in there. This is such important stuff. I know it's after 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock in the morning back there, I guess.
Oh, I didn't need any sleep anyway.
Bob, in the Fox presentation, both the first and now the second, anytime they took a full-body picture of the purported alien, they put in this little digital scratch-out where the genitalia would have been. You've obviously studied the film that does not have that.
Oh, yes.
Why, first of all, is it necessary that Fox did that? If they had shown it, would it been, what would we have seen? Would it have been female genitalia or what?
I have no earthly idea why Fox felt compelled to do that. None of the other television broadcasters anywhere else in the world scrambled the genitals. And
what have you, if you've analyzed any portion that showed that, have you been able to discern anything there, or is it just a dark?
No, there's nothing there that I think would have offended anyone. I can't imagine. What's there is what looks like a prepubescent human female's genitals, basically just a slit.
That's it, huh?
Yeah.
All right, then this. Dear Art, it has been suggested that if there are genitalia, they are female. It's been suggested that one of the masses taken from her abdomen may have been a amniotic sac. The body looked pregnant to me. I'm confused that no one else has suggested pregnancy.
The creature appears female only superficially. I don't believe that it has any sex at all. As far as the idea of pregnancy, none of the pathologists who have looked at the footage have thought that they saw any signs of anything resembling pregnancy. The puffed up abdomen is apparently just post-mortem bloating.
Okay. You saw or you've talked to people who have seen the first autopsy, the one nobody else has seen.
That's right.
Were they bloated in a similar way? Because you
No.
said the answer is no?
No.
Oh, my.
That one has a flat abdomen.
And you were saying that there was actually, or appeared to be, a bandage being put on one of them, indicating obviously, you don't put, as I said, you don't put a bandage on a cadaver.
Well, that's the interpretation some people have made of the film. It's not my personal interpretation. I really don't know what they're doing. They're doing something to the side of the creature.
All right, the phone lines are burning up, so let's try it again. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Schell.
Can I cut my radio down right quick?
Yeah, just cut it down. Turn it off, actually, please. And then tell us from where you are calling.
Hello?
Where are you calling from?
WAI San Antonio.
San Antonio, all right.
There's something that fascinated me about what you're talking about. What I was wondering is the possibility if that life support, supposedly the scientists would have known at that time, that's probably what it was that they were clinging to. Could it be possibly secretly in storage somewhere today? Behind locked keys?
Okay, that is a very good question. In fact, it coincides with the facts I've got here, Bob. Hangar 18. Do you or your guest know? Well, I've heard about Hangar 18. I was given to understand the ship, or a ship, is at Hangar 18, or was, and is intact, Don in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Well, not according to the cameraman. According to the cameraman, the entire craft was taken to Wright-Patterson and studied and stored there, and as far as he knows, is still there. He has not commented about Hangar 18 and possibly has no personal knowledge of this part of the thing, this whole mythology that's been built up later on.
All right, I always thought it was mythology, Bob, but I've got a tape of Mike Murphy at KCMO in Kansas City, who interviewed Barry Goldwater. And in Barry Goldwater's voice, and I've played it several times in the last week, Barry Goldwater says he asked Kurt LeMay about Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, General LeMay. General LeMay replied to him in 4-letter words that nobody can repeat and said, "Don't you dare ever ask me about this again, ever." Mm-hmm. To me, that lends quite a bit of credit. I always thought that was some sort of urban legend, but I've got it in Goldwater's words.
Yeah, well, when I was speaking about urban mythology, it doesn't mean it's necessarily not true, or that some parts of it are not true. It's just become ensconced as a myth, and repeated endlessly by people who would tend to embellish it each time they repeat it.
Might I ask you, in your field, Bob, I'm going to ask you for an assessment of your own reputation. How do your colleagues, are you regarded as a fairly mainstream photographic analyst?
As far as I know, they may change their opinion after my involvement in this project. But prior to now, they've thought of me that way.
Were you scared of this?
Scared of being involved in it?
Scared, yeah, from a career point of view.
Yeah, I was, and I still have some reservations, but I'm too far into it now to pull out. And it's something that's personally very interesting to me. I'm excited by the possibilities, and especially excited by the possibilities if it does turn out to be the real thing.
It is a frightening thing to, from a career point of view, for anybody to pursue, Bob. I'm pursuing it because I can't not do it. And I've done this for years, and this to me, if it is true, and I'm leaning toward thinking it is the story of everybody's lifetime. I mean, that we're not alone. It's such a big story that you just can't not do it. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Bob Shell. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm calling from Seaside, Oregon.
All right.
And I had two thoughts, and I don't know if it's no more bizarre than the whole idea of what we've seen on the films. Has it been eliminated, any of the Nazi German experiments with humans and Mengele's work? I know that sounds bizarre, but what do you think?
Well, I'm not clear on the question.
Well, in investigating that this is a humanoid-type creature,
you mean
we don't know if it's alien, we don't know a lot of things, but a lot of experiments have been done on humans and diseases and so forth and radiation or whatever. I just wondered if there's been any thought on could it have been created in some way here on Earth?
All right. Well, my answer to that would be no, because while you might certainly damage a body with radiation, you're not going to cause it to grow 6 fingers and 6 toes, to the best of my knowledge. Would you agree with that, Bob?
Well, it's a little bit outside of the realm of something I can comment on as an expert, but it doesn't seem likely to me. And there have been these suggestions from the very beginning that this is a human suffering from some rare genetic disorders. But the particular combination of disorders you'd have to create something this bizarre is just mind-boggling. And then to have 3 of them with exactly the same set of genetic disorders is just out of the question, I would think.
The numbers would be big.
Right.
In your work with the FBI or any other government agency, have you had occasion to previously analyze film of a dissection or of medical things?
Not in connection with any of the government agencies. I have done this sort of thing for some police departments and that sort of thing.
I see.
And I'm pretty familiar with what the internal organs of people are. I did all of the photography for a college-level manual on anatomy and physiology, which is a dissection manual. And in the process of doing the photography, I had to spend quite a lot of time in some very unpleasant places to take the pictures. And so I pretty much know what comes out of a body when you cut it open and start pulling things out.
Okay, you obviously have contacts with government agencies. You probably have friends who are in the FBI. And if you don't want to answer this, don't. But I assume that you've had some private conversations with them about this.
Quite a few private conversations. And
Without naming names, can you give us any idea of the content of those conversations, their reaction, what they said?
Well, there's a tremendous amount of interest in this because a lot of the people in various government agencies and government contracting agencies know that something is there. They've heard enough through the pipeline to know that there's something really going on, but they've been kept out of the loop, and they see this as a chance to find out what has been going on all this time. I'm hoping if the person doesn't get too frightened, I'm hoping to talk to somebody this week who may have actually had hands-on experience with these boxes that were taken from the aliens.
And again, for the late listeners, some of the film includes photographs of the boxes. You actually saw it. Did you see that?
Oh, yes.
You've seen the film of the boxes.
Right. And boxes is a bad term.
What can you describe what you saw?
What they are is they look like they're about 2.5 feet long, about 1.5 feet in depth, and maybe 2.5 inches in thickness. And they have on the top surface, I'm assuming the top surface, they have the impression of two hands, two six-fingered hands.
Really?
With buttons in the palm and buttons in the fingertips, plus 2 rows of buttons above the ends of the fingers.
In other words, this is some sort of control that was designed for somebody with 6 fingers. Good Lord.
It's a device of some sort, and the speculation is it's a computer of some sort, and the hand imprints are actually the input part of the device.
Well, that would seem to blow right out the window the speculation that this is, and I cannot recall the medical name for those who have, occasionally there's somebody born with 6 fingers or 6 toes, rarely, on both hands and both feet, if ever. But that would blow that right away. In other words, the device was designed for somebody with 6
right.
feet.
Yeah,
Holy
in humans
smokes.
it's called polydactyly.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and it's not as rare as some people think, but typically the 6th digit is not a functional digit.
And from what I could see of the footage, and I know you've examined it far more closely than I have, would you describe the 6th digit as in proportion as opposed to a little stub or something?
Oh yeah, it appears to be a fully functional digit, and the articulation of the hand itself is slightly different from a human hand. The digits appear to be roughly the same length, unlike ours where we have varying lengths in our fingers. And if you hold your hand in front of your face with your palm toward you, you will notice that your hand curves down toward your little finger.
That's right.
Where the finger's attached to the body of your hand.
That's right.
This is more straight across at that point. So if the hand is closed, the fingers tend to not move over toward the thumb as they do in a human hand, but to go straight toward the wrist. The way the hand is put together is deceptively human in first appearance, but when you look at it closely, it's not the same as our hand.
Do you, this is so incredible, do you feel as though all of this information, as the rest of it comes out, is going to finally blow this thing sky high, or is it going to be absorbed into a culture that has so much information in it now that it's just going to be lost somehow in the noise level?
Well, I hope that doesn't happen. I hope it does lead to more revelations and lead to bringing out some of these witnesses who have been afraid to come out and talk about what they saw and what they handled and what they worked with. Especially the scientists who've been involved for all these years in the reverse engineering project to try to figure out what this stuff was and
Yes.
what could be done with it.
Do you think there's, this again is way out of your field, but do you think there's any evidence, as you look at, say, the last 20 years of the development of our technological culture, where you would see a leap point that might suggest something was successfully back-engineered and all of a sudden we had microchips or the transistor, or is there any point as you look at the development of our technology that would suggest a leap that might have come from somewhere else?
I think the problem was that what we saw was so far ahead of what we had at the time that people really had no idea of what it was they were looking at. And whether they have yet figured out enough to make any use of any of the technology, I don't know.
All right, let me tell you this. If I was ABC, CBS, or NBC, after hearing this show this morning, I'd be knocking real hard on your door. And that's probably going to occur, Bob. Are you going to be willing to talk to the big media?
Well, so far they haven't come to me. I've had all the European media coming to me. The French came to me last week and want me to do an interview for their television.
But after this...
But if these guys come to me and want me to talk, of course I'll talk to them.
You will talk. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell in Washington, D.C.
Yes, Art. Let me just lower my radio.
Turn it off, please.
Okay, 1 second. All right. First of all, look, there's no such thing as Martians. All right, so let's knock it off. Stop reading your comic books. Okay, just get back to the issues of the show. I mean,
nobody said they were Martians, sir.
And the only people that are going to...
Sir, I repeat...
Guys are the funny farm. I mean, it's unbelievable, this nonsense. Now, don't stop and behave. Act your age, for God's sakes. Martians.
You hear that, Bob? This is the kind of anger that I was talking about.
Well, let me say that I would suggest psychoanalysis for the person who just called.
Well, look,
Someone who's that angry about something has a real internal problem.
Yeah.
Maybe this man is an abductee and is suffering from the consequences.
Well, I don't want to be mean to him, but I've had a lot of calls like that. I understand where they originate from, and I understand the why of them. And I think, Bob, it explains why the government is hesitant to come out and really admit this, because it would be socially horrendously disruptive, not for Bob Shell, and maybe not for Art Bell, and maybe not for a lot of the callers, but the kind of guy who just called us would absolutely come apart.
One of the problems and one of the possible reasons for all this cover-up also is that the government doesn't really want to admit to us that there are people flying around out there who can come into our most sensitive areas at will, and we can't do a darn thing about it.
That we can't do anything about. They like control. Bob, hold on. We'll be right back to you.
Call Art Bell toll-free, west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It absolutely is. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Bob Shell. This is the final half hour, and I'm going to devote it as much as possible to your calls. Bob Shell is a photo analyst, has done consulting work for the FBI and many other government agencies, has been in the CIA, did a short stint, though not connected to any of this, and has examined the Roswell, there I go again, the film that shows an autopsy that may have been either Roswell or a crash that occurred near Sapporo, New Mexico. Now, with regard to the last very angry caller, I've got a pretty good answer, I think, that comes from Grants Pass, Oregon, and we'll get to that in just a second. Right now, let me take care of business, and then we'll fly through the final half hour of what has been 3 hours of very highly packed information about what I consider to be a darn important topic. I really want to thank the angry caller here a while ago, and here's a response. Art, here's a concept. I think the reason that many of the naysayers simply refuse to even consider that the film is real is because they are scared. It's a frightening concept to the fragile mind, but I've got news for them. If the unseen footage does indeed contain the images of crashed debris, another autopsy, and Truman, then that's it. Game over. The film is authentic. This is getting too big to be a hoax. The sheer amount of dollars needed to pull off one autopsy is one thing. But 2 autopsies, crashed debris, and Truman makeup? Come on. if these other images are indeed available to be authenticated, then our lives are in for a big, big change. And I think the angry caller we had, Bob, was frightened of any such even possibility.
Oh, I think a lot of people are.
And so then I suppose the government experts must gather and say, what do we do? And I guess they're doing the only thing they can do is simply keep their mouths shut and sit back and watch how this develops.
Mm-hmm.
But if the rest of this comes out and is authenticated by people like yourself, as this first part appears to be, it's calling for a social comment, but I mean, do you think that the glue that holds us together will somehow come unglued, or speculate?
I doubt that the whole fabric of society will collapse. I think some people will collapse, and we'll have to be gradually eased into the implications that all of this has on us. The primary implication, I would think, being that mankind and humans aren't really the top of the ladder, that there's other things above us in the ladder in terms of intelligence and development and evolution and whatever else you want to talk about.
Well, let me say this. The way this is developing, and I'm following the story, and if the story was beginning to lead me toward this being a fake, then at some point I would drop it, or I'd become disinterested, or I'd expose it as a fake. But the story is going just the other way. Are you inclined to agree with that? In other words, each new thing we find out, much of what you've told us tonight, leads us toward thinking it is genuine. To respond by saying, little men from Mars, give me a break, go back to regular programming, is just a closed mind, a frightened mind.
Right.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell in Washington, D.C. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Clifford from Roswell.
Roswell, New Mexico. Yes, sir.
I was wondering if you would ask the gentleman...
You're on the air, so you ask him.
Okay, well, when you see the photographer, could you ask him if he knows of the Interplanetary Phenomena Unit of the Army, CIC?
I'll be happy to ask him, yes.
Okay, sir, I believe the colonel from White Sands that told him to go take the photographs was the project officer for this geographical location at that time. And I think they'll go a long way in showing that the information's probably still stored in what's called the Blue Room at Patterson.
The one that Barry Goldwater asked about, right?
Yes, sir, because all that stuff went through the project coordination officer of Moondust.
Right.
And they did the analysis.
Right.
All right, caller, thank you. There is that, isn't there, Bob? Do you think there might be a way to press the government to open what's at, right, Pat?
Well, one of the first things I did when I got the cameraman's statement and access to some information from the cameraman, which has not been made public yet, was to take the information provided by the cameraman and use it as the basis to file a large number of Freedom of Information Act requests.
Oh, you have?
Oh, yes, and those are in the process of working their way through channels right at the moment.
Question is whether they'll come back with big black blobs or
They may, but if they do, the blobs are sometimes as important as the stuff that's not blobs.
It's true. Would you like to make any of that public now?
No, I can't at this time. I want to wait until I get the information back because I don't want to... It's like a police officer investigating a crime. He always keeps a few details of the crime to himself,
Sure.
so he can separate the good stuff from the bad stuff.
Can you tell us whether this information that you got from the cameraman tends to add credibility to the story or detract from it?
Neither one. It's just details of. Well, I guess you'd say it does add some credibility because it's details of names of people who were involved in the operation and that sort of stuff, which can be used to ask for their
absolutely
ask for their personal diaries for the dates in question and see where it says they were, their appointment books, that sort of stuff. You know.
Clearly, this whole story is now beginning to move toward more credibility, I think, because the trails are proving true trails. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm in Big Lake, Alaska.
Big Lake, Alaska. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
What?
I was just wondering what you thought about the possibility that this thing could turn out to be like a 90-day wonder. I mean, I thought the fall of communism as we knew it was fairly earth-shattering, but a lot of the people I knew just didn't think it was that big a deal.
No, it's a pretty good question, Bob. Whether this will be a big 90-day wonder and we're all excited about it, and then in 90 days it will just fade and go away.
Well, I suspect that the average person, who gets up in the morning and eats breakfast and goes to work and does their job and comes home at the end of the day, is not going to be directly affected that much by it. They're still going to go to the same job and still do the same thing and all the rest of that. And so in terms of the basic structure of society, I don't think it's going to change it radically, but the emotional aspect of society may change quite a bit.
Mm.
And that's something we can't even guess at the implications of at this point.
On the wild card line, you're on the air with Bob Shell in Washington, D.C. Hello.
Hello, wonderful interview. You're doing great with the questions.
Thank you. Where are you, ma'am?
I'm the blind lady from San Antonio that requested that someone describe the body. And
yes.
I was a photographer when I went blind. I'm fascinated with your guest. My question really doesn't have anything to do with photography, but since he's had such a opportunity to study the film, has he been able to see if anything about the eyes before they started peeling away anything? Could he determine what they look like under the lid?
All right. Good question. Thank you. First of all, with regard to what they peeled away, any comments on that, Bob? It's difficult to see, but they obviously pulled some black. It has kind of a biological feel to it because it's sort of, I don't want to say jelly-like, but jelly-like. That's the best I can do.
It's a flexible, thin film of some sort.
Exactly.
There's two possibilities there. The one possibility someone has suggested is this is something that our people put on the eyes to keep them from drying out prior to the autopsy. And that is a valid suggestion, although I can't find anybody in the medical community who knows of a use of a material that looks like what we're seeing in this film.
Clearly, the doctor seems to understand that it is just some sort of covering and just reaches down and plucks it off. Now, it was suggested this was not the first autopsy.
It was not chronologically. It was the second chronologically.
Second chronologically. So
it's quite possible he knew what it was because of the first autopsy.
Uh-huh.
But it's also possible he knew what it was because he put it there. And that is yet to be resolved.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell in Washington, D.C. Hi, where are you, please?
I'm from Houston.
Houston, go ahead.
Yeah, I watched the movie too, and I think it is real. And I think the government could do something like that. It's getting to be where I'm starting to believe just about anything nowadays.
It is true. Thank you. The government seems to be, nothing seems to be beyond the possibility with regard to our government. And you've worked in the government and with the government, and I guess you affirm that, don't you, Bob?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at anything.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell. Hi.
Hi. Considering that the way that some of these visitors were sort of smacked around with rifle butts, I think we're kind of fortunate that their friends didn't come back and try to stage some sort of a rescue mission like we did with Scott O'Grady. I really would like to see some more information come out about these boxes and these laptops. They certainly sounded like laptops to me. And, it would sure be nice if some of that technology could be brought into, the computer world.
Well, how do you know it hasn't?
Exactly. One thing, as I was watching the film last night, it did seem kind of, it was a little bit hard to follow the flow of it because there was a lot of editing and all like that, but I did notice that the color, or at least the grayscale of the skin, seemed to change. It was sort of a whitish gray in the beginning, and towards the end, the face anyway seemed to be very much darker than that, and it sort of seemed to me that if this was a hoax, that was a real thoughtful touch. It just lent a whole lot more credibility to the whole thing.
Caller, where are you?
Culver City, California.
All right, good. Thank you very much. Did you also notice that, Bob?
What that is what I mentioned earlier, the density variation in the film because it was hand processed.
You have seen something we have not seen. You have seen the uninterrupted version. Now, Fox, of course, cut it up and made it dramatic and did interviews and sort of pieced it out, and a lot of people have complained about that. When you see the film in an uninterrupted version, as you have seen it, does it add credibility or detract credibility? Did Fox take things out that might make people say, gee, what a fake? Or when you see the whole film, are you more impressed?
I think you're more impressed, although watching the whole autopsy several times, after a while it gets quite boring. Because it is an 18-minute sequence.
I understand.
Out of about an hour and 40-minute actual real-time autopsy.
Mm-hmm. So
we know the actual time by the clock on the wall, which is visible on and off throughout the film.
That's right. So you can time the how long it really took. No, I was just wondering, though, if for the first time you were exposed to the entire autopsy, instead of sort of the cut-up segments with the interviews with Stan Winston, very impressive, and all the rest of it, very well done, for drama. A lot of people have called and complained about the way Fox did it, and I wonder if they had seen the film without interruption, whether they would have been more impressed, less impressed, or...
I think it would depend on the degree of biological knowledge the person has, because if you don't know what you're looking at, it may not impress you any more to see the whole thing than it does to see pieces of it.
So then maybe Fox was not so dumb to interrupt it and introduce an expert, pathologist, and all the rest of it that they did.
Yeah, besides, if you watch the whole thing, for someone who's not used to that kind of thing, it's pretty gory. And some people may have really been disturbed by watching the whole thing without all the cuts that they put into it.
Good, very good point. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Shell.
Hey, Art, let me turn on my radio.
All right. Turn it off, actually.
How you doing?
Good.
I'm not an angry caller like that one person that called up. But I'm a little skeptical. Why the big stations, 5 or 7, how come they haven't had them on?
5 or 7?
Channel 5, I mean NBC or EBC?
Well, I've been asking that. I would imagine after the program we're doing this morning that indeed the other networks are going to be approaching Mr. Shell. One answer he gave earlier was that they don't have rights to the film. Fox bought rights to the film. They've got no right to show it without permission from Fox. And one can presume when Fox paid all the money, they're not going to be just handing out permission for everybody to broadcast.
Yeah, but if you think if that's big of a story, you think they would get the right.
I agree. I mean, I absolutely agree. Their news departments would be pursuing this. I also think, sir, that if there was a major hole that could be shot in this, NBC or ABC or one of the others would do it and get Fox at the same time. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. It just seems like, the thing looks like a doll when you first look at it. It's kind of hard to believe. Because I was reading one of those alien books, and I was reading true stories of this guy and his wife that got snatched up by an aircraft, and it was unbelievable to read something like that. You can't believe it. It's hard to...
It is, but of course this is fairly hard evidence.
So that angry caller, he just better, better watch himself, because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I think healthy skepticism is one thing, and there's nothing wrong with that, but that call was obviously...
I think you just should hang up on him, Mark.
It was a frightened person, sir. Right. I don't want to, I don't want to be mean to anybody. Here's one for you, Bob. Can you ask your guest if he knows if any blood or tissue samples were saved so possible DNA tests could be done today?
Well, there's no way in the world I could know that. I assume that would have been done. I mean, there's no point in going through this elaborate dissection if you're not going to save the stuff that you're dissecting. And so I would assume that large portions of the 4 bodies. There were 4 creatures total.
Total of 4.
I would suspect that large portions, if not whole bodies, are in cryogenic storage somewhere and have been used over the years a little bit at a time as our technology advanced so we could tell things about them. And I'm sure that DNA sequencing, once that became available, would have been applied to tissue samples.
All right. How about this one? With Mr. Schell's background in zoology, you do have one of those. That is part of your background, right?
That's right. That's my original training.
What can you say about the creature's eyes? These are eyes located in front of the face, giving a stereo view to judge depth to attack the victim. I'm not sure what all that means, but from Mike in Seattle. But what about the eyes?
Well, he's right that hunters evolve stereoscopic vision and prey don't. That's a part of the evolutionary system and always has been. So you would assume that something with forward-facing stereoscopic eyes evolved from a hunter creature initially. If these are evolved creatures, and we speculated earlier that they may not be. But the eyes are physically far larger than human eyes. They're golf ball sized, and the eye sockets are far larger.
You're able to make those determinations by measurements of the size of other relevant things in the room, the other human beings, and so forth.
And by superimposing a human skull over the skull of this creature to see that the proportions are quite different, and the eye sockets are proportionally much larger. Now, the implication of that would probably be that these are creatures that, if they are evolutionary development, evolved somewhere with dimmer light than we have. Therefore, the larger eye.
That would make sense.
Yeah, that would make sense. And if these black coverings over the eyes are something that the creatures put there, then they might just be interplanetary Foster Grants.
In other words, protection from our relative brightness.
Right, exactly. If this planet's much brighter than where they come from, they need something like that.
All right, look, this is a fast developing breaking story, and it sounds as though in the next few weeks and months you're going to have a lot of new information, Bob.
Oh, yes.
May I depend on bringing you back on again when that happens?
Oh, sure. Be happy to.
In the meantime, you're not hawking any books or selling any videotapes, are you?
I'm not selling anything except my consulting service.
Well, you are indeed a very brave man to come on to 5 o'clock in the morning with me, which it is coming up on now, where you are in Washington, D.C. Bob Schell, it has been a pleasure.
I'm happy to be here.
Truly a pleasure, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good morning. All right, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing to hawk, nothing to gain, just information, lots of it, 3 hours worth of it. If you want to order a copy of this tape, you can do it now by calling 1-800-917-4278. It is an important tape. We'll be back.